This is a reading of the Christmas Conference for the foundation of the General Anthroposophical Society, 1923-24, by Rudolf Steiner. Foreword and conclusion by Marie Steiner. Foreword, entitled The Close of the Year and the Turn of the Year, 1923-1924, foreword by Marie Steiner, to the first German edition in 1944. In the book Rudolf Steiner und die Zivilisationsaufgaben der Anthroposophie, Rudolf Steiner and the Tasks of Anthroposophy for Civilization, published at Christmas, an attempt was made to depict through Rudolf Steiner's words and through his work in spiritual science how immense was the energy and how selfless the sacrifice of his endeavor to give to mankind the new spiritual impetus for which there is such dire need at this turning point of time. His influence on the public at large had reached its climax in 1922 when Wolff's concert agency had applied for the organization of his lectures within Germany, and when even the largest auditorium in many towns was too small to contain the crowds wanting to attend. Goethener Strasse in Berlin, which leads to the Philharmonic Concert Hall, had even had to be cordoned off by the police because the congestion was so great. People from all around stood there with their luggage, unable to enter. This externally visible success fanned the flames of the opposition's will for destruction. Circles connected with the pan-German movement at that time had no scruples about instigating riots or indeed resorting to ambush or murder, as is shown in the cases of Erzberger, Rathenau, and a good many others. Groups otherwise at loggerheads with each other joined forces in order to do away with a growing spiritual movement which appeared to threaten their own goals. So it was not difficult to stir up rowdy scenes. These were particularly violent on the occasion of Dr. Steiner's lectures in Munich and Elberfeld. The Wolff Agency was confident that it possessed sufficient personnel to organize and implement all the more energetically the arrangements for the lectures in which it had a financial interest. It considered itself capable of reconnoitering the situation beforehand, and felt it could then take preventative measures sufficient to cope with any disturbances. However, after further investigation, it had to admit that the enemy organizations were so powerful that it would unfortunately not be possible to guarantee the safety of the lecturer or even to ensure the smooth running of the event. It advised cancellation. Thus Dr. Steiner's public lecturing was cut short by force at the very moment when it was at its most effective. Feeble and insignificant, but all the more unscrupulous, General G. von G. now took the stage as a disseminator of propaganda. His hatred was inflamed by private family quarrels and personal intrigues. The hate campaign set in motion by the opposition from far and wide was at its height in 1922, the year which culminated in the burning of the Goetheanum, and in 1923. Rudolf Steiner strove all the more strongly to imbue the Anthroposophical Society with its task for mankind and for the culture of mankind, doing everything he could to make it morally sound. It was to become the instrument through which, despite immense efforts on the part of the opposing powers, the spiritual renewal of mankind would have to be attempted. The book, titled Rudolf Steiner und die Zivilisationsaufgabe der Anthroposophie, describes this through his words and deeds. It is also revealed in lectures given in 1923 and published in booklet form. The events described in the book lead to the point when it became possible to reconstitute the Anthroposophical Society as the General Anthroposophical Society, with its center in Dornach, resting on the foundation of the newly founded national groups. Before this could take place, The old connections linking us with Berlin as the earlier center of activity had to be dissolved. It was my destiny to carry this out. As the year 1923 drew to a close, inflation in Germany reached its nadir. 1 billion Reichsmark were now worth 1 pre-war mark. Ever since 1920, the strain of keeping up with the increasing speed of this avalanche had been making devastating demands on the nervous energy of anyone who had a business to run, especially when not only material values, but above all spiritual treasures were involved. Official regulations, which could not be ignored, were changed every few days to take account of the shifting situation, and merely keeping abreast of the requirements devoured time and strength. If, in addition, you had taken upon yourself the burden of other people's affairs, and had to make sure their rent and taxes were paid, you found yourself drowning in knots when trying to work out what they owed, for taxes included not only the usual things, but in addition items for the war, for the army, for the Ruhr, and all kinds of special funds. And next day, everything would have changed once more. To send out a bill required a postage stamp, which, within quite a short time, came to be worth much more than the payment requested. There was no lack of comical incidents, and the gallows humor evolved in their recounting did a little to lighten the burden of the depressing situation. Thus, when the multiplication factor was a mere, in quotes, few 100,000, a dear old member was heard to exclaim, "Good gracious me, when you are 70,000 years old, you can't be expected to understand these sums any longer." And the urchins in the streets of Berlin adopted boastful attitudes. Quote, "Did you see that star was 400 billion miles away from that one? What's in a few billion? That's nothing." Close quote. Such concepts of dwindling values must have had a decidedly negative influence on the strength of morals of the rising generation. All over Germany things were being dismantled. We, too, could no longer maintain our dwelling in Berlin, and the Anthroposophische Verlag had to be transferred to Dornach to ensure its continuing existence. Even Fräulein Johanna Mücke, stubborn and resilient Berliner though she was, could see no other solution. She was driven almost to despair in her isolation. We were forever either on tour or working feverishly in Dornach, while she waited in vain for replies to urgent letters, often facing decisions for which she felt unable to shoulder the responsibility alone. Dr. Steiner was overburdened to the limit of his strength, and now had to make preparations for the Christmas Foundation Conference and settle all the arrangements for international understanding and the reconstitution of the society. Yet Fräulein Mücke could not be left without help any longer. Our worries on her account and about the continuing existence of the publishing company meant that we would have to divide the work between us. It was now my duty to hasten to Berlin in order to wind up our work and our home there. So, immediately after the Dutch conference, I traveled directly to Berlin. We had already given notice of our intention to relinquish our apartment. Now I had to rescue from Dr. Steiner's library whatever we wanted to keep for the future. It was necessary to sift through all his papers in order to extract the important items from among the mountains of old letters and also manuscripts and newspapers which had become worthless. The last night, before every lecture tour, had been devoted to this job, and each time several baskets full of torn-up papers had been the result. And yet an endless amount still awaited destruction on an even larger scale. It became our evening occupation for several weeks. Fräulein Freda, who had come to Berlin to help, joined me and Fräulein Mücke. Whatever we wanted to keep was sent to Stuttgart. Permits for the transfer of the publishing company to Dornach had to be applied for, and everything had to be packed in accordance with border and customs regulations. Dr. Steiner had given Dr. Wachsmuth the task of helping us in this. He came from Stuttgart to Berlin to inspect the crates, now packed, and to arrange for the dispatch across the border. His visit was short. On their return, both our guests gave Dr. Steiner quite dramatic descriptions of their impressions of Berlin. We completed our work. Finally, homes had to be found for the paintings and pictures, and the furniture from the Berlin group room, the Stuttgart Eurythmy, and our apartment in the Landhausstrasse had to be distributed. A last word to friends, and we bade farewell to this place where we had worked and with which we had been connected for 21 years. 500 crates of books, together with all the cupboards and shelves, were transported to Switzerland. Fräulein Mücke herself had to show the packers how to tackle the task with verve. Now she stayed on in Berlin for a while. But at least she had been relieved of the great burden, and had the comfort of knowing that she had saved the publishing company. We owe it to her exemplary loyalty that in Dornach it has been able to flourish once more. Thus I did not return to Dornach until shortly before the Christmas Foundation Conference, once the task of winding up everything in Berlin had been fully completed. It was, as a matter of course, that this part of the work should have fallen on me. The old form had to be dissolved before the society newly constituted in Dornach could find its own form, taking into account the growth of the movement and also the fields of work which corresponded to its new cultural tasks. Dissolution is always tinged with sadness, though joyful anticipation of coming educational and artistic tasks was undiminished. The past that had to be dismantled was infinitely significant, and anchored in it was the guarantee of fruitful new development. Therefore, I was astonished when during his introductory lecture, at the opening of the Christmas Foundation Conference, Dr. Steiner conjured up before our souls a deeply moving image of the ruins of the Goetheanum, and then extended this image to include the publishing company. For the crates, packed to the brim, had resembled ruins merely externally, and this picture created an inaccurate impression among the listeners. When I later pointed this out to Dr. Steiner and asked what he had meant, it turned out that he had received a report which had given him the impression that the devaluation of currency in Germany had brought about too great a dissipation of resources. When some months later Fräulein Mücke was able to show him the account books herself, he was delighted and said, quote, "But this gives quite another picture and shows that everything is all right." Close quote. He congratulated her on having rescued the publishing company out of that complicated situation. To give a description of the Christmas Foundation Conference is perhaps one of the most difficult tasks one can set oneself. It is barely possible, with our limited insight, to gain an overall view of the impulse and power behind that event. It represents the most mighty endeavor of a teacher of mankind to lift his contemporaries out of their own small selves and awaken in them a conscious will to be allowed to become tools serving the wise guides of the universe. Yet at the same time, this Christmas Foundation Conference is also bound up with something infinitely tragic, for we cannot but admit we were called, but we were not chosen. We were incapable of responding to the call, as further developments showed. At first, every participant was as though lifted above him or herself, inwardly warmed through and through, and at the same time deeply moved. But a destiny held sway over the whole situation, a destiny which has had to run its course in other spheres of existence. The outcome revealed what it meant for Dr. Steiner to take our karma upon himself. Herein lies the deeply esoteric nature of that deed of sacrifice. This is not the usual interpretation of the designation, quote, esoteric Vorstand, close quote. What could have been deeply esoteric would have been to bring diverging earlier spiritual streams to an harmonious balance in the persons of some of their present representatives. This would have been an esoteric task that could have been achieved together with Dr. Steiner through his superior insight, strength, and capacity for love. But our human karma and that of the Society burst upon him the very minute the Christmas Foundation Conference had been brought to a close. On that last day, 1 January 1924, he suddenly fell seriously ill. At the social gathering with tea and refreshments, described as a, quote, rout, close quote, on the program, R-O-U-T, he was struck down as though by a sword aimed at his very life. Yet he continued without intermission, and with boundless energy, to be active until the 28th of September, the day on which he spoke to us for the last time. His failing physical forces were nourished by spiritual fire. Indeed, they were born by this fire and grew beyond themselves. But at the last, after superhuman achievements during the month of September, the power of this inner flame finally devoured him too. For those who have the possibility of viewing events as a whole, the Christmas Foundation Conference is bathed in this tragic light. We have no right to turn our thoughts away from the gravity and suffering of these events, for insight is born of suffering and of pain. This pain must lead us to take hold of our tasks with a will that is all the greater. There is much to be learned from the discussions and events of the conference, which were recorded in shorthand. If we follow them day by day, just as they took place, we arrive at a picture that at first remained unclear to us, because the excessive burden of work and the bombardment of wishes from the members arriving from every direction made it impossible to realize straight away the totality of the prospect that had been given. With time, what Dr. Steiner had sketched along general lines by way of intentions for the future would have gained clearer contours, and a gradual putting into practice of his intentions would have enabled us to gain a complete picture. For this, a period of time was needed. First, the spiritual foundation had to be deepened and strengthened. This was done through the cycle of lectures on the mystery centers of the Middle Ages, and also the cycle Anthroposophy, which led up to the moment when the first lesson of the first class was given. At the same time, the lecture tours could not be allowed to cease. These took Dr. Steiner to France, Holland, and England, as well as German-speaking and Eastern regions. Wherever he went, the demands made on his strength were immense. In September he would have been ready to begin the second class, but the throng of members coming to Dornach was such that account had to be taken of it, as well as of the spiritual needs and receptivity of the new arrivals. In addition to the 4 separate lecture courses running every day, so many personal wishes had to be met that the total physical exhaustion of the teacher and bestower became inevitable. From 28 September onward, Dr. Steiner had to give up any further work amongst the members. He was confined to his atelier, which had been transformed into a sick room, and as far as the lecture tours were concerned, he had to ask us to go in his place. On his sick bed, he continued to write further letters to the members, and also the essays on the course of his life. Now, it is our task to let the Christmas Foundation Conference speak for itself through the talks and lectures given by Rudolf Steiner and preserved for us in shorthand reports. What was said by the different officials or individual members, if extant, would overburden the book. Their questions are revealed by the answers given. The meetings and discussions in their totality represent for us a path of training in how to conduct meetings and deal with problems within the society. All this is bathed in the atmosphere of most lofty spirituality, an offering to the higher powers of supplication and gratitude. The dominant endeavor is to conduct matters of this world in a practical and sensible manner, while yet ensuring that they remain subordinate to the will of a wise universal guidance. The details of daily life are thus raised up to the sphere of spiritual goals and higher necessity. Members from all the national societies had gathered in large numbers. The lecture room in the old carpentry workshop had to be extended by opening up the adjoining rooms, and the walls leading to the foyer, which still served as a workshop, or during performances as a cloakroom, had to be taken down. Outside, the scant remains of the burnt Goetheanum building stuck up out of the snow-covered landscape. For those arriving and settling in on 23 December, a Eurythmy performance was offered at 4:30 in the afternoon. The words with which Dr. Steiner greeted the guests and introduced the performance contain the first indication of some of the fundamental motifs which were to run through all the lectures of the conference. That evening brought the final lecture in the pre-Christmas cycle entitled Mystery Knowledge and Mystery Centers. The opening of the conference itself took place on the morning of 24 December. There now follows the address with which Rudolf Steiner greeted the guests on the occasion of the Eurythmy performance on the 23rd of December. That's the end of the foreword by Marie Steiner. From the Christmas Conference, 2. Introduction to the Eurythmy performance, given on the 23rd of December, 1923, by Rudolf Steiner. My dear friends, today our guests from further afield, who have already arrived, make up the majority of those present at this opening performance of Eurythmy. There is no need for me to speak particularly about the nature of Eurythmy, for our friends know about this from various writings which have appeared in print. But especially since we are gathering once more for an anthroposophical undertaking, I should like to introduce this performance with a few words. In the first instance, Eurythmy is that art which has originated entirely from the soil of anthroposophy. Of course, it has always been the case that every artistic activity which has to bring something new into civilization originated in supersensible human endeavor. Whether you look at architecture, sculpture, painting, or the arts of music or poetry, you will always find that the impulses visible in the external course of human evolution are rooted in some way in occult supersensible ground we may seek in connection with the mysteries. Art can only flow into human evolution if it contains within it forces and impulses of a supersensible kind. But the present-day view of art arises in the main from the entirely materialistic tendency in thinking, which has seized hold of Europe and America since the 15th century. And though a certain kind of scientific knowledge can flourish in this materialism, anything genuinely artistic cannot. True art can only come forth out of spiritual life. Therefore, it is as a matter of course that a special art has arisen out of the spiritual life of the Anthroposophical movement. It is necessary to understand that art must be born out of the supersensible realm through the mediation of the human being. Considering the descending scale stretching from the supersensible realm down to externally perceptible phenomena, you find the faculty of intuition at the top, at the point where, if I may put it like this, the human being merges with the spirit. Inspiration has to do with the capacity of the human being to face the supersensible on his own, hearing it and letting it reveal itself. and when he is able to link what he receives through inspiration so intensely with his own being that he becomes capable of molding it, then imagination comes about. In speech, we have something which makes its appearance in an external picture, though it is an external picture which is extraordinarily similar to inspiration. We might say that what we bear in our soul when we speak resembles intuition, and what lies on our tongue, in our palate, comes out between our teeth and settles on our lips when we speak is the sense-perceptible image of inspiration. But where is the origin of what we push outwards from our inner soul life in speech? It originates in the mobile shape of our body, or I could say in our bodily structure in movement. Our ability to move our legs as well as our arms and hands and fingers is what gives us, as little children, our first opportunity to sense our relationship with the outside world. The first experience capable of entering into the consciousness of our soul is what we have in the physical movement of arms, hands, and legs. The other movements are more connected with the human being. But the limbs which we stretch out into the space around us are what gives us a sense of the world. And when we stretch out our legs in a stride or a leap, or our arms to grasp something, or our fingers to feel something, then whatever we experience in doing this streams back to us. And as it streams back, it seizes hold of tongue, palate, and larynx, and becomes speech. Thus, in his organism, the human being is, through movement, an expression of man as a whole. When you begin to understand this, you sense that what in speech resembles inspiration can descend into imagination. We can call back something that is a gift to our limbs, to our tongue, our larynx, and our palate, and so on. We can recall it and let it stream back, asking, what kind of feelings, what kind of sensations stream outward in our organism in order to create the sound ah? We shall always discover that an ah arises through something which expresses itself in one way or another in the air, through a particular movement of our organs of speech, or an in optical axes crossing over, and so on. Then we shall be able to take what has streamed out in this way and become a sound or element of speech, and send it back into our whole being, into our human being of limbs, thus receiving, in place of what causes speech to resemble inspiration, something else instead, something which can be seen and shaped, and which therefore resembles imagination. So actually eurythmy came into existence when what works unconsciously in the human being to transform his capacity for movement into speech is subsequently recalled from speech and returned to the capacity for movement. Thus, an element which belongs to inspiration becomes an element belonging to imagination. Therefore, an understanding of eurythmy is closely linked with discovering through eurythmy how intuition, inspiration, and imagination are related. Of course, we can only show this in pictures, but the pictures speak clearly. Consider, dear friends, a poem living in your soul. When you have entirely identified yourself inwardly with this poem, and have taken it into yourself to such an extent and so strongly that you no longer need any words, but have only feelings, and can experience these feelings in your soul, then you are living in intuition. Then let us assume that you recite or declaim the poem. You endeavor in the vowel sounds, in the harmonies, in the rhythm, in the movement of the consonants, in tempo, beat, and so on, to express in speech through recitation or declamation what lies in those feelings. What you experience when doing this is inspiration. The element of inspiration takes what lives purely in the soul, where it is localized in the nervous system, and pushes it down into larynx, palate, and so on. Finally, let this sink down into your human limbs, so that in your own creation of form through movement, you express what lies in speech. Then in the poem, brought into Eurythmy, you have the third element, imagination. In the picture of the descent of world evolution down to man, you have that scale which human beings have to reascend, from imagination through inspiration to intuition. In the poem transformed into Eurythmy, you have imagination. In the recitation and declamation, you have inspiration as a picture. And in the entirely inward experience of the poem, in which there is no need to open your mouth, because your experience is totally inward, and you are utterly identified with it, and have become one with it, in this you have intuition. In a poem transformed into Eurythmy, experienced inwardly and recited, you have before you the three stages, albeit in an external picture. In Eurythmy, you have to do with an element of art which had from inner necessity to emerge out of the Anthroposophical movement. What you have to do is bring into consciousness what it means to achieve knowledge of the ascent from imagination to inspiration and to intuition. The shorthand report ends here. The Eurythmy performance began after a few more words on the actual program. The Christmas Foundation Conference was opened on 24 December. It had been, there's a facsimile of the program in this book, it had been preceded during the course of the year by a number of general meetings of the Anthroposophical Society in Switzerland, at which the problems needing an early solution were discussed. The discussions had been particularly lively during the conference of delegates from the Swiss branches of 8 December 1923, and preparatory meetings had also taken place on 22 April and 10 June. A good many representatives of non-Swiss groups had been present as early on as the general meeting of the Verein des Goetheanum on 17 June. These non-Swiss representatives had arrived in large numbers for the international meeting of delegates from 20 to 22 July, which had been devoted to the problems of rebuilding the Goetheanum and establishing it on a firm financial footing. Dr. Steiner had agreed to be present at these consultations, but was not prepared to take the chair. His opinion had been sought quite a number of times, and he had emphasized above all the need for a moral basis. Titled Rudolf Steiner und die Zivilisationsaufgabe der Anthroposophie, contains many of the contributions he gave on that occasion. In the minutes of the meeting of 22 April, we find the following. Quote, "Let me add a few words, not as a statement, but simply in the realm of feeling, to what has been said so far today. What we would look forward to in the outcome of the recent meeting in Stuttgart, and also of today's meeting, and I hope similar meetings in other countries will follow, is that they should take a definite positive course, so that something positive can genuinely emerge from the will of the meeting. Mention has been made of the way the Anthroposophical Society is organized. But you see, it has to be said that what marks the Anthroposophical Society is the very fact that it is not organized in any way at all. Indeed, for the most part, the membership has wanted to have nothing to do with any organizing whatever, even on a purely human level. This was manageable to a certain degree up to a particular moment. But in view of the conditions prevailing now, it is impossible to carry on in this way. It is necessary now to bring about a situation in which at least the majority of the membership can represent the affairs of the society in a positive way, or at least start by following them with interest. The other day, I was asked what I myself expect from this meeting. I had to point out that it is now necessary for the Anthroposophical Society to set itself a genuine task, so that it can take its place as something with its own identity that exists beside the Anthroposophical movement. The society as such must set itself a task. Until this task has emerged, the situation we have been speaking about today will never change. On the contrary, it will grow worse and worse. The organization of the opposition exists and is a reality. But for the majority of members, the Anthroposophical Society is not a reality because it lacks a positive task, which could arise out of a positive decision in the will. This was the reason for calling the meetings in Stuttgart and here. In Stuttgart, the delegates' meeting could not decide on a task for the society. Instead, it sought a way out in the suggestion that the membership of the Anthroposophical Society in Germany should be divided into two parts, in the hope that out of the mutual relationship between these two societies, something might gradually develop of a kind that was not forthcoming from the delegates' meeting. Today's meeting should have the great and beautiful aim of showing how the Anthroposophical Society can be set a positive and effective task, which can also win the respect of those on the outside. Something great could come about today if those present would not merely sit back and listen to what individuals are putting forward so very well, as has happened so far, but if, indeed, out of the society itself, out of the totality of the society, a common will could arise. If it does not, this meeting too will have run its course to no purpose and without result. I beg you, my dear friends, not to break up today without a result. Come to the point of setting a task for the Anthroposophical Society which can win a certain degree of respect from other people. Close quote. The Christmas Foundation Conference for the founding of the General Anthroposophical Society was opened at 10 o'clock on the morning of 24 December. Dr. Steiner greeted those present and introduced the lecture by Herr Albert Steffen on the history and destiny of the Goetheanum. That is the end of Steiner's comments on Eurythmy. This is a reading of the Christmas Conference. This is part 2, the Proceedings of the Conference, number 1, and number 2 together. Number 1 is the opening of the Christmas Foundation Conference by Rudolf Steiner, the 24th of December, 1923, at 10 o'clock in the morning. My dear friends, allow me to announce the commencement of our Christmas Conference for the founding of the General Anthroposophical Society. We shall in future always be of the heartfelt opinion, you will come to feel the definite rightness of this, that it will be significant for the development of the Anthroposophical Society to find its center and its home here on Swiss soil, in the manner expressed in the Statutes, which I shall be suggesting to you. The Society will in no way manifest any kind of a national character, but we shall always remain aware that we have been accepted here by our dear Swiss friends as a kind of guest in the realm of ideals, and we shall forever know how to respect this in a suitable way. Both privately and also in various public statements to our friends, I have often sought to show the importance of the fact that we have taken our place here on Swiss soil with our Goetheanum and with everything that seeks to be an anthroposophical society. This alone, my friends, is sufficient justification for the appearance of our dear friend Albert Steffen as the first speaker during our Christmas Foundation Conference. Of course, he will speak here as a member and fellow founder of the Anthroposophical Society, but everything we feel, especially in connection with the fact that the Goetheanum, as the central point of the Anthroposophical Society, stands here on Swiss soil, will be expressed symbolically when you now permit me to request Herr Albert Steffen, our dear and much respected friend, the distinguished poet, whose presence among us may be counted as such great good fortune, to speak the first words of this our gathering. Albert Steffen's lecture on the history and destiny of the Anthroposophical Society is published in the supplement to Das Goetheanum 1924, numbers 2, 3, and 6. Dr. Steiner again. My dear Herr Steffen, with your words that are so warm and so filled with beautiful love, you have given us a wonderful prelude to our gathering here. We could not have had a more beautiful prelude than the words you have spoken to us out of an anthroposophical heart of such warmth. I am quite sure that your kind words will shine over all our gatherings and meetings like a radiant star, and that we shall owe you most cordial gratitude for the feeling in our hearts which will endure throughout the period of our gathering, engendered by the words you have spoken to us on this first morning. We may be certain of ever feeling warmly enveloped within the marvelous land of Switzerland, if an attitude of mind so truly Swiss continues to surround us with an atmosphere as beautiful as that now moving among us. Your words are founded indeed on a truly Swiss attitude of mind. I know that I speak from the bottom of every heart, now that our discussions are about to begin, when I offer you, dear friend Steffen, the most cordial thanks for the wonderful way in which you have provided the prelude for what is to take place over the next few days. To you come the warmest thanks from the heart of everyone here present. It's the end of part number 1. Number 2, Rudolf Steiner's opening lecture and reading of the Statutes, given on the 24th of December at 11:15 in the morning. My dear friends, we begin our Christmas conference for the founding of the Anthroposophical Society in a new form with a view of a stark contrast. We have had to invite you, dear friends, to pay a visit to a heap of ruins. As you climbed up the Goetheanum hill here in Dornach, your eyes fell on our place of work, but what you saw were the ruins of the Goetheanum which perished a year ago. In the truest sense of the word, this sight is a symbol that speaks profoundly to our hearts, a symbol not only of the external manifestation of our work and endeavor on anthroposophical ground, both here and in the world, but also of many symptoms manifesting in the world as a whole. Over the last few days, a smaller group of us have also had to take stock of another heap of ruins. This too, dear friends, you should regard as something resembling the ruins of the Goetheanum, which had become so very dear to us during the preceding 10 years. We could say that a large proportion of the impulses, the anthroposophical impulses, which have spread out into the world over the course of the last 20 years, made their initial appearance in the books, perhaps there were too many of them, of our publishing company, the Philosophisch-Anthroposophischer Verlag in Berlin. You will understand, since 20 years of work are indeed tied up in all that can be gathered under the heading Philosophisch-Anthroposophischer Verlag, that all those who toiled to found and carry on the work of this publishing company gave of the substance of their hearts. As in the case of the Goetheanum, so also, as far as the external aspect of this Philosophisch-Anthroposophischer Verlag is concerned, we are faced with a heap of ruins. In this case it came about as a consequence of the terrible economic situation prevailing in the country where it has hitherto had its home. All possible work was prevented by a tax situation which exceeded any measures which might have been taken, and by the rolling waves, quite literally, of current events which simply engulfed the publishing company. Frau Dr. Steiner has been busy over the last few weeks preparing everything anchored in this Philosophisch Anthroposophischer Verlag for its journey here to the Goetheanum in Dornach. You can already see a small building coming into being lower down the hill between the boiler house and the glass house. This will become the home of the Philosophisch Anthroposophischer Verlag, or rather of its stock of books, which in itself externally also resembles a heap of ruins. What can we do, dear friends, but link the causes of these heaps of rubble with world events which are currently running their course? The picture we see at first seems grim. It can surely be said that the flames which our physical eyes saw a year ago on New Year's Eve blazed heavenwards before the eyes of our soul. And in spirit we see that in fact these flames glow over much of what we have been building up during the last 20 years. This, at first, is the picture with which our souls are faced. But it has to be said that nothing else at present can so clearly show us the truth of the ancient Oriental view that the external world is Maya and illusion. We shall, dear friends, establish a mood of soul appropriate for this, our Christmas Foundation Conference, if we can bring to life in our hearts the sense that the heap of ruins with which we are faced is Maya and illusion, and that much of what immediately surrounds us here is Maya and illusion. Let us take our start from the immediate situation here. We have had to invite you to take your places in this wooden shed. It is a temporary structure we have hurriedly put up over the last 2 days, after it became clear how very many of our friends were expected to arrive. Temporary wooden partitions had to be put up next door. I have no hesitation in saying that the outer shelter for our gathering resembles nothing more than a shack erected amongst the ruins, a terribly poor shack of a home. Our initial introduction to these circumstances showed us yesterday that our friends felt the cold dreadfully in this shed, which is the best we can offer. But, dear friends, let us count this frost, too, among the many other things which may be regarded as Maya and illusion in what has come to meet you here. The more we can find our way into a mood which feels the external circumstances surrounding us to be Maya and illusion, the more shall we develop that mood of active doing which we shall need here over the next few days, a mood which may not be negative in any way, a mood which must be positive in every detail. Now, a year after the moment when the flames of fire blazed skywards out of the dome of our Goetheanum, now everything which has been built up in the spiritual realm in the 20 years of the Anthroposophical movement may appear before our hearts and before the eyes of our soul, not as devouring flames, but as creative flames. For everywhere out of the spiritual content of the Anthroposophical movement, warmth comes to give us courage, warmth which can be capable of bringing to life countless seeds for the spiritual life of the future, which lie hidden here in the very soil of Dornach and all that belongs to it. Countless seeds for the future can begin to unfold their ripeness through this warmth, which can surround us here, so that one day they may stand before the world as fully matured fruits, as a result of what we want to do for them. Now more than ever before, we may call to mind that a spiritual movement such as that encompassed by the name of Anthroposophy, with which we have endowed it, is not born out of any earthly or arbitrary consideration. At the very beginning of our conference, I therefore want to start by reminding you that it was in the last third of the 19th century that, on the one hand, the waves of materialism were rising, while out of the other side of the world a great revelation struck down into these waves, a revelation of the Spirit, which those whose mind and soul are in a receptive state can receive from the powers of spiritual life. A revelation of the Spirit was opened up for mankind, not from any arbitrary earthly consideration, but in obedience to a call resounding from the spiritual world, not from any arbitrary earthly consideration, but through a vision of the sublime pictures given out of the spiritual world as a modern revelation for the spiritual life of mankind. From this flowed the impulse for the Anthroposophical movement. This Anthroposophical movement is not an act of service to the earth. This Anthroposophical movement in its totality and in all its details is a service to the divine beings, a service to God. We create the right mood for it when we see it in all its wholeness as a service to God. As a service to God, let us take it into our hearts at the beginning of our conference. Let us inscribe deeply within our hearts the knowledge that this Anthroposophical movement desires to link the soul of every individual devoted to it with the primeval sources of all that is human in the spiritual world. That this Anthroposophical movement desires to lead the human being to that final enlightenment, that enlightenment which, meanwhile, in human earthly evolution, is the last which gives satisfaction to man, which can clothe the newly beginning revelation in the words, "Yes, this am I as a human being, as a God-willed human being on the earth, as a God-willed human being in the universe." We shall take our starting point today from something we would so gladly have seen as our starting point years ago, in 1913. This is where we take up the thread, my dear friends, inscribing into our souls the foremost principle of the Anthroposophical movement, which is to find its home in the Anthroposophical society, namely, that everything in it is willed by the Spirit, that this movement desires to be a fulfillment of what the signs of the times speak in a shining script to the hearts of human beings. The Anthroposophical society will only endure if within ourselves we make of the Anthroposophical movement the profoundest concern of our hearts. If we fail, the society will not endure. The most important deed to be accomplished during the coming days must be accomplished within all your hearts, my dear friends. Whatever we say and hear will only become a starting point for the cause of anthroposophy in the right way if our heart's blood is capable of beating for it. My friends, for this reason we have brought you all together here, to call forth a harmony of hearts in a truly anthroposophical sense. And we allow ourselves to hope that this is an appeal which can be rightly understood. My dear friends, call to mind the manner in which the Anthroposophical movement came into being. In many and varied ways there worked in it what was to be a revelation of the Spirit for the approaching 20th century. In contrast to so much that is negative, it is surely permissible to point emphatically here to the positive side, to the way in which the many and varied forms of spiritual life which flowed in one way or another into the inner circles of outer society genuinely entered into the hearts of our dear Anthroposophical friends. Thus, at a certain point, we were able to advance far enough to show in the mystery dramas how intimate affairs of the human heart and soul are linked to the grand sweep of historical events in human evolution. I do believe that during those 4 or 5 years, a time much loved and dear to our hearts, when the mystery dramas were performed in Munich, a good deal of all that is involved in this link between the individual human soul and the divine working of the cosmos in the realms of soul and spirit did indeed make its way through the souls of our friends. Then came something of which the horrific consequences are known to every one of you, the event we call the World War. During those difficult times, all efforts had to be concentrated on conducting the affairs of anthroposophy in a way which would bring it unscathed through all the difficulties and obstacles which were necessarily the consequence of that world war. It cannot be denied that some of the things which had necessarily to be done out of the situation arising at the time were misunderstood, even in the circles of our anthroposophical friends. Not until some future time will it be possible for more than a few people to form a judgment on those moods which caused mankind to be split into so many groups over the last decade, on those moods which led to the World War. As yet there exists no proper judgment about the enormity which lives among us all as a consequence of that World War. Thus it can be said that the Anthroposophical Society, not the movement, has emerged riven from the war. Our dear friend Herr Stephan has already pointed out a number of matters which then entered into our Anthroposophical Society, and in no less a manner also led to misunderstandings. Today, however, I want to dwell mainly on all that is positive. I want to tell you that if this gathering runs its course in the right way, if this gathering really reaches an awareness of how something spiritual and esoteric must be the foundation for all our work and existence, then those spiritual seeds, which are everywhere present, will be enabled to germinate through being warmed by your mood and your enthusiasm. Today we want to generate a mood which can accept in full earnestness that external things are Maya and illusion, but that out of this Maya and illusion there germinates to our great joy, not a joy for our weakness, but a joy for our strength and for the will we now want to unfold, something that can live invisibly among us, something that can live in innumerable seeds invisibly among us. Prepare your souls, dear friends, so that they may receive these seeds. For your souls are the true ground and soil in which these seeds of the Spirit may germinate, unfold, and develop. They are the truth. They shine forth as though with the shining of the sun, bathing in light all the seeming ruins encountered by our external eyes. Today of all days, let us allow the profoundest call of anthroposophy, indeed of everything spiritual, to shine into our souls. Outwardly all is Maya and illusion. Inwardly there unfolds the fullness of truth, the fullness of divine and spiritual life. Anthroposophy shall bring into life all that is recognized as truth within it. Where do we bring into life the teaching of Maya and of the light of truth? Let us bring it into life above all during this, our Christmas conference. Let us during this, our Christmas conference, make the shining forth of the universal light, as it shone before the shepherds, who bore within them only the simplicity of their hearts, and before the kingly magi, who bore within them the wisdom of all the universe. Let us make this flaming Christmas light, this universal light of Christmas, into a symbol for what is to come to pass through our own hearts and souls. All else that is to be said, I shall say tomorrow, when what we shall call the laying of the foundation stone of the Anthroposophical Society takes place. Now, I wish to say this, my dear friends. In recent weeks, I have pondered deeply in my soul the question, what should be the starting point for this Christmas conference, and what lessons have we learnt from the experiences of the past 10 years since the founding of the Anthroposophical Society. Out of all this, my dear friends, two alternative questions arose. In 1912, 1913, I said, for good reasons, that the Anthroposophical Society would now have to run itself, that it would have to manage its own affairs, and that I would have to withdraw into a position of an advisor who did not participate directly in any actions. Since then, things have changed. After grave efforts in the past weeks to overcome my inner resistance, I have now reached the realization that it would become impossible for me to continue to lead the anthroposophical movement within the Anthroposophical Society if this Christmas conference were not to agree that I should once more take on in every way the leadership, that is, the presidency of the Anthroposophical Society, to be founded here in Dornach at the Goetheanum. As you know, during a conference in Stuttgart, it became necessary for me to make the difficult decision to advise the Society in Germany to split into two societies, one which would be the continuation of the old society, and one in which the young members would chiefly be represented, the Free Anthroposophical Society. Let me tell you, my dear friends, that the decision to give this advice was difficult indeed. It was so grave because fundamentally such advice was a contradiction of the very foundations of the Anthroposophical Society. For if this was not the society in which today's youth could feel fully at home, then what other association of human beings in the earthly world of today was there that could give them this feeling? Such advice was an anomaly. This occasion was perhaps one of the most important symptoms contributing to my decision to tell you here that I can only continue to lead the Anthroposophical Society within the that I can only continue to lead the Anthroposophical movement within the Anthroposophical Society if I myself can take on the presidency of the Anthroposophical Society, which is to be newly founded. You see, at the turn of the century, something took place very deeply indeed within spiritual events, and the effects of this are showing in the external events in the midst of which human beings stand here on earth. One of the greatest possible changes took place in the spiritual realm. Preparation for it began at the end of the 1870s, and it reached its culmination just at the turn of the century. Ancient Indian wisdom pointed to it, calling it the End of Kali Yuga. Much, very much, my dear friends, is meant by this. And when in recent times I have met in all kinds of ways with young people in all the countries of the world accessible to me, I have had to say to myself over and over again, everything that beats in these youthful hearts, everything which glows toward spiritual activity in such a beautiful and often such an indeterminate way, this is the external expression for what came to completion in the depths of spiritual world-weaving during the last third of the 19th century, leading up to the 20th century. My dear friends, what I now want to say is not something negative, but something positive so far as I am concerned. I have frequently found, when I have gone to meet young people, that their endeavors to join one organization or another encountered difficulties, because again and again the form of the association did not fit whatever it was that they themselves wanted. There was always some condition or other as to what sort of a person you had to be or what you had to do if you wanted to join any of these organizations. This is the kind of thing that was involved in the feeling that the chief disadvantage of the Theosophical Society, out of which the Anthroposophical Society grew, as you know, lay in the formulation of its three tenets. You had to profess something. The way in which you had to sign a form which made it look as though you had to make some dogmatic assertion, is something which nowadays simply no longer agrees with the fundamental mood of human souls. The human soul today feels that anything dogmatic is foreign to it. To carry on in any kind of a sectarian way is fundamentally foreign to it. And it cannot be denied that within the Anthroposophical Society it is proving difficult to cast off this sectarian way of carrying on. But cast it off we must. Not a shred must be allowed to remain within the new Anthroposophical Society which shall be founded. This must become a true world society. Anyone joining it must feel, yes, here I have found what moves me. An old person must feel, here I have found something for which I have striven all my life together with other people. The young person must feel, here I have found something which comes out to meet my youth. When the Free Anthroposophical Society was founded, I longed dearly to reply to young people who inquired after the conditions for joining it with the answer which I now want to give. The only condition is to be truly young, in the sense that one is young when one's youthful soul is filled with all the impulses of the present time. And, dear friends, how do you go about being old in the proper sense in the Anthroposophical Society? You are old in the proper sense if you have a heart for what is welling up into mankind today, both for young and old, out of spiritual depths, by way of a universal youthfulness, renewing every aspect of our lives. By hinting at moods of soul, I am indicating what it was that moved me to take on the task of being president of the Anthroposophical Society myself. This Anthroposophical Society, such things can often happen, has been called by a good many names. Thus, for example, it has been called the International Anthroposophical Society. Dear friends, it is to be neither an international nor a national society. I beg you heartily never to use the word international society, but always to speak simply of a general Anthroposophical Society, which wants to have its center here at the Goetheanum in Dornach. You will see that the statutes are formulated in a way that excludes anything administrative, anything that could ever, of its own accord, turn into bureaucracy. These statutes are tuned to whatever is purely human. They are not tuned to principles or to dogmas. What these statutes say is taken from what is actual and what is human. These statutes say, here in Dornach is the Goetheanum. This Goetheanum is run in a particular way. In this Goetheanum, work of this kind and of that kind is undertaken. In this Goetheanum, endeavors are made to promote human evolution in this way or in that way. Whether these things are right, in quotes, or, in quotes, not right, is something that must not be stated in statutes, which are intended to be truly modern. All that is stated is the fact that a Goetheanum exists, that human beings are connected with this Goetheanum, and that these human beings do certain things in this Goetheanum, in the belief that through doing so they are working for human evolution. Those who wish to join this society are not expected to adhere to any principle. No religious confession, no scientific conviction, no artistic intention is set up in any dogmatic way. The only thing that is required is that those who join should feel at home in being linked to what is going on at the Goetheanum. In the formulation of these statutes, the endeavor has been made to avoid establishing principles, so that what is here founded may rest on all that is purely human. Look carefully at the people who will make suggestions with regard to what is to be founded here over the next few days. Ask yourselves whether you can trust them or not. And if at this foundation meeting You declare yourselves satisfied with what wants to be brought about in Dornach, then you will have declared yourselves for something that is a fact. Then you will have declared yourselves to be in tune with something that is a fact. If this is possible, everything else will follow on. Yes, everything will run its course. Then it will not be necessary for the center at Dornach to designate or nominate a whole host of trustees. Then the Anthroposophical Society will be what I have often pointed to when, to my deep satisfaction, I have been permitted to be present at the founding of the individual national societies. Then the Anthroposophical Society will be something that can arise independently on the foundation of all that has come into being in these national societies. If this can come about, then these national societies will be truly autonomous too. Then every group which comes into being within this Anthroposophical Society will be truly autonomous. In order to reach this truly human standpoint, my dear friends, we must realize that especially in the case of a society which is built on spiritual foundations in the way I have described, we shall come up against two difficulties. We must overcome these difficulties here, so that in future they will no longer exist in the way they existed in the past history of the Anthroposophical Society. One of these difficulties is the following. Everyone who understands the consciousness of today will, I believe, agree that this present-day consciousness demands that whatever takes place should do so in full public view. A society built on firm foundations must above all else not offend this demand of our time. It is not at all difficult to prefer secrecy, even in the external form, in one case or another. But whenever a society like ours, built on a foundation of truth, seriously desires secrecy, it will surely find itself in conflict with contemporary consciousness, and the most dire obstacles for its continuing existence will ensue. Therefore, dear friends, for the general Anthroposophical Society, which is to be founded, we cannot but lay claim to absolute openness. As I pointed out in one of my very first essays in Lucifer Gnosis, the Anthroposophical Society must stand before the world just like any other society that may be founded for, let us say, scientific or similar purposes. It must differ from all these other societies solely and on account of the content that flows through its veins. The form in which people come together in it can, in future, no longer be different from that of any other society. Picture to yourselves what we can shovel out of the way if we declare from the start that the Anthroposophical Society is to be entirely open. It is essential for us to stand firmly on a foundation of reality. That is on the foundation of present-day consciousness. This will mean, dear friends, that in future we shall have to handle our lecture cycles in a manner that differs greatly from that to which we have been accustomed in the past. The history of these lecture cycles represents a tragic chapter within the development of our Anthroposophical Society. They were first published in the belief that they could be retained within a given circle. They were printed for the members of the Anthroposophical Society. But we have long been in a situation in which our opponents, so far as the public declaration of the content is concerned, are far more interested in the cycles than are the members of the society themselves. Do not misunderstand me. I do not mean that the members of our society do not work inwardly with the lecture cycles, for they do. But their work is inward. It remains egoistic, a nice society egoism. The interest which sends its waves out into the world, the interest which gives our society its particular stamp in the world, this interest comes toward the cycles from our opponents. It has been known to happen that as little as 3 weeks after its publication, a lecture cycle is already being quoted in the worst kind of publication brought out by the opposition. To continue in our old ways as regards the lecture cycles would be to hide our head in the sand, believing that because everything is dark for us, everything must be dark in the outside world too. That is why I have been asking myself for years what can be done about the cycles. We now have no alternative but to put up a moral barrier in place of the physical barrier we tried to erect earlier on, which has meanwhile been breached at all manner of points. In the draft of the Statutes, I have endeavored to do just this. In future, all the cycles, without exception, are to be sold publicly, just like any other books. But suppose, dear friends, there was a book about the integration of partial differential equations. For a great many people, such a book is very esoteric indeed. I am probably not wrong in assuming that among those of you gathered here in these 2 rooms today, there is only an extremely small esoteric circle of individuals who might fruitfully concern themselves with the integration of partial differential equations or of linear differential equations. The book, however, may be sold to anybody. But supposing someone who knows nothing of partial differential equations and is incapable of differentiating or integrating anything at all, someone who knows nothing about logarithms were to find a textbook on the subject belonging to one of his sons. He would look inside it, see rows and rows of figures, but not understand a thing. Then suppose his sons were to tell him that all these figures were the street numbers of the houses in every city in the world. He might well think to himself, what a useful thing to learn. Now, if I go to Paris, I shall know the street number of all the different houses. As you see, there is no harm in the judgment of someone who understands nothing of the matter, for he is a dilettante, an amateur. In this instance, life itself draws the line between the capacity to judge and the lack of capacity to judge. Thus, as regards anthroposophical knowledge, we can at least try to draw the line morally, and no longer physically. We sell the cycles to all who wish to have them, but declare from the start who can be considered competent to form a valid judgment on them, a judgment by which we can set some store. Everybody else is an amateur as far as the cycles are concerned. And we also declare that in future we shall no longer take any account of judgments passed on the cycles by those who are amateurs. This is the only moral protection available to us. If only we carry it out properly, we shall bring about a situation in which the matters with which we are concerned are treated just as are books about the integration of partial differential equations. People will gradually come to agree that it is just as absurd for someone, however learned in other spheres, to pass a judgment about a lecture cycle as it is for someone who knows nothing of logarithms to say, this book about partial differential equations is stuff and nonsense. We must bring about a situation in which the distinction between an amateur and an expert can be drawn in the right way. Another very great difficulty, dear friends, is the fact that the impulses of the Anthroposophical movement are not everywhere thoroughly assessed in the right way. Judgments are heard here and there which absolutely deny the Anthroposophical movement by seeing it as something that is parallel to the very things it is supposed to replace in human evolution. Only a few days ago, somebody once again said to me, if you speak to such and such a group of people about what anthroposophy has to offer, even those who work only in the practical realm accept it so long as you don't mention anthroposophy or the threefold social order by name. You have to disown them. This is something that has been done by a great many people for many years, and it could not be more false. Whatever the realm, we must stand in the world under the sign of the full truth as representatives of the essence of anthroposophy. We must be aware that if we are incapable of doing so, we cannot actually further the aims of the anthroposophical movement. Any veiled representation of the anthroposophical movement leads in the end to no good. Of course, everything is individual in such matters. Not everything can be made to conform to a single pattern. Let me give you a few examples of what I mean. Take Eurythmy. As I said yesterday, before the performance, everything is drawn and cultivated from the very depths of anthroposophy. We have to be aware that, imperfect though it still is, it places something in the world which is entirely new, something original, which can in no way be compared with anything else that may seem to resemble it in the world today. We have to muster enough enthusiasm for our cause to enable us to exclude any external superficial comparisons. I know how a sentence like this can be misunderstood, but nevertheless I say it to you in this circle, my dear friends, for it expresses one of the fundamental conditions required for the prospering of the anthroposophical movement within the Anthroposophical Society. Similarly, I have sweated much blood lately, I speak symbolically, of course, over the new form of recitation and declamation which Frau Dr. Steiner has developed in our society. As with Eurythmy, the nerve center of this form of declaiming or reciting is what is drawn and cultivated from the very depths of anthroposophy. And it is with this nerve center that we must concern ourselves. This nerve center is what we have to recognize, and there is no point in believing that the result can be improved by taking on board any bits and pieces which might also be good, or even better, belonging to similar methods elsewhere. It is of this absolutely new, this primary quality, that we must be aware in all the realms of anthroposophy. Now, a third example, a realm in which anthroposophy can be especially fruitful, is that of medicine. Yet anthroposophy will quite definitely remain unfruitful in the realm of medicine, especially therapy, if the tendency persists to represent matters within the field of medicine in the anthroposophical movement in a manner which meets with the approval of those who represent medicine in the ordinary way today. We must carry anthroposophy courageously into every realm, including medicine. Only then will we make progress in what eurythmy ought to be, in what recitation and declamation ought to be, in what medicine ought to be, not to mention many other different fields living within our Anthroposophical Society. Just as we must make progress with anthroposophy itself in the strict sense of the term. Herewith, I have at least hinted at the fundamental conditions which must be placed before our hearts at the beginning of our conference for the founding of the General Anthroposophical Society. In the manner indicated, it must become a society of attitudes and not a society of statutes. The statutes are to express externally what is alive within every soul. So now I would like to proceed to the reading of the draft of the statutes, which go in the direction I have thus far mentioned in brief. Herein begin the Statutes of the Anthroposophical Society. Number 1. The Anthroposophical Society is to be an association of people whose will it is to nurture the life of the soul, both in the individual and in human society, on the basis of a true knowledge of the spiritual world. Number 2. The persons gathered at the Goetheanum in Dornach at Christmas 1923, both the individuals in the groups represented, form the nucleus of the society. They are convinced that there exists in our time a genuine science of the spiritual world, and that the civilization of today is lacking the cultivation of such a science. This cultivation is to be the task of the Anthroposophical Society. It will endeavor to fulfill this task by making the anthroposophical spiritual science, cultivated at the Goetheanum in Dornach, the center of its activities, together with all that results from this for brotherhood in human relationships, and for the moral and religious as well as the artistic and cultural life in the human being. Note, my dear friends, how we are thus building not on principles, but on human beings, on those human beings who are gathered together here. And what will those who join later declare? That they are essentially in agreement with these people as regards what is stated here. So all abstractions are avoided, and the Anthroposophical Society is built on human beings. Continuing, number 3. The persons gathered in Dornach as the nucleus of the society, you see how it is the individual people who are important, continue quote, recognize and endorse the view of the leadership at the Goetheanum. Anthroposophy, as fostered at the Goetheanum, leads to results which can serve every human being as a stimulus to spiritual life, whatever his nation, social standing, or religion. They can lead to a social life genuinely built on brotherly love. No special degree of academic learning is required to make them one's own and to found one's life upon them, but only an open-minded human nature. Close quote. This means that the results can be understood by all human beings who approach with an open-minded soul. The matter is different. This is expressed next, as regards the research which leads to the results in question. A strict distinction must be made as regards this research. So the text continues, quote, research into these results, however, as well as competent evaluation of them, depends upon spiritual scientific training, which is to be acquired step by step. These results are in their own way as exact as the results of genuine natural science. When they attain general recognition in the same way as these, they will bring about comparable progress in all spheres of life, not only in the spiritual, but also in the practical realm. End of number 4. End of number 3. Now, number 4. Begin quote, the Anthroposophical Society is in no sense a secret society, but is entirely public. Anyone can become a member without regard to nationality, social standing, religion, scientific or artistic conviction, who considers as justified the existence of an institution such as the Goetheanum in Dornach in its capacity as a school of spiritual science. Close quote. As you see, even here, where the requirements for becoming a member are exactly defined, we have been careful to make it clear that someone desiring to become a member must consider as justified the existence not of the Goetheanum, but merely, quote, of an institution such as the Goetheanum in Dornach, in its capacity as a school of spiritual science. Close quote. You must thoroughly consider every turn of phrase in these draft statutes. They are brief. Statutes ought to be brief, and not fill a whole tome. But you will see that the effort has been made to phrase every sentence in a manner which speaks out of direct consciousness. Quote, the Anthroposophical Society rejects any kind of sectarian activity. Party politics it considers not to be within its task. Close quote. We need this sentence because numerous misunderstandings were brought about during the years when we were promoting the idea of the threefold social order. The misunderstandings arose out of a lack of clarity in the attitude of many of our members. The impression was frequently given that anthroposophy wanted to become involved in the political affairs of the world, something that has never been and never can be the case, because many of our friends approached the political parties regarding the threefold idea. This was an error on their part right from the start. Number 5, beginning quote, "The Anthroposophical Society sees the School of Spiritual Science in Dornach as a center for its activity. The school will be composed of 3 classes." Close quote. Please do not be alarmed by these 3 classes, my dear friends. These 3 classes existed originally in the Anthroposophical Society, though in a different form, up to the year 1914. Begin quote again. "Members of the Society will be admitted to the school on their own application after a period of membership to be determined by the leadership at the Goetheanum. They enter in this way the first class of the School of Spiritual Science. Admission to the second or third class takes place when the person requesting this is deemed eligible by the leadership at the Goetheanum." Close quote. End of number 5. Number 6, quote, "Every member of the Anthroposophical Society has the right to attend all lectures, performances, and meetings arranged by the Society, under conditions to be announced by the Vorstand." Close quote. Number 7, begin quote, "The organizing of the School of Spiritual Science is, to begin with, the responsibility of Rudolf Steiner, who will appoint his collaborators and his possible successor." Close quote. "I can tell you now that I intend in future to divide this School of Spiritual Science into separate sections under the leadership of suitable persons whom I shall appoint. These suitable persons, who will be the leaders of the sections of the School of Spiritual Science, will at the same time be advisory members of the Vorstand, which is to be formed and about which I shall be speaking shortly." Number 8, begin quote, "All publications of the Society shall be public, in the same sense as are those of other public societies. The publications of the School of Spiritual Science will form no exception as regards this public character." Close quote. "In future, the lecture cycles will be entitled Publications of the School of Spiritual Science." Continue quote. "However, the leadership of the school reserves the right to deny in advance the validity of any judgment on these publications which is not based on the same training from which they have been derived. Consequently, they will regard as justified no judgment which is not based on an appropriate preliminary training, as is also the common practice of the recognized scientific world. Thus the publications of the School of Spiritual Science," close quote, "this is what the cycles will be in future," continue quote, "will bear the following note: printed as manuscript for members of the School of Spiritual Science, Goetheanum, class." Close quote. "No one is considered competent," and this is the continued quote now of the statute, "no one is considered competent to judge the content who has not acquired through the school itself, or in a manner recognized by the school as equivalent, the requisite preliminary knowledge. Other opinions will be disregarded to the extent that the authors of such works will not enter into a discussion about them." Close quote. Everyone can buy the works, but valid judgments can only be made by those who belong to the class mentioned in the note, quote, "printed as manuscript for members of the School of Spiritual Science, Goetheanum, class." Close quote. Number 9, begin quote, "The purpose of the Anthroposophical Society will be the furtherance of spiritual research. That of the School of Spiritual Science will be this research itself. A dogmatic stand in any field whatsoever is to be excluded from the Anthroposophical Society." Close quote. Number 10, begin quote, The Anthroposophical Society shall hold a regular general meeting at the Goetheanum at the beginning of each year, at which time the Vorstand shall present a full report with accounting. The agenda for this meeting shall be communicated by the Vorstand to all members, together with the invitation 3 weeks before the meeting. Close quote. Resolutions can of course be made about this. Quote, continuing number 10. The Vorstand may call special meetings and fix the agenda for them. Invitations to such meetings shall be sent to members 3 weeks in advance. Motions proposed by individual members or groups of members shall be submitted 1 week before the general meeting. Close quote. We shall have to add a passage here stating that special meetings may also be called at the request of the membership. End of number 10. Number 11, continue quote. Members may join together in smaller or larger groups on any basis of locality or subject. Close quote. From the point of view of the General Society, this paragraph encompasses every group, including each national group. The General Society is neither international nor national, but simply human in the widest sense. All the subdivisions are therefore groups. By this means we can bring into the Anthroposophical Society a life that is genuinely based on freedom, and also, wherever it wants to come into being, a life that is autonomous. We cannot make progress in any other way. Continue quote. The headquarters of the Anthroposophical Society is at the Goetheanum. From there the Vorstand shall bring to the attention of the members or groups of members what it considers to be the task of the Society. Close quote. My dear friends, this sentence is especially important because it expresses what the Vorstand considers itself to be. It does not consider itself to be an elected body. It considers itself to be a group of people which says, here at the Goetheanum we want to do something, and we shall communicate about the different things we do with those who so wish, either individuals or groups. We shall recognize as a member every individual or every group who can accept these statutes and be in agreement with them. In doing this, the Vorstand declares that it places itself within the society in the freest manner possible. It wants nothing else but to be a group of people with initiative for the cause of anthroposophy. To live fully in initiative for the cause of anthroposophy will have to be the heart's blood of this Vorstand. It is not a representative of people in the abstract. It is a representative of the anthroposophical cause here at the Goetheanum. Its task is to represent the cause of anthroposophy here at the Goetheanum, and to declare one's membership of a society for which this Vorstand wants to have meaning, means to join in the promotion of the cause of anthroposophy. The membership and the Vorstand and their relationship with one another is thought of as being quite generally human in an entirely free way in the future. We have not achieved this as yet. We must make it obvious to all the world. Then there will be no more criticisms like that expressed by Leisegang to the effect that a self-appointed Vorstand, not accountable to anybody, not elected anywhere, has been in existence for the last 10 years. From the start, we must stress forcefully that an election as such is impossible in the Anthroposophical Society, and that only initiative is possible. Let us return to the Vorstand. Quote, the Vorstand communicates with officials elected or appointed by the various groups. Close quote. How these come into being is a matter for the statutes of the different groups. For us here, it will merely be a matter that, on a basis we shall create, we shall want to communicate with trust with these officials. Continue quote. Admission of members will be the concern of the individual groups. The certificate of membership shall, however, be placed before the Vorstand in Dornach, and shall be signed by them out of their confidence in the officials of the groups. In general, every member should join a group. Only those for whom it is quite impossible to find entry to a group should apply directly to Dornach for membership. Close quote, end of number 11. Number 12, begin quote. Membership dues shall be fixed by the individual groups. Each group shall, however, submit for each of its members to the central leadership of the Society of the Goetheanum. Close quote. I have put dots here, though I already have an opinion, which I may well voice if it comes to it. But for the moment I have put dots, so that the matter can be as broadly considered as possible before tomorrow's discussions. For money is something we shall need here too. I have often indicated that idealism cannot take the form of saying, "Oh, horrible Ahrimanic money." Let us not contaminate our ideals with it. Our ideals should be as free from it as they possibly can be. The left fist clutches the purse strings, while the right hand is raised on high for the ideals. Alas, the uncomfortable gesture of putting that right hand into the left pocket is sometimes necessary. If the ideals are to be upheld, small sacrifices are necessary. Number 13, begin quote. Each working group formulates its own statutes, but these must not be incompatible with the statutes of the Anthroposophical Society. Close quote. Number 14, begin quote. The organ of the Society is titled Das Goetheanum, which for this purpose is provided with a supplement containing the official communications of the Society. This enlarged edition titled Das Goetheanum will be supplied to members of the Anthroposophical Society only. Close quote. This paragraph is of particular concern to me, because wherever I go, members with a good capacity to judge have been saying to me, "We never seem to hear what is going on in the Anthroposophical Society." By instituting this journal, we shall be able to conduct a careful correspondence, which will more and more come to be a correspondence belonging to each one of you, and through it you will be able to live right in the midst of the Anthroposophical Society. Now, my dear friends, in case after due consideration you should indeed come to agree with my appointment as President of the Anthroposophical Society, I still have to make my suggestions as to the membership of the Vorstand, with whom I should actually be able to fulfill the tasks which I have indicated very briefly here. So that the affairs of anthroposophy can be truly and properly administered, members of the Vorstand must be people who reside here in Dornach. So far as my estimation of the Society is concerned, the Vorstand cannot consist of individuals who are situated all over the place. This will not prevent the individual groups from electing their own officials autonomously. And when these officials come to Dornach, they will be taken into the meetings of the Vorstand as advisory members while they are here. We must make the whole thing come to life. Instead of a bureaucratic Vorstand scattered all over the world, there will be officials responsible for the individual groups, officials arising from amongst the membership of the groups. They will always have the opportunity to feel themselves equal members of the Vorstand, which, however, will be located in Dornach. The work itself will have to be taken care of by the Vorstand in Dornach. Moreover, the members of the Vorstand must without question be people who have devoted their lives entirely, both outwardly and inwardly, to the cause of anthroposophy. So now, after long deliberations over the past weeks, I shall take the liberty of presenting to you my suggestions for the membership of the Vorstand. I believe there will nowhere arise even the faintest hint of dissension, but that, on the contrary, there will be in all your hearts the most unanimous and fullest agreement to the suggestion that Herr Albert Steffen be appointed as Vice President, and there is lively applause. This being the case, We have in the Vorstand itself an expression of something I have already mentioned today, our links as the Anthroposophical Society with Switzerland. I cannot express my conviction more emphatically than by saying to you, if it is a matter of having a Swiss citizen who will give all his strength as a member of the Vorstand and as vice president, then there is no better Swiss citizen to be found. Next we shall have in the Vorstand an individual who has been united with the Anthroposophical Society from the very beginning, who has for the greater part built up the Anthroposophical Society, and who is active today in an anthroposophical way in one of the most important fields, Frau Dr. Steiner. And again, lively applause. With your applause you have said everything and clearly shown that we need have no fear that our choice in this direction might not have been quite appropriate. A further member of the Vorstand I have to suggest on the basis of facts arising here over recent weeks. This is the person with whom I, at present, have the opportunity to test anthroposophical enthusiasm to its limits in the right way, by working with her on the elaboration of the anthroposophical system of medicine, Frau Dr. Ita Wegmann. Lively applause. Through her work, and especially through her understanding of her work, she has shown that in this specialized field she can assert the effectiveness of anthroposophy in the right way. I know that the effects of this work will be beneficial. That is why I have taken it upon myself to work immediately with Frau Dr. Wegmann on developing the anthroposophical system of medicine. It will appear before the eyes of the world, and then we shall see what particularly in members who work in this way we have the real friends of the Anthroposophical Society. Another member I have to suggest is one who has been tried and tested in the utmost degree for the work in Dornach, both in general and down to the very last detail, one who has ever proved herself to be a faithful member. I do believe, without intending to sound boastful, that the members of the Vorstand have indeed been rightly selected. Albert Steffen was an anthroposophist before he was even born, and this ought to be duly recognized. Frau Dr. Steiner has of course always been an anthroposophist ever since an Anthroposophical Society has existed. Frau Dr. Wegmann was one of the very first members who joined in the work just after we did in the very early days. She has been a member of the Anthroposophical movement for over 20 years. Apart from us, she is the longest standing member in this room. And another member of very long standing is the person I now mean, who has been tried and tested down to the very last detail as a most faithful colleague. You may indeed be satisfied with her down to the very last detail, Fräulein Dr. Lilly Frede. Applause. We need, furthermore, in the Anthroposophical Vorstand, an individual who will take many cares off our shoulders, cares which cannot all be borne by us, because, of course, the initiatives have to be kept separate. This is someone who will have to think on everyone's behalf, for this is necessary even when the others, again without intending to sound boastful, also make the effort to use their heads intelligently in anthroposophical matters. What is needed is someone who, so to speak, does not knock heads together, but does hold them together. This is an individual who many will feel still needs to be tried and tested, but I believe that he will master every trial. This will be our dear Dr. Günther Wachsmuth, who in everything he is obliged to do for us here has already shown his mastery of a good many trials, which have made it obvious that he is capable of working with others in a most harmonious manner. As time goes on, we shall find ourselves much satisfied with him. I hope, then, that you will agree to the appointment of Dr. Günther Wachsmuth, not as the cashier, which he does not want to be, but as the secretary and treasurer. And there's applause. The Vorstand must be kept small, and so my list is now exhausted, my dear friends. And the time allotted for our morning meeting has also run out. I just want to call once more on all our efforts to bring into this gathering, above all, the appropriate mood of soul, more and yet more mood of soul. Out of this anthroposophical mood of soul, will arise what we need for the next few days. And if we have it for the next few days, we shall also have it for the future times we are about to enter for the Anthroposophical Society. I have appealed to your hearts. I have appealed to the wisdom in you, which your hearts can fill with glowing warmth and enthusiasm. May we sustain this glowing warmth and this enthusiasm throughout the coming meetings, and thus achieve something truly fruitful over the next few days. There are 2 more announcements to be made. This afternoon there will be 2 performances of one of the Christmas plays, the Paradise play. The first will take place at 4:30. Those who cannot find a seat then will be able to see it at 6 o'clock. Everybody will have a chance to see this play today. Our next meeting is at 8 o'clock this evening, when my first lecture on world history in the light of anthroposophy will take place. Tomorrow, Tuesday, at 10 o'clock, we shall gather here for the laying of the foundation stone of the Anthroposophical Society. And following straight on from that will be the foundation meeting of the Anthroposophical Society. The meeting of General Secretaries and Delegates planned for this afternoon will not take place, because it will be better to hold it after the foundation meeting has taken place. It will be tomorrow at 2:30 in the glass house, lower down the hill, in the architect's office. That will be the meeting of the Vorstand, the General Secretaries, and those who are their secretaries. If Herr Abels could now come up here, I would request you to collect your meal tickets from him. To avoid chaos down at the canteen, there will be different sittings, and we hope that everything will proceed in an orderly fashion. The end of that section. Part 4 of the Christmas Conference for the Foundation of the General Anthroposophical Society 1923 to 1924, entitled The Laying of the Foundation Stone of the General Anthroposophical Society through Rudolf Steiner. Given on the 25th of December, 10 o'clock in the morning. Dr. Steiner greets those present with the words, "My dear friends, let the first words to resound through this room today be those which sum up the essence of what may stand before your souls as the most important findings of recent years." Footnote: in the 1985 German edition from which this translation is made, the verses spoken here and in the subsequent sessions are given as shown in the shorthand report. See the note on the verses. End of footnote. Later, there will be more to be said about these words, which are, as they stand, a summary. But first let our ears be touched by them, so that out of the signs of the present time we may renew, in keeping with our way of thinking, the ancient word of the mysteries, know thyself. Soul of man, thou livest in the limbs which bear thee through the world of space, in the spirit's ocean being. Practice spirit recalling in depths of soul, where in the wielding will of world creating thine own eye comes to being within God's eye, and thou wilt truly live in the world being of man. Soul of man, thou livest in the beat of heart and lung, which leads thee through the rhythm of time into the realm of thine own soul's feeling. Practice spirit awareness in balance of the soul, where the surging deeds of the world's becoming thine own eye unite with the world eye, and thou wilt truly feel in the soul weaving of man. Soul of man, thou livest in the resting head, which from the grounds of eternity opens to thee the world thoughts. Practice spirit beholding in stillness of thought, where the eternal aims of God's world being's light on thine own eye bestow for thy free willing. And thou wilt truly think in the spirit foundations of man. My dear friends, today when I look back specifically to what it was possible to bring from the spiritual worlds while the terrible storms of war were surging across the earth, I find it all expressed as though in a paradigm in the trio of verses your ears have just heard. Footnote: at this point, and again in the final words of this meeting, at which the foundation stone was laid in members' hearts, Rudolf Steiner changed for a moment from the formal mode of address to the more intimate du. Translator footnote. For decades, it has been possible to perceive this threefoldness of man, which enables him in the wholeness of his being of spirit, soul, and body to revive for himself once more in a new form the call, know thyself. For decades it has been possible to perceive this threefoldness. But only in the last decade have I myself been able to bring it to full maturity, while the storms of war were raging. I sought to indicate how man lives in the physical realm in his system of metabolism and limbs, in his system of heart and rhythm, in his system of thinking and perceiving with his head. Yesterday, I indicated how this threefoldness can be rightly taken up when our hearts are enlivened through and through by Anthroposophical. We may be sure that if man learns to know in his feeling and in his will what he is actually doing, when as the spirits of the universe enliven him, he lets his limbs place him in the world of space. That then, not in a suffering, passive grasping of the universe, but in an active grasping of the world, in which he fulfills his duties, his tasks, his mission on the earth, that then, in this active grasping of the world, he will know the being of all-wielding love of man and universe, which is one member of the all-world being. We may be sure that if man understands the miraculous mystery holding sway between lung and heart, expressing inwardly the beat of universal rhythms working across millennia, across the eons of time, to ensoul him with the universe through the rhythms of pulse and blood, we may hope that grasping this in wisdom with a heart that has become a sense organ, man can experience the divinely given universal images as out of themselves they actively reveal the cosmos. Just as in active movement we grasp the all-wielding love of worlds, so shall we grasp the archetypal images of world existence when we sense in ourselves the mysterious interplay between universal rhythm and heart rhythm, and through this the human rhythm that takes place mysteriously in soul and spirit realms in the interplay between lung and heart. And when, in feeling, the human being rightly perceives what is revealed in the system of his head, which is at rest on his shoulders even when he walks along, then, feeling himself within the system of his head and pouring warmth of heart into this system of his head, he will experience the ruling, working, weaving thoughts of the universe within his own being. Thus he becomes the threefoldness of all existence: universal love reigning in human love, universal imagination reigning in the forms of the human organism, universal thoughts reigning mysteriously below the surface in human thoughts. He will grasp this threefoldness, and he will recognize himself as an individually free human being within the reigning work of the gods in the cosmos, as a cosmic human being, an individual human being within the cosmic human being, working for the future of the universe as an individual human being within the cosmic human being. Out of the signs of the present time he will re-enliven the ancient words, "Know thou thyself." The Greeks were still permitted to omit the final word, since for them the human self was not yet as abstract as it is for us, now that it has become concentrated in the abstract ego point, or at most in thinking, feeling, and willing. For them, human nature comprised the totality of spirit, soul, and body. Thus the ancient Greeks were permitted to believe that they spoke of the total human being, spirit, soul, and body, when they let resound the ancient word of the sun, S-U-N, the word of Apollo, "Know thou thyself." Today, re-enlivening these words in the right way, out of the signs of our times, we have to say, "Soul of man, know thou thyself in the weaving existence of spirit, soul, and body." When we say this, we have understood what lies at the foundation of all aspects of the being of man. In the substance of the universe there works and is and lives the spirit which streams from the heights and reveals itself in the human head. The force of Christ working in the circumference, weaving in the air, encircling the earth, works and lives in the system of our breath. And from the inmost depths of the earth rise up the forces which work in our limbs. When now, at this moment, we unite these three forces, the forces of the heights, the forces of the circumference, the forces of the depths, in a substance that gives form, then in the understanding of our soul, we can bring face to face the universal dodecahedron and the human dodecahedron. Out of these three forces, out of the spirit of the heights, out of the force of Christ in the circumference, out of the working of the Father, the creative activity of the Father that streams out of the depths, let us at this moment give form in our souls to the dodecahedral foundation stone, which we lower into the soil of our souls, so that it may remain there, a powerful sign in the strong foundations of our soul existence, and so that in the future working of the Anthroposophical Society we may stand on this firm foundation stone. Let us ever remain aware of this foundation stone for the Anthroposophical Society, formed today. In all that we shall do, in the outer world and here, to further, to develop, and to fully unfold the Anthroposophical Society, let us preserve the remembrance of the foundation stone which we have today lowered into the soil of our hearts. Let us seek in the threefold being of man, which teaches us love, which teaches us the universal imagination, which teaches us the universal thoughts. Let us seek in this threefold being the substance of universal love, which we lay as the foundation. Let us seek in this threefold being the archetype of the imagination, according to which we shape the universal love within our hearts. Let us seek the power of thoughts from the heights, which enable us to let shine forth in fitting manner this dodecahedral imagination, which has received its form through love. Then shall we carry away with us from here what we need. Then shall the foundation stone shine forth before the eyes of our soul, that foundation stone which has received its substance from universal love and human love, its picture image, its form from universal imagination and human imagination, and its brilliant radiance from universal thoughts and human thoughts. Its brilliant radiance, which, whenever we recollect this moment, can shine toward us with warm light, with light that spurs on our deeds, our thinking, our feeling, and our willing. The proper soil into which we must lower the foundation stone of today, the proper soil, consists of our hearts in their harmonious collaboration, in their good, love-filled desire to bear together the will of anthroposophy through the world. This will cast its light on us, like a reminder of the light of thought that can ever shine toward us from the dodecahedral stone of love, which today we will lower into our hearts. Dear friends, let us take this deeply into our souls. With it, let us warm our souls, and with it, let us enlighten our souls. Let us cherish this warmth of soul and this light of soul, which, out of good will, we have planted in our hearts today. We plant it, my dear friends, at a moment when human memory that truly understands the universe looks back to the point in human evolution at the turning point of time, when, out of the darkness of night, and out of the darkness of human moral feeling, shooting like light from heaven, was born the divine being who had become the Christ, the spirit being who had entered into humankind. We can best bring strength to that warmth of soul and that light of soul which we need if we enliven them with the warmth and the light that shone forth at the turning point of time as the light of Christ in the darkness of the universe. In our hearts, in our thoughts, and in our will, let us bring to life that original consecrated night of Christmas, which took place 2,000 years ago, so that it may help us when we carry forth into the world what shines toward us through the light of thought, of that dodecahedral foundation stone of love, which is shaped in accordance with the universe and has been laid into the human realm. So let the feelings of our heart be turned back toward the original consecrated night of Christmas in ancient Palestine. At the turning of the time, the spirit light of the world entered the stream of earthly being. Darkness of night had held its sway. Day, radiant light, streamed into souls of men. Light that gives warmth to simple shepherds' hearts. Light that enlightens the wise heads of kings. Light divine, Christ Son, warm thou our hearts, enlighten thou our heads, that good may become what we from our hearts would found, what we from our heads would direct in conscious willing. This turning of our feelings back to the original consecrated night of Christmas can give us the strength for the warming of our hearts and the enlightening of our heads, which we need if we are to practice rightly, working anthroposophically, what can arise from the knowledge of the threefold human being coming to harmony in unity. So let us once more gather before our souls all that follows from a true understanding of the words, "Know thou thyself in spirit, soul, and body." Let us gather it as it works in the cosmos, so that to our stone, which we have now laid in the soil of our hearts, there may speak from everywhere into human existence, and into human life, and into human work, everything that the universe has to say to this human existence, and to this human life, and to this human work. Soul of man, thou livest in the limbs which bear thee through the world of space, in the spirit's ocean being. Practice spirit recalling in depths of soul, where in the wielding will of world creating, thine own eye comes to being within God's eye, and thou wilt truly live in the world being of man. For the Father Spirit of the heights holds sway in depths of worlds, begetting being. Seraphim, cherubim, thrones, let there ring out from the heights what in the depths is echoed, and in the echo of the depths the secret of the heights resounding speaks. Ex Deo nascimur. The spirits of the elements hear it in east, west, north, and south. May human beings hear it. Soul of man, thou livest in the beat of heart and lung, which leads thee through the rhythm of time into the realm of thine own soul's feeling. Practice spirit awareness in balance of the soul, where the surging deeds of the world's becoming, thine own eye, unite with the world eye. And thou wilt truly feel in the soul weaving of man. For the Christ will in the encircling round hold sway in the rhythms of the worlds, bestowing grace on the soul. Through the spirits, curiotities, dynamis, exousiae, let there be fired, ye spirits, from the east, what through the west is formed, and the fire of the east, as it speaks, form from the west, speaks, in Christo moremur. The spirits of the elements hear it in east, west, north, south. May human beings hear it. Soul of man, thou livest in the resting head, which from the grounds of eternity opens to thee the world thoughts. Practice spirit beholding in stillness of thought, where the eternal aims of God's world being's light on thine own eye bestow, for thy free willing. And thou wilt truly think in the spirit foundations of man. For the world thoughts of the spirit hold sway in the being of worlds craving for light, archai, archangeloi, angeloi. Let there be prayed from the depths. What in the heights will be granted, and when it is rightly understood, how it rings forth from archai, archangeloi, angeloi, when from the depths is prayed, what in the heights can be answered. Then speaks it through the world, per spiritum sanctum revivissimus. The spirits of the elements hear it, in east, west, north, south. May human beings hear it. My dear friends, hear it as it resounds in your own hearts. Then will you found here a true community of human beings for Anthroposophia. and then will you carry the spirit that rules in the shining light of thoughts around the dodecahedral stone of love out into the world, wherever it should give of its light and of its warmth, for the progress of human souls, for the progress of the universe. End of section 4. This is a reading of the Christmas Conference for the foundation of the General Anthroposophical Society, 1923 to 1924. This is part 5. The foundation meeting of the General Anthroposophical Society on the 25th of December at 11:15 in the morning. Dr. Steiner greets those present with the words, "My dear friends, allow me, forthwith, to open the foundation meeting of the Anthroposophical Society. My first task is to announce the names of the General Secretaries who will speak on behalf of the national societies. America, the United States, Mr. Munges. Austria, on behalf of the Council, Count Polzer. Belgium, Madame Muntz. Czechoslovakia, Dr. Eiselt, Dr. Krukavec. Denmark, Herr Hollenberg. England, Mr. Collison. Finland, Herr Donner. France, Mademoiselle Sauerwein. Germany, on behalf of the Council, Dr. Unger. On behalf of the Free Anthroposophical Society, Dr. Buchenbacher. Holland, Dr. Zeilmans von Hemmichhofen. Honolulu, Madame Ferrari. Italy, on behalf of the Council, Baroness de Renzis, Rome, the Duke of Cesaro, Fräulein Schwarz, Milan. Norway, Herr Ingero. Sweden, Fräulein Henström. Switzerland, Herr Steffen. Secondly, I have to read to you a telegram which has arrived. Quote, "Please convey to the gathering our cordial greetings and best wishes for a good outcome, in the name of Sweden's anthroposophists." Close quote. Before coming to the first point on the agenda, I wish to ask whether, in accordance with the rules of procedure, anyone wishes to comment on the agenda. No one? Then let us take the first point on the agenda. I call on Herr Steffen, who will also be speaking as the General Secretary of the Society in Switzerland, within whose boundaries we are guests here. Albert Steffen speaks. He concludes by reading a resolution of the Swiss delegates. The delegates of the Swiss branches have decided to announce publicly today, on the occasion of the foundation meeting, the following resolution, quote, "Today, on the occasion of the foundation meeting of the General Anthroposophical World Society in Dornach, the Anthroposophical Society in Switzerland wishes to express its gratitude and enthusiasm for the fact that the Goetheanum, which serves the cultural life of all mankind, is to be built once again in Switzerland. The Swiss Society sees in this both good fortune and great honor for its country. It wishes to verify that it will do everything in its power to ensure that the inexhaustible abundance of spiritual impulses given to the world through the works of Rudolf Steiner can continue to flow out from here. In collaboration with the other national societies, it wants to hope that the pure and beneficial source may become accessible to all human beings who seek it." Close quote. Dr. Steiner. My dear friends, in the interest of a proper continuation of the meeting, it seems to me sensible to postpone the discussion on announcements such as that we have just heard to a time which will arise naturally out of the proceedings. For the second point on the agenda, I now wish to call for the reports to be given by the various secretaries of the various national societies. If anyone does not agree with this arrangement of the agenda, please raise your hand. It seems that no one disagrees, so let us continue with the agenda. Will the different general secretaries please come to the platform to speak to our friends? I first call on the General Secretary for the United States of America, Mr. Munges, to speak. Mr. Munges gives his report. Dr. Steiner. I would now like to call on the General Secretary for Belgium, Madame Munz to speak. Madame Munz expresses her thanks for this honor, declares herself in agreement with all the statements that have been made, and wishes the meeting all the best. Dr. Steiner. I now call on the General Secretary for Denmark, Herr Hollenberg, to speak. Herr Hollenberg reports. Dr. Steiner. I now call on the representative of the Council in Germany, Dr. Unger, to speak. Dr. Unger reports on the work of the German National Society. He concludes with words which have been recorded in a shorthand report. At present we require in some aspects a rather comprehensive structure to accommodate the society. This will have to be brought into full conformity with the statutes presented here by Dr. Steiner for the founding of the General Society. We declare that the Anthroposophical Society in Germany will incorporate every point of these statutes into its own statutes, and that these statutes as a whole will be given precedence over the statutes or rules of the Anthroposophical Society in Germany. In addition, I have also been especially called upon to express deep gratitude to Dr. Steiner for taking on the heavy obligations arising out of the founding of the General Anthroposophical Society. Out of all the impressions gained from this conference, the question will have to be asked whether every aspect of the work done in a large society, such as that in Germany, can participate in and wants to participate in what is wanted by Dornach. Ever since Dr. Steiner took up residence in Dornach, ever since there has been work going on in Dornach, it has always gone without saying that what took place in Dornach was seen as the central point of all our work. Whatever else needs to be said about the work of the Society in Germany will be better brought forward during the further course of our gatherings. Let me just say, however, that in recent months we have begun a very intensive public program. Hundreds of lectures of all kinds, but particularly also those arising out of a purely anthroposophical intention, have been given, especially in the southwestern part of Germany, even in the smallest places. All those who have participated, and there are many, agree without reservation that even in the smallest places there is a genuine interest in anthroposophy, that everywhere hearts are waiting for anthroposophy, and that wherever it is clearly and openly stated that the speaker stands on the soil of the spiritual research given to the world by Dr. Steiner, it is really so that people feel, I am reminded that I have a soul, and that this soul is beginning to be aware of itself once more. This is the case in all human souls, even those found in the smallest places. So we may look with confidence toward continuing our work in future. Dr. Steiner. I now call on the representative of the Free Anthroposophical Society in Germany, Dr. Büchenbacher, to speak. Dr. Büchenbacher reports and concludes with the words, I would like to express our feeling of deepest gratitude to Dr. Steiner for taking upon himself the leadership of the Anthroposophical Society. This gives us the will and the courage to work with what strength we have on the general stream of forces of the Anthroposophical Society. We express our profoundest thanks to him for having done this deed, and we request that the Free Anthroposophical Society, for its part, may be permitted to work according to its capacity toward the fulfillment of the tasks which Dr. Steiner has set it. Dr. Steiner. May I now call on the General Secretary of the English Anthroposophical Society, Mr. Collison, to speak. Mr. Collison reports. Dr. Steiner. I now call on the General Secretary of the Anthroposophical Society in Finland, Herr Donner, to speak. Herr Donner reports. Dr. Steiner. I now call on the General Secretary of the Anthroposophical Society in France, Mademoiselle Sauerwein, to speak. Mademoiselle Sauerwein reports. Dr. Steiner. I now call on the Dutch General Secretary of the Anthroposophical Society, Dr. Seelmans van Emmechoven, to speak. Dr. Seelmans van Emmechoven reports. Dr. Steiner. May I ask you to remain in your seats for a few more moments, dear friends? First of all, even during this conference, forgetfulness has led to the accumulation of a number of items of lost property. These have been gathered together and may be collected by the losers from Herr Kellermüller on their way out. Secondly, the program for the remainder of today will be as follows. At 2:30, there will be a meeting of the Vorstand with the General Secretaries and any secretaries that they may have brought with them down in the glass house in the architect's office. This meeting will be for the Vorstand, the General Secretaries, and possibly their secretaries only. At 4:30 there will be a performance of the Nativity play here. Because of a Eurythmy rehearsal, my evening lecture will begin at 8:30. I now adjourn today's meeting of members till tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. I shall then have the pleasure of calling on the representative of Honolulu, Madame Ferreri, to speak, and representatives of other groups who did not speak today. The meeting is now adjourned till tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. A reading of the Christmas Conference for the Foundation of the General Anthroposophical Society, 1923-1924, Part 6, meeting of the Vorstand and the General Secretaries of the National Societies and their secretaries, 25th of December, at 2:30 in the afternoon in the Glass House. Dr. Steiner answers questions from the officials of the societies on the various paragraphs of the statutes. To a question on paragraph 11, regarding the admission of individual members who do not wish to join a particular group, he answers as follows. This paragraph would only come into consideration if it proves entirely impossible to bring these efforts to a satisfactory conclusion. Only then should individuals or groups apply for membership direct to Dornach. Efforts must first be made to join the relevant national society, and only if this fails for some reason would we admit an individual or a group here in Dornach. Herr Hollenberg asks what is meant by, quote, only for those for whom it is quite impossible to find entry to a group, close quote. Dr. Steiner. The statutes are phrased in such a way as to include everything in as few words as possible. Perhaps it is necessary to clarify the sentence, quote, only those for whom it is quite impossible to find entry to a group should apply directly to Dornach for membership, close quote, by adding that this refers not only to the group not agreeing to admit the individual, but also to the individual finding it inwardly impossible to join the group. Thus, for instance, a person who is convinced that he cannot thrive in a particular group can, if all efforts fail, become a member in Dornach. Here in Dornach, we, for our part, shall, of course, endeavor to convince the individual to join a group. When I was writing down the sentence, I was thinking not only of external obstacles coming from the group, but also of obstacles arising out of an individual's convictions. Herr Hollenberg. Are all those who are already members to have their membership confirmed? Dr. Steiner. This will be desirable, if only for the reason that we are having proper membership cards printed to replace the old, not very beautiful membership cards, and every member will enjoy seeing a membership card which is somewhat larger and which commands a certain degree of respect. Therefore it would be good to send a circular to the individual groups, letting them know that all the old membership cards can be exchanged for new ones. Mademoiselle Sauerwein asks, if a number of members in a particular country want to form themselves into a group and elect a new officer who is not an officer of the national group, would they be allowed to do this or not? Dr. Steiner. Of course, nobody can be denied this right. All that can be done is to make efforts to prevent it. But nobody can be denied the right to form groups which would, of course, not be the national group, but simply a private group. It would not be possible for it to be the national group, because, of course, the national group already exists, does it not? But this cannot be included in the statutes. The statutes must contain the principles, but it can be included in bylaws, which we shall still have to elaborate. Herr Donner wants to ask whether a group which does not want to be affiliated with the National Society in its own country can instead be affiliated with the society of another country. Dr. Steiner. In principle, this would not be impossible. To exclude this on principle would be too great an infringement of the freedom of the individual members. We cannot exclude this possibility, but we would have to make efforts not to let such a situation arise in which a group in one country joins the society of another country. If such a group were not to join the national society, then it would join directly in Dornach. This could come about as a matter of usage. It cannot be excluded on principle. For instance, it would not be possible to prevent a group coming into being in France and registering with the German society. We would not be able to prevent this. Madame Muntz: should we make efforts to bring it about that individuals who do not live in Belgium and yet do belong to our group apply for membership in their own countries or not? Dr. Steiner: in cases where they have done this from sympathy, this is all right. Cases where those in question have sympathies in a particular direction might as well be allowed to remain. But for the future, it would be preferable for this not to happen. We need not take up a pedantic position. There is no need for this, but we do need something that can give us a certain degree of support. Dr. Unger: there are quite a number of people in South America who are members of the German society and who have expressed their wish to remain so. Arrangements are, however, being made for a society to be formed among the different groups. I have been asked to bring to this meeting the need expressed there that a South American society should be planned. For the moment they wish to remain attached to Germany, and the method of transferring these groups will gradually come about. Dr. Steiner: the configuration of the society being what it is of course the case that from the administrative point of view, everything will have to be taken into consideration not in a bureaucratic way, but in a way that is necessitated by human factors. Take paragraph 14 of the Statutes. Quote, "The organ of the society is titled Das Goetheanum, which for this purpose is provided with a supplement containing the official communications of the society. This enlarged edition of Das Goetheanum will be supplied to members of the Anthroposophical Society only." Close quote. Would you not agree that this implies that if the South American groups belong to Germany, they would be supplied with Das Goetheanum, not by us here, but that it would be sent to them from Germany? Similar situations are still likely to arise. Here we are of the opinion that things should not remain confined to paper. The things that are written in the members' supplement are things which every member wants to know as quickly as possible. So I think it would be a good thing for groups which exist outside their national groups to join directly in Dornach, so that anthroposophical life can flourish as much as possible without having to make all kinds of detours. Dr. Wachsmuth informs the meeting that the South American Society had written a letter just before Christmas, having heard about the new decisions. He reads a statement from them. Herr Leinhaus: I have had a similar letter. It arrived only a few days ago, and I have been asked for the moment to represent the National Society, which is to have its seat in Rio. Dr. Zellmans von Emmechhoven: in point 5, mention is made of the 3 classes of the School of Spiritual Science in Dornach. Quote, "Members of the society will be admitted to the school on their own application." Close quote. I should like to ask whether the national societies have anything to do with this, or whether this is a purely personal matter for each member. Dr. Steiner: what is contained in point 5 will be a matter for the Goetheanum in Dornach, as far as the overall leadership is concerned. Everything that belongs to the configuration of this school of spiritual science will have to be taken in hand by the leadership at the Goetheanum in Dornach. Among the things that will have to be dealt with will, of course, be the matter of making contact, not only with officers, but also with members who are doing certain work in one place or another. Members of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd class of the Goetheanum will be everywhere having been nominated by the Goetheanum. How they are chosen will depend entirely on the individual case, for it will be essentially an esoteric matter, but an esoteric matter which is handled in a modern way. Once things have got going, it will become apparent that there will be members in the different national societies who belong to one of the classes of the Goetheanum. For these, the Goetheanum will nominate their own leadership in the different countries, so that matters are territorially delimited and do not expand boundlessly. This matter then will be handled essentially by the leadership at the Goetheanum. I shall describe it in more detail as our conference progresses. Point 7 also refers to this matter. Quote, "The organizing of the School of Spiritual Science is, to begin with, the responsibility of Rudolf Steiner, who will appoint his collaborators and his possible successor." Close quote. To begin with, I intend to set up, in addition to the 3 classes, sections which will be in charge of the different fields of research. For example, there will be a section for general anthroposophy, another for what used to be called in France belles lettres, a section for natural science, for education, for art, for the various realms of art. Each section will have a section leader, and together these will constitute the leadership of the School of Spiritual Science. The members of the different classes will be scattered all over the place. They will be members, for their pupilship is their own private affair. This is an independent institution which the national societies will undertake to protect and guard as a matter of course. Fräulein Henström. In Sweden, as far as I know, more than 1/3 of the members have not joined a branch. In small villages this is natural, but there are a good many in Stockholm who do not wish to belong to the groups. They believe that they can work more freely if they stand by themselves and study the lectures alone. There are a good many of us who understand how important it is to stand firmly together, and that it is therefore necessary for members to get to know one another personally. I think it is quite impossible if members refuse to conform to the groups, and I wondered whether some encouragement could not be given from Dornach to bring about an improvement in this direction. Dr. Steiner. We shall make every effort toward encouraging members in the different countries to join the main groups, which in most countries will mean the National Society. But we do not want to exert any pressure by means of some statute or other. We do not want to exert any pressure from Dornach in any direction. But we shall make every effort to help people understand, so that, for instance, in Sweden, any members who live in an isolated situation, even if they want to remain isolated as far as their way of living is concerned, can nevertheless join the Stockholm Society or the National Society. Fräulein Henström. I too would not want any compulsion to be brought to bear. Dr. Steiner. We shall certainly endeavor to bring about an understanding of this matter. Mr. Munges inquires about the point of view and the manner in which the General Secretaries in the different countries are selected, and whether this shall be a democratic procedure or what else. Dr. Steiner. This is a further matter which I would not wish to lay down in any way by means of statutes for the various groups all over the world. I can well imagine, for example, that there are national societies who will most certainly want to employ democratic procedures. I can also imagine that there will be others who will want to be thoroughly aristocratic in their approach, agreeing with the wishes of a particular individual upon whom they confer the task of nominating the other officers, and so on. Thus I rather assume that the, shall I say, somewhat aristocratic method I have adopted with regard to appointing the Vorstand may well be imitated. In some quarters, however, this method may be regarded as highly undesirable, and in those quarters the democratic method could be used. An election is naturally all the easier the smaller the group in question, whereas I consider elections in a gathering as large as ours today to be totally meaningless. It is impossible to nominate and elect anybody in a situation where there is to start with so little mutual recognition. So in this gathering such a procedure would be impossible. But I can well imagine that a democratic institution of some kind might come into being in one place or another. In a general way, however, I do not find this question to be of paramount importance as a matter of principle. If, on the one hand, the selection is made by means of an election that is thoughtless, then the societies will not flourish. They will come to naught if someone is simply nominated so that the election may be settled in a hurry, as is the case with political elections. Nothing can come of this in our circles. The matter will be different, though, if consideration is given to those who have already earned some merit, or done certain work, or if their way of working has been observed. In such cases, a majority is likely to come about quite naturally. But if the antecedents are all set for some kind of election, I do not believe that amongst us, since our main concern is for the work, some kind of democracy could prevent this work. In other words, in practice, there will be little difference between democracy and aristocracy. We might try this out over the next few days. We could ask whether the Vorstand I have suggested would be elected or not. This would give us a democratic basis, for I do consider their election to be a necessary condition. Otherwise I myself would also have to withdraw. Freedom must reign, of course. But, dear friends, I too must have freedom. I cannot allow anything to be imposed on me. Anyone who is expected to carry out a function must have freedom above all else. Is this not so? Thus I rather assume that what I have just said will be borne out everywhere, for the most part. Whether democracy or aristocracy is the method, the society will not look much different. Mr. Munges: we in America are very political. Dr. Steiner: if Dornach is permitted to have its say to a certain extent, then everything will work out satisfactorily. Fräulein Schwartz: it was said some time ago that members of the old Theosophical Society cannot become Anthroposophists. That is, they cannot belong to the Anthroposophical Society. Will this continue to be the case or not? Dr. Steiner: who said that? I certainly never said such a thing. Never. The decision as to whether a person shall be admitted or not has to be taken individually in each case. I have always expressly stated that it matters not a jot whether someone belongs to a carpenter's club or an insurance company or a scientific research society or the Theosophical Society. The only thing that matters is the human being. I have never said that the stamp of membership of any other society presents an obstacle for joining the Anthroposophical Society. Of course, there might be individual cases in which membership of the Theosophical Society could present an obstacle. It is naturally questionable whether Mrs. Besant or Mr. Ledbetter, should they apply for membership of the Anthroposophical Society, would be admitted or not, so the question might arise in individual cases. But as a matter of principle, it can have no validity whatsoever. Otherwise we would come down to principles which would not be in keeping with the society that is to be formed in the modern style. The Duke of Cesaro brings up a question regarding the number of votes allotted to members. There was once some unpleasantness in a national section of the old Theosophical Society, for example, and the solution had been to break up the whole group in order to gain more votes. Such things ought no longer to be possible. Dr. Steiner: as you say, Your Grace, it is desirable that such things should not happen. But on the other hand, there are certain difficulties involved in fixing the number of members at the lower end. There you come up against the question, how many members should there be in a group? So far we have had quite a definite view on this. But problems might now arise in this connection. Should we perhaps put everything pertaining to matters of modern usage into paragraph 3, so that everything esoteric is contained in paragraph 3? Or should we name the number of members a group ought to contain? In the latter case, the minimum number would be 7, because only 7 can yield a true majority. In the case of 3 and 5, there can of course be a seeming majority. But those who understand the nature of the human being know that with a majority of 2 to 1 arrived at amongst 3 members, or of 3 to 2 arrived at when there are 5 members, the one who makes the seeming majority does not count properly. Not until you can have 4 to 3 can you arrive at a possible majority, which results if on the one side you have 3 and on the other side 1/3 more. This then makes a true majority possible. So the minimum number would be 7 members. I would not object to including this number here, but I did consider that these statutes are more likely to be respected in the eyes of the world if we refrain from including things like the number 7. I therefore think, Your Grace, that your suggestion would be better included in the bylaws, which would mean that in practice this is how the matter would be handled. This is probably the solution for us in this case. Professor Dr. Maurer, I want to ask whether it might not be possible to curtail the other paragraph as well as regards the classes. Perhaps it would be preferable not to launch this aspect on the public. I rather fear that all kinds of historical and other parallels might once again be dredged up and possibly used against us. Dr. Steiner, take paragraph 5 as it is formulated here, and ask yourself whether it could not be applied to any university just as it stands. As it stands, it is applicable to any university and cannot possibly cause any offense. Everything else will be a matter of how we handle it. Professor Dr. Maurer, yes, I agree it is applicable, but there are other points which are open to attack. Taken in its usual sense, it could remind people of something which did exist historically. Dr. Steiner, historically it was never the custom to speak of classes, only of degrees, in quotes. Professor Dr. Maurer, nevertheless, people will immediately jump to the wrong conclusion, and I merely wanted to prevent the incidence of such mistaken and warped conclusions. Dr. Steiner, it would be the greatest possible mistake to include anything in our statutes arising from any conclusion. We cannot avoid having misunderstandings attached to what we do. But anyone interpreting paragraph 5 wrongly must really want to do so. We cannot prevent this. Paragraph 5 is phrased in such a way that absolutely nobody can say anything other than that in this school of spiritual science in Dornach there are 3 classes, just as if in Freiburg there were a university with 4 medical classes, a 4-year course. The description in paragraph 5 accords exactly with the pattern of universities in the outside world, so there is not the smallest opportunity for objection that could be seized with any even seeming justification. The same applies to the way the affairs of the school are conducted. You know that at a university it is the leadership who decide whether a student is ready to move on to the next year or not. Professor Dr. Maurer, this has not always been the case. In the faculties of philosophy, it was never a matter of moving up to the next class. This did not happen at Strasbourg under Professor Windelband, or anywhere else for that matter. You simply presented yourself and were accepted. Naturally, what you gained from the lectures depended on your abilities. Nowadays, I agree that in the interest of the students, a certain amount of grading has been introduced. I only wanted to draw attention to this matter because our opponents will immediately point it out. Dr. Steiner, it is certainly not the case that a medical student who has just arrived at the university will be allowed to attend the special classes on anatomical medicine. There are proper classes for this, are there not? I do not believe that he would be allowed to attend immediately. Professor Dr. Maurer, no, of course not. Dr. Steiner, In the case of the philosophical faculty, there are good reasons which have come about historically. A justification can certainly always be found for these things. Originally, there was no such thing as a philosophical faculty at the universities. The three faculties were those of theology, medicine, and jurisprudence. These three faculties were always graded into classes. The philosophical department was at the basis of all three. First, you attended the faculty of philosophy. This is where you started, whether you wanted to study theology, jurisprudence, or medicine. Then you moved up from this faculty of philosophy into the different faculties. From then on you moved up in classes. I do not believe that it is any different in other countries. So if you take our constitution to be the general anthroposophical and philosophical faculty, then advancing on from there, you have the three classes. The setup is absolutely identical with that of a university. I have taken the utmost care to ensure that it shall be absolutely indisputable. In universities, though, the faculty of philosophy gradually developed into a faculty in its own right. More and more lectures were given till the whole situation degenerated into anarchy and chaos. No one entering the faculty of philosophy has any idea what lectures he ought to attend. Indeed, he can go to lectures he cannot understand at all. This is a chaotic situation which has arisen at the universities. What we have written down here corresponds exactly to what was customary at universities, in Vienna, for instance, up to the year 1848. This is entirely indisputable. And I believe that this is the case to this day in Paris, and also in Italy. There are universities which still conduct matters in this way. At German universities, there are certain things which have developed chaotically. But what we have written down here is absolutely indisputable. If we were to do these things without including them in our statutes, and do them we must, otherwise paragraph 8 about the lecture cycles would also have to be modified, we would immediately find ourselves in another situation which would not serve our purposes at all. This paragraph must stand as it is, and so must paragraph 8. Of course, we can consider requests for changes regarding details, but a complete suppression of the school with its three classes would not be acceptable. Professor Dr. Maurer, I quite see that it will be necessary to move up class by class. I was merely concerned that it might give our opponents something on which they could seize. Dr. Steiner, the only change that could be considered would be to say, quote, the Anthroposophical Society sees the School of Spiritual Science in Dornach as the center for its activity. The school will be composed of three classes after the manner of other universities. Close quote. If you wish to include this, we can certainly do so. Baroness de Renzies, should the report on our work in Italy and the direction it is taking be given now, or are we to discuss the statutes only? Dr. Steiner, I would request you to speak tomorrow about the work in Italy. Baroness de Renzies wishes to ask a question about the direction the work is taking in general. Dr. Steiner, I would ask you to give your report tomorrow. Baroness de Renzies, ought we to announce the anthroposophical character of any undertaking or initiative arising out of our movement from the start, thus provoking the danger of having it rejected? Or should we endeavor to disseminate an anthroposophical understanding within public opinion without throwing down the challenge of it being judged and rejected? It is necessary to decide this so that we know what is to determine the attitude of our groups in the future. Dr. Steiner, it is of course not the word, quote, anthroposophy, close quote, itself that matters, but there are other things that do matter. Take the following example. Medicine is a case in point. It is today not possible to take medicine beyond the point it has now reached, which is not far enough, without starting to speak of the etheric body of the human being, and also of the astral body and the ego organization. For it is here that the real causes of illness lie. So, it is necessary simply to place before the world the substance of what anthroposophy contains. We have gained some extremely instructive experience in this matter. Frau Dr. Wegmann has run courses with me in London, Vienna, and The Hague. One of these took place at Dr. Zeilmann's Dutch Institute. I have given lectures to doctors in which I spoke quite directly of anthroposophical matters. At appropriate moments, I have spoken about the astral body, the etheric body, and so on. In doing this, it is barely relevant what terminology is used. In some instances, one feels it is more appropriate to name the etheric body, and in others, it is better to use different words in describing it. For example, when you want to speak of the etheric body, you can say, the effects on the physical substances which come not from the center of the earth, but from the periphery of the universe. Only those who have not fully come to grips with their subject matter are tied to a specific terminology. Is this not so? We have found that when we speak in this way, people can make something of what we say. They know that this is something new making its appearance in the world. If you avoid speaking clearly, all people can say is, well, here is another opinion about the effect of this or that medicament on the human organism. It has been held before and was then replaced by another. Now here is yet another opinion. They cannot distinguish whether a clinical report or a clinical dissertation comes from some external source or from us. But if we want to bring what can really lead us to the center of the illness, then we cannot avoid speaking about the etheric body and so on, even if we use different terminology. Then people know what is what. We go furthest when we act in this way. It is not in the first instance a matter of the actual name of anthroposophy. What matters is nowhere to shy away from whatever is necessary to explain something properly. If you try to dress anthroposophy up in, quote, this is what the parson says too, close quote, then people have no idea what you are getting at. I myself once proved this point. I gave a course of 12 lectures in Vienna, ranging over every aspect of anthroposophy, including its practical applications. If you read this cycle today, you will not find a single mention of the word anthroposophy. It is perfectly possible for there to be occasions when it is inappropriate to use the word anthroposophy. This is for sure. For me, what matters is the actual subject itself, the spirit of the subject. You have no idea how many well-meaning people have come to me saying, people dread the expression etheric body. Could we not say the functional element in the human organism? But this is a meaningless expression. To speak of the etheric body, you have to distinguish between the physical body, in which all the forces are related to gravity, the mechanical pull of gravity, and the etheric body, in which all the forces can be related to the periphery, to all that is ever in weaving movement. This is the difference. The, quote, functional element in the human organism, close quote, refers to the function and not to this fundamental contrast. So these well-meant suggestions that come often from outsiders cannot be taken into account. Baroness de Renzies, is it sufficient to speak of the, quote, essence, quote, quote, of things? Dr. Steiner, it is not necessary to throw the actual word anthroposophy at people. But if asked whether you are an anthroposophist, it would be quite a good thing if you did not say no. We shall continue this meeting tomorrow. We must try to make sure that we have enough breathing space during this conference. The end of section 6. This is part 7 of the Christmas conference for the foundation of the General Anthroposophical Society, 1923 to 1924. This is the continuation of the foundation meeting. It is the next day, the 26th of December, 10 o'clock in the morning. Dr. Steiner. My dear friends, we are in the middle of the reports by the General Secretaries and the representatives of the groups working in all kinds of places outside Dornach. In a moment we shall continue with these reports. But first I would like to speak a few words in the midst of these reports, words to which I am moved by what has been said in such a satisfactory way by these speakers. From what we have been told, we may gather how very devoted is the work being carried on out there. We may add what we were told yesterday to the names I allowed myself to mention the day before. There, too, despite the ruins on which we stand, we may see what can encourage us during this conference, not to be pessimistic in any way, but rather to strive actively for a genuine optimism. During this conference, we must everywhere, in every realm, consider the activity of building up rather than the activity of dismantling. So today, early on in the conference, I want to suggest that we give it a certain definite direction. During the meetings of members over the next few days, there will, of course, be opportunities for discussing various matters. But today, early on, I want to say the following. As we saw in the necessary content of the Statutes, we have to connect total openness with the Anthroposophical Society. Anything less, dear friends, is not permitted by the signs of the times. The present age can no longer tolerate any tendency toward secrecy. This presents us with a fundamental problem, which we shall have to solve. By this I do not mean that we shall have to discuss it a great deal during the conference, for it is in our hearts that this fundamental problem will have to be solved. We must be absolutely clear about the fact that our society, before all others, will be given the task of combining the greatest conceivable openness with true and genuine esotericism. At first under the obstacles and hindrances of those terrible years of the war, but then also through all kinds of inner difficulties, we have indeed experienced the establishment of this problem in every direction. Indeed, lately, no meeting within the Anthroposophical Society has taken place which lacked, as it were, the backdrop, though unnoticed by many, of this problem. How can we combine full openness with the profoundest, most serious and inward esotericism? To achieve this, it will be necessary to banish from our gatherings in the future anything which smacks in any way of the atmosphere of a clique. Anthroposophy does not need the atmosphere of a clique. When hearts truly understand anthroposophy, they will beat in unison without the need for heads to knock together. If we solve this purely human problem of letting our hearts sound in harmony with one another, without the need for our heads to knock together, then from the human side we shall have done everything necessary, also in the leadership of the Anthroposophical Society, to prepare for the achievement of the things that have been depicted. We must achieve these things. We must reach the point at which we can feel in all our deeds that we are connected with the spiritual world. This is the very aspect which must be different in the Anthroposophical Society from any other possible association in the present time. The difference must be that out of the strength of anthroposophy itself, it is possible to combine the greatest conceivable openness with the most genuine and inward esotericism. And in future this esotericism must not be lacking even in the most external of our deeds. There is in this field still a lot to learn from the past 10 years. What I am saying is also related to our responsibilities. Consider the following, my dear friends. We stand in the world as a small society, and this society has a peculiar destiny at present. Even if it wanted to, it could not reject this characteristic of openness, which I have been emphasizing so strongly. It would be unable to reject it. For if, out of some leaning of sympathy, we were to decide today to work only inwardly with our groups, which would of course be very nice, if we were not to concern ourselves with the public at large, we would discover that there would soon be an increasingly inimical concern for us on the part of the public. The more we fail to concern ourselves with the signs of the times, the more will be the inimical concern for us on the part of everything that can possibly be against us. Only if we find the path, only if with courage we find the straight path to what we should do, shall we succeed in navigating the ship of the Anthroposophical Society through the exceedingly stormy waves which surge and break around it. What we should do is the following. As a small society, we face the world, a world, you know, the one I mean, which actually does not love us. It does not love us. This is a fact we cannot alter. But on the other hand, there is no need to do anything on purpose to make ourselves unpopular. I do not mean this in a superficial sense, but in a deeper sense, of which I speak from the foundations of occult life. If we ask ourselves over and over again what we must do to make ourselves better liked by this circle or by that circle in the world, by any circle which does not like us today, if we keep asking ourselves how we should behave in this field or in that field so as to be taken seriously here or there, if we do this, we shall most certainly not be taken seriously. We shall only be taken seriously if at every moment, in whatever we do, we feel responsible toward the spiritual world. We must know that the spiritual world wants to achieve a certain thing with mankind at this particular moment in historical evolution. It wants to achieve this in the most varied realms of life. And it is up to us clearly and truly to follow the impulses that come from the spiritual world. Though this might give offense initially, in the long run it is the only beneficial way. Therefore we shall also only come to terms among ourselves if at every moment we steep ourselves in whatever impulses can come out of the spiritual world. So, now, having given these indications, which I shall bring to completion over the next few days, I once more want to repeat before you, at least, a part of those words which were spoken to you yesterday, in accordance with the will of the spiritual world. May they stand as an introduction in our souls again today, as we enter into our discussions. Soul of man, thou livest in the limbs which bear thee through the world of space, in the spirit's ocean being. Practice spirit recalling in depths of soul, where in the wielding will of world creating, thine own eye comes to being within God's eye, and thou wilt truly live in the world being of man. Soul of man, thou livest in the beat of heart and lung, which leads thee through the rhythm of time into the realm of thine own soul's feeling. Practice spirit awareness in balance of the soul, where the surging deeds of the world's becoming thine own eye unite with the world eye, and thou wilt truly feel in the soul weaving of man. soul of man, thou livest in the resting head, which, from the grounds of eternity, opens to thee the world thoughts. Practice spirit beholding in stillness of thought, where the eternal aims of God's world being's light on thine own eye bestow for thy free willing. And thou wilt truly think in the spirit foundations of man. We can work rightly with words such as these, which are heard coming from the cosmic word, if we arrange them in our own soul, in such a way that they cannot depart from us again. And it will be possible for them to be so arranged if amongst all that has resounded, you first highlight that part which can give you the rhythm. Dear friends, let me write down here, first of all, the part that can indicate the rhythm. In the first verse, in parentheses, Rudolf Steiner writes on the blackboard as he speaks, and there's a facsimile on page 15 of his book, he writes, spirit recalling. In the second verse, spirit awareness. In the third verse, spirit beholding. Contemplate this in its rhythmical connection with what is brought about in the soul, which is called upon, the human soul, which is called upon by itself through the words, thine own eye comes to being within God's eye. Consider the rhythm linked with spirit awareness, in quotes, when you hear, thine own eye unite with the world eye. And the rhythm linked with spirit beholding when you hear, on thine own eye bestow for thy free willing. And on the blackboard there's 3 columns. The left column, there's spirit recalling. Underneath it, thine own eye comes to being within God's eye. In the middle, spirit awareness. Underneath it, thine own eye unite with the world eye. On the right, above, spirit beholding, on thine own eye bestow for thy free willing. Take in this way each phrase, so that it can only stand as I have written it here. Take what comes rhythmically out of the cosmic rhythm, own eye within God's eye, own eye in the world eye, own eye in free willing. And take what rises up from, quote, comes to being, close quote, to, quote, unquote, unite, to, in quotes, bestow, where there is the transition to moral feeling. Feel the connection with, quote, spirit recalling, close quote, spirit awareness, close quote, and, quote, spirit beholding, close quote. Then you will have in the inner rhythm what it is during these few days that the spiritual world is bringing to us to raise our hearts, to illumine our thinking, to give wings and enthusiasm to our willing. I now have a telegram to read to you. Christmas greetings. Best wishes, Ethel Morgenstern. And now may I ask the representative of Honolulu, Madame Ferrari, to speak. Madame Ferrari reports. Dr. Steiner. May I now ask the representative of Italy, Baroness de Renzi's, to speak. Baroness de Renzi's reports. Dr. Steiner. May I perhaps suggest that certain questions raised here, such as that of accepting applications for membership on the basis of correspondence only, and similar matters, shall be discussed later when we consider the statutes. Dr. Steiner again. The Duke of Cesaro will also give a report concerning Italy on behalf of the Novalis group in Rome. The Duke of Cesaro reports. Dr. Steiner. Now, may I ask Fräulein Schwarz to speak on behalf of the other Italian group? Fräulein Schwarz reports on behalf of the group in Milan. Dr. Steiner. How would the representative of the work in Yugoslavia, Herr Hall, please speak? Now, please speak. Herr Hall reports. Dr. Steiner. May I ask the representative of the Norwegian Society, Herr Ingerö, to speak? Herr Ingerö speaks. Dr. Steiner. Now, may I ask the representative of the Council of the Austrian Society, Count Polzer, to speak? Count Polzer speaks. Dr. Steiner. Now, may I ask the representative of the group in Porto Alegre, in Brazil, Dr. Unger, to speak? And Dr. Unger speaks. Allow me, in a few words, Dr. Unger says, to carry out a commission which I was most delighted to accept. For quite some time we have been corresponding with friends over there, mostly from Germany, who had emigrated and had begun to work there anthroposophically. Herr Brandner, in particular, has been writing lately. He has made great efforts to get something going in Porto Alegre, and connected with this work is also going on in other South American towns, which will gradually be coordinated so that independent centers from which to work may be set up there too. For this purpose, Herr Mayen from Breslau was asked by the friends over there to go out, first of all to Rio. He will gradually take on work in a number of towns. I have been particularly asked to give voice to the sympathetic interest of the friends over there. Everything that comes to us from over there expresses the most intimate interest in all that has to do with Dornach, and whatever continues to come from Dornach. As often as possible someone comes to Europe, and we hope most fervently that anthroposophical life may soon start to blossom there in the most intensive way. Just as I bring greetings from our friends over there, so I hope that when I report back to Porto Alegre, I may also be permitted to send them from here our good wishes for the prospering of the work in Porto Alegre. Dr. Steiner. May I now ask the representative of the Swedish Anthroposophical Society, Fräulein Henström, to speak? Fräulein Henström speaks. Dr. Steiner. May I now ask the representative of the Swiss Anthroposophical Society, Herr Eppli, to speak? Herr Eppli reports. Dr. Steiner. May I now ask the representative of the Council in Czechoslovakia, Dr. Krkovic, to speak? Dr. Krkovic reports. Dr. Steiner. May I now ask the other representative of the Council in Czechoslovakia, Dr. Eiselt, to speak? Dr. Eiselt reports. Dr. Steiner. This brings the reports to a close. I believe I may be allowed to say that you are all, with me, exceedingly grateful to those who have given them, for they enable us to see that we have a foundation on which to base our new work, since now we know how much truly great, devoted, and varied work is being done and has already been done in the Anthroposophical Society. Now I should like to move on to the third point on our agenda, consideration of the statutes. First, the statutes must be read out. Though you all have a copy, I would nevertheless like to ask that they be read out once more, so that we can then commence the discussion of each point. Would Dr. Wachsmuth now please read the statutes in accordance with point 3 of our agenda? Dr. Wachsmuth reads out the statutes of the Anthroposophical Society. Dr. Steiner. As you will have gathered from various remarks I have made, it would be really good if, on the one hand, our meeting could be allowed to run as freely as possible amongst its individual members. However, on the other hand, if a proper discussion is to take place, it is necessary for us to be quite strict in conducting the debate. So please take this not as pedantry, but as a necessity applicable to any gathering. Today we have run out of time, so I would ask you that we continue this meeting tomorrow after Dr. Wachsmuth's lecture. Tomorrow morning, at 10 o'clock, Dr. Wachsmuth will give his lecture. Then we shall break for a quarter of an hour before continuing the meeting. At this meeting I should like to conduct the proceedings as follows, not in order to be pedantic, but so that we can be as efficient as possible, there will first be a kind of general debate on the statutes, a debate in which, first of all, the whole attitude, meaning, and spirit of the statutes in general is discussed. Then I shall ask you to agree to the statutes in general, after which we shall open a detailed debate in which we take one paragraph at a time, when contributors will be asked to speak only to the paragraph under consideration. There will then be a concluding debate, leading to the final adoption of the statutes. This is how I would ask you to proceed tomorrow when we discuss the statutes. Now, I have to announce that our conference continues this afternoon with a Eurythmy performance at 4:30 and my lecture at 8 o'clock this evening. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock we shall hear Dr. Günther Wachsmuth's lecture in the field of natural science, about the face of the earth and the destiny of man. Then, after a quarter of an hour's break, we shall continue with this meeting. I also have several more announcements to make. As I had to stress earlier, before we began our meeting, it is quite difficult because there are so many of us, and it is of course wonderful that there are so many dear friends here, to hold this gathering together. You cannot tell just by coming to the meetings how difficult it is. Of course, we are deeply sorry that the primitive quarters here are causing such discomfort and so many problems for our dear friends. Nevertheless, I have to ask that in future not more than 3 seats are held by any one person. I have to say this because it has happened that whole rows of seats have been held by a single person, and this has led to innumerable discussions with those who have come in later. Then I should like to remind you of the wish we expressed earlier, that the 2 front rows be reserved for those dear friends who are either disabled or deaf, or need special consideration for any other reason. If there are any seats left in these 2 rows, which is sure to be the case, then please leave them free for the General Secretaries of the different countries, and for the secretaries who might be accompanying them. It will become necessary in the next few days to have the General Secretaries together here, where they can be seen rather than scattered all over the hall. Thirdly, I would perhaps like once more to ask our Dornoch friends, truly I have nothing personal against them, to take their seats next door in the summer villa. I know it is most inhospitable in this rainy and snowy weather, but all we can do is ask our Dornoch friends to put up with the rain, so that the friends from further afield can sit here in the hall, away from the rain. Also, I would like to mention that from today, the upper canteen will be open in the evening for those friends who are quartered in the dormitories or other inhospitable places, so that they may have somewhere to go that is heated. Food and drink will not be served then, but I hope that the conversations that can take place there will be all the more stimulating and encouraging. So although it will not be possible to quench hunger and thirst, it will be possible to keep as warm as may be in the evenings after my lecture until 11 o'clock at night. Furthermore, I want to draw your attention to the following. Mr. Pyle, in the most admirable way, has modeled a very fine money box, which he has had produced. You will find these money boxes outside the doors. If you look at them carefully, you will find that the beautiful forms tempt you to want to own such a money box yourselves. They are for sale, so you can buy one and take it home and put something in it every day. When it is full, you can use what you have collected to put toward the rebuilding of the Goetheanum, or for any other purposes related to the Goetheanum. Let me point out that even if you only put in 10 rappen every day, think what you might spend this on each day. By the end of the year you will have saved quite a tidy sum. I can see my respected friends here are already working out how much. You will find that it will be a worthwhile amount. But I don't want to encourage you to put in only 10 rappen. I would rather you put in whatever amount you consider proper, or whatever you feel obliged to put in, even if you don't think it proper. Those who find it difficult for one reason or another to take a money box home with them will see that similar money boxes have been set out here into which you may put something. Naturally, if you do not have your own money box to take home, it would be a good thing if you could delve deeply into your purse while you are here, so that these money boxes may be filled. We shall have no trouble in seeing to it that they are rapidly emptied. Finally, I would please ask that spectators at the Christmas plays refrain from booking their seats for the evening lectures. You see, without all these many wishes, let us not call them prohibitions, we shall be unable to keep the conference going in an orderly manner. Now, my dear friends, I adjourn this meeting until the appointed hour tomorrow. And that's the end of Part 7. This is Part 8 of a reading of the Christmas Conference for the foundation of the General Anthroposophical Society, 1923 to 1924. This Part 8 is a continuation of the foundation meeting. This is on the 27th of December at 10 o'clock in the morning. A lecture by Dr. Günther Wachsmuth on Anthroposophy and the Destiny of the Earth. And then at 11:15, the words of the foundation stone, then discussion of the Statutes. Dr. Steiner: My dear friends, once more let us fill our hearts with the words which, out of the signs of the times, are to give us, in the right way, the self-knowledge we need. Soul of man, thou livest in the limbs which bear thee through the world of space, in the Spirit's ocean being. Practice spirit recalling in depths of soul, where in the wielding will of world creating, thine own eye comes to being within God's eye, and thou wilt truly live in the world being of man. Soul of man, thou livest in the beat of heart and lung, which leads thee through the rhythm of time into the realm of thine own soul's feeling. Practice spirit awareness in balance of the soul, where the surging deeds of the world's becoming, thine own eye, unite with the world eye, and thou wilt truly feel in the soul weaving of man. Soul of man, thou livest in the resting head, which from the grounds of eternity opens to thee the world thoughts. Practice spirit beholding in stillness of thought, where the eternal aims of God's world being's light on thine own eye bestow for thy free willing, and thou wilt truly think in the spirit foundations of man. Once more, out of these cosmic verses, let us write down before our souls a rhythm, so that we may gradually press forward spiritually to their structure. From the first verse we take the words, and again parentheses, Rudolf Steiner writes on the blackboard as he speaks, see facsimile 4, page 15, bottom, actually page XV, bottom. Thine own eye comes to being within God's eye. And from the second verse, which contains a second soul process, we take thine own eye unite with the world eye. And from the third verse we take on thine own eye bestow for thy free willing. With these words, to form the corresponding rhythm, we now unite those words which always sound with them, having an inner soul connection with these that I have already written on the blackboard. And thou wilt truly live in the world being of man. And from the second verse, and thou wilt truly feel in the soul weaving of man. The final harmony of the third verse is, and thou wilt truly think in the spirit foundations of man. Parentheses as shown on the blackboard, 3 columns, left column, thine own eye comes to being within God's eye. Live, world being of man. Middle column, thine own eye unite with the world eye. Feel, soul weaving of man. Right column, on thine own eye bestow for thy free willing. Think, spirit foundation of man. You will find, my dear friends, that if you pay attention to the inner rhythms that lie in these verses, if you then present these inner rhythms to your soul and perform a suitable meditation within yourself, allowing your thoughts to come to rest upon them, then these sayings can be felt to be the speaking of cosmic secrets, insofar as these cosmic secrets are resurrected in the human soul as human self-knowledge. Now, dear friends, let us prepare to have, if you will pardon the ugly expression, a general debate about the statutes. To start with, let me draw your attention to what kind of points come into question for this general debate. Later, if you will pardon an even uglier expression, we shall have a kind of detailed debate on special concerns about the individual paragraphs. The first thing to be considered would be the fact that in future the Vorstand Committee, situated in Dornach, is to be a true Vorstand, which takes into account the central initiative necessary in every single case with respect to one thing or another. It will be less a matter of knowing that there is a Vorstand in such and such a place to which it is possible to turn in one matter or another, though this too is possible and necessary, of course. Rather, it will be a matter of the Vorstand developing the capacity to have active initiatives of its own in the affairs of the Anthroposophical movement, giving suggestions which are really necessary in the sense of the final point in the last paragraph of the Statutes, quote, "The organ of the society is titled Das Goetheanum, which for this purpose is provided with a supplement containing the official communications of the society. This enlarged edition of Das Goetheanum will be supplied to members of the Anthroposophical Society only." Close quote. In this supplement will be found everything the Vorstand thinks, would like to do, and on occasion will be able to do. Thus, especially through the supplement to Das Goetheanum, the Vorstand will constantly have the intention of working outward in a living way. But as you know, for blood to circulate, there have to be not only centrifugal forces, but also centripetal forces that work inward. Therefore, arrangements will have to be made so that a number of members unite themselves closely in their soul with the Vorstand in everything that might concern not only the Anthroposophical Society in the narrower sense, but also in the whole cultural life of the present day in relation to the working of the Anthroposophical Society. A number of members will be closely linked in their soul with the Vorstand in order to communicate back all that goes on outside in the world. By this means, we shall achieve an entirely free constitution of the Anthroposophical Society, a constitution built on a free interchange. Then stimulus and suggestion will come from every direction. And these suggestions will bear fruit, depending on the way in which things are recognized. So it will have to be arranged that there are correspondents for the Vorstand, which is located in Dornach, where it works. At the present moment of the Anthroposophical Society's development, it is important that we make our arrangements on the basis of reality and not of principles. There is there not, a difference between the two? If you base your considerations on the structure of a society and arrange its affairs in accordance with this, then you have a theoretical structure of principles. We have had plenty of this kind of thing recently, and it was absolutely no use. Indeed, in many ways it caused us serious difficulties. So I want to exert every effort to make arrangements in the future that arise out of the real forces of the society, out of the forces that exist already and have already had their effect, and of which it can be seen from their context that they can work. So it seems to me that it would be a good thing to be clear, at least, in spirit, about the establishment of correspondence of the Vorstand, People who would take on the voluntary duty of writing to us every week about what they consider noteworthy in cultural life outside in the world, and about what might be interesting for the Anthroposophical Society. A number of people, which could always, of course, be extended, ought to take on this obligation here and now. I, for my part, should like to suggest several people straight away to constitute an externally supporting Vorstand that is exactly equivalent to the central Vorstand, which, as I have already said, is located here in Dornach, which means that it cannot have any members who do not live here in Dornach. In this way we would achieve a genuine circulation of blood. So I want to suggest that certain persons of the following kind, forgive me for generalizing, we can certainly discuss this further, keep in regular contact with the Vorstand on a weekly basis. The kind of person I mean is someone who has already resolved to work very actively out there in the periphery for our anthroposophical cause, Herr van Leer. Secondly, I am thinking of the following people: Mr. Munges, Mr. Collison, Mrs. Mackenzie, Herr Ingerow, Herr Zeilmans, Mademoiselle Sauerwein, Baroness de Renzies, Madame Ferreri, Fräulein Schwarz, Count Polzer, Dr. Unger, Herr Leinhaus, Dr. Buchenbacher. I have started by naming these people because I am of the opinion that if they would commit themselves voluntarily to report in a letter every week to the editors of Das Goetheanum, not only on what is going on in the anthroposophical field, but on anything that might be interesting for anthroposophy in the cultural life of the world, and indeed life in general, this would give us a good opportunity to shape this supplement to Das Goetheanum very fruitfully. The second thing to consider in the general debate about the statutes is the fact that the establishment of a Vorstand in the way I have suggested to you means that the Anthroposophical Society will be properly represented, so that other associations or organizations which exist for the promotion of the cause of anthroposophy, wherever they happen to be, can refer back to this central Vorstand. The central Vorstand will have to consider its task to be solely whatever lies in the direction of fulfilling the statutes. It will have to do everything that lies in the direction of fulfilling the statutes. This gives it great freedom, but at the same time we shall all know what this central Vorstand represents, since from the statutes we can gain a complete picture of what it will be doing. As a result, wherever other organizations arise, for instance the Goetheanum Bauverein, it will be possible for them to stand on realistic ground. Over the next few days, there will be the task of creating a suitable relationship between the Vorstand that has come into being and the Goetheanum Bauverein. But today, in the general debate about the statutes, we can discuss anything of this kind which might be worrying you about them. The third thing to consider will be a matter raised in a meeting of delegates of the Anthroposophical Society in Switzerland, namely, how to organize the relationship between the members of the Anthroposophical Society who live here close to the Goetheanum, either permanently or on a temporary basis on the one hand, and the members of the Swiss Anthroposophical Society on the other. It was quite justifiably stated here the other day at a delegates' meeting of our Swiss friends that if people who happen to be present by coincidence, or perhaps not by coincidence but only temporarily, for a short while, interfere too much in the affairs of the Swiss society, then the Swiss friends might feel pressured in their meetings. We need to ensure that the Goetheanum branch, though for obvious reasons it should and must be a part of the Swiss Anthroposophical Society, is given a position which prevents it, even if it has non-Swiss members, from ever becoming an instrument for persuasion or for creating a majority. This is what was particularly bothering the Swiss members at their delegates' meeting recently. This situation has become somewhat awkward for the following reasons. The suggestion had been made by me to found national societies on the basis of which the General Anthroposophical Society would be founded here at Christmas. These national societies have indeed come into being, almost without exception, in every country where there are anthroposophists. At all these anthroposophical foundation meetings, it was said in one way or another that a national society would be founded like the one already in existence in Switzerland. So, national societies were founded everywhere along the lines of the Swiss Anthroposophical Society. However, it is important to base whatever happens on clear statements. If this had been done, there would have been no misunderstanding, which led to people saying that since national societies were being founded everywhere, a Swiss national society ought to be formed too. After all, it was the Swiss society on which the others were modeled. However, the situation was that the Swiss society did not have a proper council, since its council was made up of the chairmen of the different branches. This, therefore, remains an elastic, but rather indeterminate body. For things to appear in a more orderly fashion in the future, it will be necessary for the Swiss Anthroposophical Society to form itself with a council and perhaps also a General Secretary, like those of the other national anthroposophical societies. Then it will be possible to regularize the relationship with the Goetheanum branch. This is merely a suggestion, but in connection with it I want to say something else. The whole way in which I consider that the central Vorstand, working here at the Goetheanum, should carry out its duties means that, of necessity, there is an incompatibility between the offices of this Vorstand and any other offices of the Anthroposophical Society. Thus, a member of the Vorstand, I have suggested to you here, ought not to occupy any other position within the Anthroposophical Society. Indeed, dear friends, proper work cannot be done when offices are heaped one on top of another. Above all else, let us in future avoid piling offices one on top of the other. So it will be necessary for our dear Swiss friends to concern themselves with choosing a General Secretary, since Herr Stephan, as the representative of the Swiss, whose guests we are in a certain way as a worldwide society, will in future be taking up the function of Vice President of the Central Society. You were justifiably immensely pleased to agree with this. I do not mean to say that this is incompatible with any other offices, but only with other offices within the Anthroposophical Society. Another thing I want to say is that I intend to carry out point 5 by arranging the School of Spiritual Science in Dornach in sections as follows. These will be different from the classes. The classes will encompass all the sections. Let me make a drawing similar to that made by Dr. Wachsmuth. Not the same, but I hope it encompasses the whole earth in the same way. The classes will be like this: General Anthroposophical Society, and then he has a capital 1 above it, first class, then a 2 above that, second class, then a 3 above that, Roman numerals, third class of the School of Spiritual Science. The sections will reach from top to bottom, so that within each section it will be possible to be a member of whichever class has been attained. The sections I would like to found are, first of all, a General Anthroposophical section, which will, to start with, be combined with the pedagogical section. I myself should like to take this on in addition to the overall leadership of the School of Spiritual Science. Then I want to arrange the school in such a way that each section has a section leader who is responsible for it. I believe these must be people residing here. One section will encompass what in France is called belles lettres. Another will encompass the spoken arts and music, together with Eurythmy. A third section will encompass the plastic arts. A fourth section is to encompass medicine. A fifth is to encompass mathematics and astronomy. And the last, for the moment, is to be for the natural sciences. So suitable representatives will be found here for these sections, which are those which, for the time being, can responsibly be included within the general anthroposophical sphere, which I myself shall lead. The section leaders must, of course, be resident here. These, then, are the main points on which I would like the general debate to be based. I now ask whether the applications to speak, already handed in, refer to these points. Applications to speak have been handed in by Herr Leinhaus, Dr. Kalisko, Dr. Stein, Dr. Palmer, Herr Verbeck, Miss Cross, Mademoiselle Rihuet, I don't know how to pronounce that, it's R-I-H-O-U-E-T, Rihuet, Frau Hart-Nibrig, Herr de Haan, Herr Stibbe, Herr Timstra, Herr Zegwin, Frau Lundquist, on behalf of Switzerland, the Working Committee, on behalf of Czechoslovakia, Dr. Krkavec, Herr Pollack, Dr. Reichel, Frau Freund. Do these speakers wish to refer to the debate which is about to begin? From various quarters, the answer is no, in parentheses. Dr. Steiner. Then may I ask those wishing to speak to raise their hands and to come up here to the platform, who would like to speak to the general debate? Dr. Zeilmans. Ladies and gentlemen, I merely want to say that I shall be very happy to take on the task allotted to me by Dr. Steiner, and shall endeavor to send news about the work in Holland to Dornach each week. Dr. Steiner. Perhaps we can settle this matter by asking all those I have so far mentioned, the list is not necessarily complete, to be so good as to raise their hands. All those mentioned do so, in parentheses. Is there anyone who does not want to take on this task? Please raise your hand. Nobody does so. You see what a good example has been set in dealing with this first point. All those requested to do so have declared themselves prepared to send a report each week to the editors of Das Gratianum. This will certainly amount to quite a task for Herr Steffen, but it has to be done, for of course the reports must be read here once they arrive. Does anyone else wish to speak to the general debate? If not, may I now ask those friends who agree in principle with the statutes as statutes of the General Anthroposophical Society to raise their hands. In the second reading we shall discuss each paragraph separately, but will those who agree in principle please raise their hands? They do. Will those who do not wish to accept these statutes in principle please raise their hands? Nobody does. The draft statutes have thus been accepted in their first reading. Lively applause. We now come to the detailed debate, the second reading, and I shall ask Dr. Wachsmuth to read the statutes paragraph by paragraph for this debate in detail. Dr. Wachsmuth reads paragraph 1 of the statutes. Quote, 1. The Anthroposophical Society is to be an association of people whose will it is to nurture the life of the soul, both in the individual and in human society, on the basis of a true knowledge of the spiritual world. Close quote. Dr. Steiner. Would anyone now like to speak to the content or style and phrasing of this first paragraph of the statutes? Dear friends, you have been in possession of the statutes for more than 3 days. I am quite sure that you have thought deeply about them. Herr Kaiser. With reference to the expression, quote, the life of the soul, close quote, I wondered whether people might not ask, why not life as a whole? This is one of the things I wanted to say. Perhaps an expression that is more general than, quote, of the soul, close quote, could be used. Dr. Steiner. Would you like to make a suggestion to help us understand better what you mean? Herr Kaiser. I have only just noticed this expression. I shall have to rely on your help, as I can't think of anything better at the moment. I just wanted to point out that the general public might be offended by the idea that we seem to want to go and hide away with our soul in a vague kind of way. Dr. Steiner. Paragraph 1 is concerned with the following. Its phrasing is such that it points to a certain nurturing of the life of the soul without saying in detail what the content of the activity of the Anthroposophical Society is to be. I believe that, especially at the present time, it is of paramount importance to point out that in the Anthroposophical Society, the life of the soul is of central concern. That is why it says that the Anthroposophical Society is to be an association of people who cultivate the life of the soul in this way. We can talk about the other words later. The other things it does are stated in the subsequent points. We shall speak more about this. This is the first paragraph. Even the first paragraph should say something as concrete as possible. If I am to ask, what is a writer? I shall have to say, a writer is a person who uses language in order to express his thoughts or something similar. This does not mean to say that this encompasses the whole of his activity as a human being. It merely points out what he is with regard to being a writer. Similarly, I think that the first point indicates that the Anthroposophical Society, among all kinds of other things which are expressed in the subsequent points, also cultivates the life of the soul in the individual and in human society in such a way that this cultivation is based on a true knowledge of the spiritual world. I think perhaps Herr Kaiser meant that this point ought to include a kind of survey of all the subsequent points. But this is not how we want to do it. We want to remain concrete all the time. The only thing to be stated in the first point is the manner in which the life of the soul is to be cultivated. After that is stated what else we do and do not want to do. Taken in this way, I don't think there is anything objectionable in this paragraph. Or is there? If anyone has a better suggestion, I am quite prepared to replace, quote, of the soul, close quote, with something else. But as you see, Herr Kaiser did think briefly about it and did not come up with any other expression. I have been thinking about it for quite a long time, several weeks, and have also not found any other expression for this paragraph. It will indeed be very difficult to find a different expression to indicate the general activity of the Anthroposophical Society. For the life of the soul does, after all, encompass everything. On the one hand, in practical life, we want to cultivate the life of the soul in such a way that the human being can learn to master life at the practical level. On the other hand, in scientific life, we want to conduct science in such a way that the human soul finds it satisfying. Understood rightly, the expression, quote, the life of the soul, close quote, really does express something universal. Does anyone else want to speak to paragraph 1? If not, I shall put this point 1 of the statutes to the vote. Please, will those who are in favor of adopting this point raise their hands? This vote refers to this one point only, so you are not committing yourselves to anything else in the statutes. The vote is taken. If anyone objects to paragraph 1, please raise your hand. Nobody does. Our point 1 is accepted. Please read point 2 of the statutes. Dr. Wachsmuth reads paragraph 2 of the statutes. Quote, 2. The persons gathered at the Goetheanum in Dornach at Christmas 1923, both the individuals and the groups represented, form the nucleus of the society. They are convinced that there exists in our time a genuine science of the spiritual world, and that the civilization of today is lacking the cultivation of such a science. This cultivation is to be the task of the Anthroposophical Society. It will endeavor to fulfill this task by making the anthroposophical spiritual science cultivated at the Goetheanum in Dornach the center of its activities, together with all that results from this for brotherhood in human relationships and for the moral and religious as well as the artistic and cultural life in the human being. Close quote. Dr. Steiner. The first purpose of this paragraph is to express what it is that unites the individual members of the Anthroposophical Society. As I said in a general discussion a few days ago, we want to build on facts, not on ideas and principles. The first fact to be considered is most gratifying, and that is that 800 people are gathered together here in Dornach who can make a declaration. They are not going to make a declaration of ideas and principles to which they intend to adhere. They are going to declare, at the Goetheanum in Dornach there exists a certain fundamental conviction. This fundamental conviction, which is expressed in this point, is essentially shared by all of us, and we are, therefore, the nucleus of the Anthroposophical Society. Today we are not dealing with principles, but with human beings. You see, these people sitting here in front of you who first entertained this conviction, they are those who have been working out of this conviction for quite some time at the Goetheanum. You have come in order to found the Anthroposophical Society. You declare in the statutes your agreement with what is being done at the Goetheanum. Thus, the society is formed, humanly formed. Human beings are joining other human beings. Human beings are not declaring their agreement with paragraphs which can be interpreted in this way or in that way, and so on. Would anyone like to speak to paragraph 2? Dr. Unger, my dear friends, considering the very point that has brought all these people together here, we must see this point too as something which is expressed as a whole by all those members of the Anthroposophical Society gathered here. Acknowledgement of the very thing which has brought us together is what is important. That is why I wonder whether we might not find a stronger way of expressing the part which says, quote, "are convinced that there exists in our time a genuine science of the spiritual world." Close quote. As it stands, it sounds rather as though spiritual science just happens to exist, whereas what every one of us here knows, and what we have all committed ourselves to carry out into the world, has in fact been built up over many years. Would it not be possible to formulate something which expresses the years of work in wide-reaching circles? I am quite aware that Dr. Steiner does not wish to see his name mentioned here, because this could give a false impression. We ought to be capable of expressing through the society this science exists, given by the spiritual world, and that it has been put before all mankind in an extensive literature. This, quote, "having been put before all mankind," close quote, ought to be more strongly expressed as the thing that unites the society. Dr. Steiner, dear friends, you can imagine that the formulation of this sentence was quite a headache for me too. Or don't you believe me? Perhaps Dr. Unger could make a suggestion? Dr. Unger suggests, quote, "represented by a body of literature that has been presented to all mankind over many years," close quote. This could simply be added to the sentence as it stands. Dr. Steiner, would your suggestion be met by the following formulation? Quote, "are convinced that there exists in our time a genuine science of the spiritual world, elaborated for years past, and in important particulars already published." Close quote. Dr. Unger, yes. Dr. Steiner, so we shall put, quote, "elaborated for years past, and in important particulars already published," close quote. Does anyone else wish to speak? Dr. Schmeidel wishes to put, quote, "for decades past," close quote, instead of, quote, "for years past," close quote. Dr. Steiner, many people would be able to point out that actually 2 decades have passed since the appearance of the philosophy of freedom. That's the title of a book. I do not think there is any need to make the formulation all that strong. If we are really to add anything more in this direction, then I would suggest not, quote, "for decades past," close quote, but, quote, "for many years past," close quote. Does anyone else wish to speak? Dr. Pipers, I do not see why Dr. Steiner's name should not be mentioned at this point. I should like to make an alternative suggestion, quote, in the spiritual science founded by Dr. Steiner, close quote. Dr. Steiner: this is impossible, my dear friends. What has been done here must have the best possible form, and it must be possible for us to stand for what we say. It would not do for the world to discover that the draft for these statutes was written by me, and then to find my name appearing here in full. Such a thing would provide the opportunity for the greatest possible misunderstandings and convenient points for attack. I think it is quite sufficient to leave this sentence as general as it is, quote, elaborated for many years past, and in important particulars already published, close quote. There is no doubt at all that all these proceedings will become public knowledge, and therefore everything must be correct, inwardly as well. Would anyone else like to speak? Herr van Leer. The Goetheanum is mentioned here, but we have no Goetheanum. Dr. Steiner. We are not of the opinion that we have no Goetheanum. My dear Herr von Leer, we are of the opinion that we have no building, and that as soon as possible we shall have one. We are of the opinion that the Goetheanum continues to exist. For this very reason, and also out of the deep needs of our heart, it was necessary last year, while the flames were still burning, to continue with the work here on the very next day, without, as Herr Stephan said, having slept. For we had to prove to the world that we stand here as a Goetheanum in the soul, as a Goetheanum of soul, which of course must receive an external building as soon as possible. Herr van Leer. But in the outside world, or in 20 years' time, it will be said in the year 1923 there was no Goetheanum in Dornach. Dr. Steiner. I believe we really cannot speak like this. We can indeed say the building remained in the soul. Is it not important, dear Herr van Leer, to make the point as strongly as possible that here, as everywhere else, we place spiritual things in the foreground? And that what we see with our physical eyes, therefore, does not prevent us from saying, quote, at the Goetheanum, close quote. The Goetheanum does stand before our spiritual eyes. Herr van Leer. Yes, indeed. Dr. Steiner. Does anyone else wish to speak to paragraph 2? Herr Leinhaus. I only want to ask whether it is advisable to leave in the words, quote, in important particulars already published, close quote. Newspapers publish the fact that we do actually have some secret literature, such as those cycles which have not yet been published. Keeping these things secret will now be made impossible by the statutes. Is it right to indicate at this point the literature which has so far not been published? Dr. Steiner. Actually, this is not even what is meant. All that is meant here is that there are also other truths which are not included in the lecture cycles. That is, they have never yet been made public, not even in the cycles. I think we can remedy this by saying, quote, elaborated for years past, and in important particulars already published, close quote, or, quote, also already published, close quote. This should take account of this. The, quote, already, close quote, will take account of this objection. Would anyone else like to speak to paragraph 2 of the statutes? Herr Ingewu. I have a slightly practical question. There are individual members here as well as representatives of groups. Obviously, the groups who have sent representatives will agree to these statutes, but otherwise, will the statutes have to be formally ratified when we get home? Will the members have to be presented with all this once again, after which we would write to you to say that the statutes have been adopted? Dr. Steiner. No. I have assumed that delegates from individual groups have arrived with a full mandate so that they can make valid decisions on behalf of their group. That is what is meant by this sentence. Applause and agreement, in parentheses. This was also my interpretation in regard to all the different foundation meetings of the national groups at which I was present. It will be quite sufficient if the delegates of the national groups give their agreement on the basis of the full mandate vested in them. Otherwise we should be unable to adopt the statutes fully at this meeting. Dr. Kalisko: I would like to ask about the fact that an Anthroposophical Society did exist already, known publicly as the Anthroposophical Society, yet now it appears to be an entirely new inauguration. There is no mention in paragraph 2 of what was, up till now, the Anthroposophical Society, in a way which would show that this is now an entirely new foundation. I wonder whether people might not question why there is no mention of the Anthroposophical Society, which has existed for the last 10 years, but only of something entirely new. Dr. Steiner: I, too, have thought about this. While the statutes were being printed, I wondered whether a note might be added to this point. Quote, the General Anthroposophical Society, founded here, was preceded by the Anthroposophical Society founded in 1912. Close quote. Something like that. I shall suggest the full text of this note at the end of this detailed debate. For the moment, let us stick to the paragraph itself. I shall add this as a note to the statutes. I believe very firmly that it is necessary to become strongly aware of what has become noticeable in the last few days, and of what I mentioned a day or two ago when I said that we want to link up once again where we attempted to link up in the year 1912. It is necessary to become strongly aware of this. So a strong light does in fact need to be shed on the fact of the foundation of the Anthroposophical Society here and now during this present Christmas conference. I, therefore, do not want to make a history lesson out of the statutes by pointing out an historical fact, but would prefer to include this in a note, the text of which I shall suggest. I think this will be sufficient. Does anyone else wish to speak about the formulation of paragraph 2? If not, please would those dear friends who are in favor of the adoption of this paragraph 2 raise their hands? They do. Please would those who are not in favor raise their hands? Paragraph 2 is adopted herewith. Please, now read paragraph 3. Dr. Wachsmuth reads paragraph 3. Quote 3. The persons gathered in Dornach as the nucleus of the society recognize and endorse the view of the leadership at the Goetheanum. Subquote, Anthroposophy as fostered at the Goetheanum leads to results which can serve every human being as a stimulus to spiritual life, whatever his nation, social standing, or religion. They can lead to a social life genuinely built on brotherly love. No special degree of academic learning is required to make them one's own and to found one's life upon them, but only an open-minded human nature. Research into these results, however, as well as competent evaluation of them, depends upon spiritual scientific training, which is to be acquired step by step. These results are, in their own way, as exact as the results of genuine natural science. When they attain general recognition in the same way as these, they will bring about comparable progress in all spheres of life, not only in the spiritual, but also in the practical realm. Close subquote, close quote. Dr. Steiner: Please note, dear friends, that something has been left out in the printed version. The paragraph should read as follows, quote, the persons gathered in Dornach as the nucleus of the society recognize and endorse the view of the leadership at the Goetheanum. Close quote. What now follows, right to the end of the paragraph, should be within quotation marks. This is to do with my having said that here we ought to build on the purely human element. Consider the difference from what was said earlier. In the past it was said, the Anthroposophical Society is an association of people who recognize the brotherhood of man without regard to nationality, and so on, all the various points. This is an acceptance of principles and smacks strongly of a dogmatic confession. But a dogmatic confession such as this must be banned from a society of the most modern kind. And the Anthroposophical Society we are founding here is to be a society of the most modern kind. The passage shown here within quotation marks expresses the view of the leadership at the Goetheanum, and in paragraph 3, one is reminded of one's attitude of agreement with the view of the leadership at the Goetheanum. We are not dealing with a principle. Instead, we have before us human beings who hold this conviction and this view. And we wish to join with these people to form the Anthroposophical Society. The most important sentence is the one which states that the results, and that means all the results, of spiritual science can be equally understood by every human being and human soul, but that in contrast, for an evaluation of the research results, a training is needed, which is to be cultivated in the school of spiritual science within its 3 classes. It is then not stated that people must accept brotherhood without regard to nation or race and so on, but it is stated that it is the conviction of those who up till now have been entrusted with the leadership at the Goetheanum that what is cultivated there leads to this. It leads to brotherhood, and whatever else is mentioned here. So, by agreeing to this paragraph, one is agreeing with this conviction. This is what I wanted to say by way of further interpretation. Dr. Tremler, for the purposes of openness, would it not be necessary here to state who constitutes the leadership at the Goetheanum? Otherwise, quote, the leadership at the Goetheanum, close quote, remains an abstract term? Dr. Steiner, in a following paragraph of the Statutes, the leadership of the School of Spiritual Science is mentioned, and at another point in the Statutes, the Vorstand will be mentioned. The names of the members of the Vorstand will be stated. Presumably this will be sufficient for what you mean? However, the naming of the Vorstand will probably be in the final point of the Statutes, where it will be stated that the Vorstand and the leadership at the Goetheanum are one and the same. So if you thought it would be more fitting, we could say, quote, the persons gathered in Dornach as the nucleus of the society recognize and endorse the view of the leadership at the Goetheanum, which is represented by the Vorstand nominated by this foundation gathering. This could, of course, be added. So it would read, quote, recognize and endorse the view of the leadership at the Goetheanum, which is represented by the Vorstand nominated by this foundation gathering, close quote. This will do. Who else would like to speak? Herr Leinhaus. Does this constitute a contradiction with point 7, where it says that Rudolf Steiner organizes the School of Spiritual Science and appoints his collaborators and his possible successor? Supposing you were not to choose as your collaborators those who are in the Vorstand as it stands at the moment. Dr. Steiner, why should there be a contradiction? You see, it is like this, as I have already said. Here, as the leadership at the Goetheanum, we shall have the Vorstand, and the Vorstand, as it now stands, will be joined in the capacity of advisors by the leaders of the different sections of the School of Spiritual Science. In future, this will be the leadership of the Goetheanum. Do you still find this contradictory? Herr Leinhaus, no. Herr Schmidt, I have one worry. Someone reading the sentence, quote, research into these results, however, as well as competent evaluation of them, depends upon spiritual scientific training, close quote, might gain the impression that something is being drummed into people. Dr. Steiner, what is being drummed in? Herr Schmidt, it is possible for people to gain this impression. Personally, I would prefer it if we could say, quote, depends upon spiritual scientific training, which is to be acquired step by step, and which is suggested in the published works of Dr. Steiner, close quote, so that the impression is not aroused of something that is not quite above board, or not quite comprehensible for outsiders. Dr. Steiner, but this would eliminate the essential point, which must be included because of the very manner in which the lecture cycles must be treated. What we have to achieve, as I have already said, is the following. We must bring it about that judgments can be justified, not in the sense of a logical justification, but in the sense that they must be based on a solid foundation, so that a situation can arise, not as regards a recognition of the results, but as regards an assessment of the research, in which there are people who are experts in the subject matter, and others who are not. In the subsequent paragraph, we dissociate ourselves from those who are not experts, in the sense that we refuse to enter into any discussion with them. As I said, we simply want to bring about this difference in the same way that it exists in the field of the integration of partial differential equations. In this way, we can work at a moral level against the possibility of someone saying, "I have read Dr. Steiner's book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, and therefore I am fully competent to assess everything else that has been published." This is what must be avoided. Therefore, the very point to be made is that on the basis of my published books, it is not possible to form a judgment on all the other things that are discussed above and beyond these. It would be wrong if we were not to refuse such judgments. Herr Schmidt feels that he has been misunderstood. Dr. Steiner. It says here, quote, "Research into these results, however, as well as competent evaluation of them, depends upon spiritual scientific training, which is to be acquired step by step." Close quote. Why is this not clear? It does not mean that anything is drummed into anybody, but rather that, as with everything in the world, you have to learn something before you can allow yourself to form a judgment. What we are rejecting is the assumption that anthroposophical matters can be judged from other points of view. There is a history behind this too. Let me tell you about it, for all these formulations are based on the experience of decades, as I have already said. I once gave a cycle of lectures in Bremen to a certain group of people who were permitted to attend not so much on the basis of their intellectual capacity as on that of their moral maturity. Now, there was a very well-known philosopher, a Platonist, who reckoned that anyone who had read the whole of Plato ought to be able to form a judgment about anthroposophy. On this basis, he sent people to me about whom he said, "These are good philosophers, so they ought to be allowed to attend, since they are capable of forming judgments." Of course, they were less capable of forming judgments than were some quite simple, humble people, whose very mood of soul made them capable of forming judgments. I had to exclude them. So it is important that, particularly in the case of this paragraph, we are extremely accurate. And it would not be accurate if we were to say that the necessary schooling can be attained on the basis of my published books. The interpretation of what constitutes the necessary schooling is stated in paragraph 8, quote, "All publications of the Society shall be public, in the same sense as are those of other public societies. The publications of the School of Spiritual Science," close quote, let us say in future the cycles, quote, "will form no exception as regards this public character. However, the leadership of the school reserves the right to deny in advance the validity of any judgment of these publications which is not based on the same training from which they have been derived. Consequently, they will regard as justified no judgment which is not based on an appropriate preliminary training, as is also the common practice in the recognized scientific world." Thus, close quote, and so on. So you see, the requirement in paragraph 3 must accord with that in paragraph 8. If you have another suggestion, please go ahead, but the one you suggested just now is quite impossible. Herr Schmidt. Perhaps there could be a reference to paragraph 8 at this point, for instance in the form of a note which says that the published books reveal the principles of the schooling. Dr. Steiner. This could certainly be pointed out in a note, but this note belongs at the point where it is stated that all publications shall be public, including the books about the conditions of the schooling. This is where such a note should be put. But I thought that saying that all books shall be public, all publications shall be public, would include the fact that all books about the schooling would be public. Fräulein X. Ought it not to say anthroposophical spiritual science, quote, as well as competent evaluation of them depends upon anthroposophical spiritual scientific training? Close quote question. Dr. Steiner. What you want to bring out here is made quite clear in paragraph 8 by the reference to Dornach. If we say, quote, anthroposophical, close quote, we have once again an abstract word. I especially want to express here that everything is concrete. Thus the spiritual scientific training meant, it is shown in this statute, is that represented in Dornach. If we say anthroposophical spiritual science, we are unprotected. For of course anyone can give the name of anthroposophy to whatever he regards as spiritual science. Herr van Leer, I would like the final sentence to be changed from, quote, not only in the spiritual but also in the practical realm, close quote, to, quote, in the spiritual as well as in the practical realm, close quote. Dr. Steiner, I formulated this sentence like this because I thought of it as being based on life. This is what I thought. It is easy for people to admit in what is said here that it can constitute the foundation for progress in the spiritual realm. This will meet with less contradiction. There will be some, but less. Then that anthroposophy can also lead to something in the practical realm. This is more likely to be contradicted. That is why I formulated this sentence in this way. Otherwise, the two realms are placed side by side as being of equal value in such an abstract manner, quote, in the spiritual as well as in the practical realm, close quote. My formulation is based on life. Amongst anthroposophists, there are very many who will easily admit that a very great deal can be achieved in the spiritual realm. But many people, also anthroposophists, do not agree that things can also be achieved in the practical realm. That is why I formulated the sentence in this way. Mr. Kaufmann, please forgive me, but it seems to me that the contradiction between paragraph 3 and paragraph 7 pointed out by Herr Leinhaus is still there. Paragraph 7 says, quote, the organizing of the School of Spiritual Science is, to begin with, the responsibility of Rudolf Steiner, who will appoint his collaborators and his possible successor, close quote. I was under the impression that the Vorstand, suggested by Dr. Steiner, has been elected en bloc by the present gathering. But now, if paragraph 3 calls the Vorstand elected at the Foundation meeting, the leadership at the Goetheanum, this seems to contradict paragraph 7. I had understood paragraph 3 to mean the leadership at the Goetheanum to be Dr. Steiner and such persons as he has already nominated or will nominate, who, in their confidence in him as the leadership at the Goetheanum, in accordance with paragraph 7, hold the views stated within quotation marks in paragraph 3, which are recognized positively by those present at the meeting. But if this is carried out by the Vorstand of the Anthroposophical Society, elected here, then this seems to me to be an apparent contradiction, at least in the way it is put. Dr. Steiner, I should like to ask, when was the Vorstand elected? When was the Vorstand elected? Mr. Kaufmann, I was under the impression that it was accepted when you proposed it, and the agreement of the meeting was expressed very clearly. Dr. Steiner, you must understand that I do not regard this as an election, and that is why just now I did not suggest, quote, the leadership at the Goetheanum, which is represented by the Vorstand, elected by this foundation gathering, close quote, but, quote, formed, close quote. Mr. Kaufmann, is this Vorstand identical with that mentioned in paragraph 7? Dr. Steiner, surely the Vorstand cannot be identical with my single person if it consists of 5 different members. Mr. Kaufmann asks once again. Dr. Steiner, no, it is not identical. Paragraph 7 refers to the establishment of the School of Spiritual Science, which I sketched earlier on. We shall name the Vorstand in a final paragraph, but I regard this Vorstand as being absolutely bound up with the whole constitution of the statutes. I have not suggested this Vorstand as a group of people who will merely do my bidding, but, as I have said, as people of whom each one will bear the full responsibility for what he or she does. The significance for me of this particular formation of this Vorstand is that in future it will consist of the very people of whom I myself believe that work can be done with them in the right way. So the Vorstand is, in the first place, the Vorstand of the society. What is mentioned in paragraph 7 is the leadership of the School of Spiritual Science. These are two things. The School of Spiritual Science will function in the future with myself as its leader, and the leaders of the different sections will be what might be called the collegium of the school. And then there will be the Vorstand of the Anthroposophical Society, which you now know and which will be complemented by those leaders of the different sections of the School of Spiritual Science who are not anyway members of the Vorstand. Is this not comprehensible? Mr. Kaufmann: Yes, but in the way it is put, it seems to me that the contradiction is still there. Dr. Steiner: What is contradictory? Mr. Kaufmann: Reading the words, you gain the impression that the Vorstand has been nominated by you personally. This would contradict paragraph 7. Dr. Steiner: Yes, but why is this not sufficient? It has nothing to do with paragraph 7. Paragraph 7 refers only to the preceding paragraph 5, the School of Spiritual Science. What we are now settling has nothing to do with paragraph 7. We are only concerned here with the fact that the Vorstand has been formed. It has been formed in the most free manner imaginable. I said that I would take on the leadership of the society, but I shall only do so if the society grants me this Vorstand. The society has granted me this Vorstand, so it is now formed. The matter seems to me to be as accurate as it possibly can be. Of course, the worst thing that could possibly happen would be for the statutes to express that the Vorstand had been, quote, nominated, close quote, by me. And this is indeed not the case, in view of the manner in which the whole society expressed its agreement, as occurred here. Herr Kaiser, please excuse me for being so immodest as to speak once again. As regards paragraph 1, the only thing I would suggest is that you simply say, quote, life, close quote, and nothing else. Not, quote, intellectual life, close quote, and not, quote, life of the soul, close quote, but simply, quote, life, close quote. With regard to point 3, I would not want to alter a single word in the version which Dr. Steiner has given with almost mathematical precision. But in order to meet the concern of our respected friend, I would merely suggest the omission of the words, quote, which is to be acquired step by step, close quote. Dr. Steiner: Yes, but then we do not express what ought to be expressed, namely that the schooling is indeed to be acquired step by step. We shall print on the cycles first class, second class, third class. And, apart from this, it is necessary to express in some way that there are stages within the schooling. These stages are quite simply a fact of spiritual science. Otherwise, you will agree, we have no way of distinguishing between schooling and dilettantism. Someone who has only just achieved the first stage of the schooling is a dilettante for the second and third stage. So I am afraid we cannot avoid wording it in this way. Dr. Unger: I should like to suggest that we conclude the debate about this third point. A speaker: I believe we should agree to recognize the formulation of paragraph 1 as it has emerged from the discussion. Another: I should only like to make a small suggestion, a word that could be improved, the word, quote, the same, close quote, in quote, the same progress, close quote, in the last sentence of paragraph 3, I would like to see it deleted and replaced by, quote, also progress, close quote. Dr. Steiner: We could do this, of course, but we would not be, what shall I say, using language in as meaningful a way. Quote, gleich, close quote, which means the same, is such a beautiful word, and one which in the German language, just in this kind of context, has gradually come to be used increasingly sloppily. It would be better to express ourselves in a way which still gives a certain fragrance to what we want to say. Wherever we can, it is better to use concrete expressions rather than abstract ones. You see, I do actually mean, quote, the same progress as in the other realms, close quote, so that it reads, quote, these results are, in their own way, as exact as the results of genuine natural science. When they attain general recognition in the same way as these, they will bring about the same progress in all spheres." Close quote. Of course, I do not want to insist on this, but I do think it is not at all a bad thing to retain or bring back to recognition a word in the German language which was originally so resonant, instead of replacing it by an abstract expression. We are, anyway, unfortunately, even in language, on the way to abstraction. Now we are in the following situation. Since an application to close the debate has been made, I ought to adjourn any further debate, if people still want to speak about paragraph 3, till tomorrow. We should then not be able to vote on this paragraph today. Please understand that I am obliged to ask you to vote on the application to close the debate. In the interests of proper procedure, please would those friends who wish the conclusion of the debate indicate their agreement. Dr. Unger: I only meant the discussion on point 3. We are in the middle of the detailed debate. Dr. Steiner: Will those who are opposed to closing the debate please raise their hands? I am sorry, that is not possible. We shall now vote on the acceptance or rejection of paragraph 3. Will those respected friends who are in favor of adopting point 3 please raise their hands? Parenthesis, they do, close parenthesis. Will those respected friends who are against it please raise their hands? Nobody does. Point 3 has thus been adopted at the second reading. Tomorrow we shall continue with a detailed debate, beginning with point 4. We shall gather, as we did today, after the lecture by Herr Jan Stutten on the subject of music and the spiritual world. So the continuation of the detailed debate will take place in tomorrow's meeting, which will begin at the same time as today. This afternoon at 4:30 there will be a performance of the Three Kings play. The end of section 8. This is part 9 of the reading of the Christmas Conference for the foundation of the General Anthroposophical Society, 1923 to 1924. And part 9 is entitled Continuation of the Foundation Meeting on the 28th of December at 10 o'clock in the morning. Before the lecture, Dr. Steiner makes some announcements regarding arrangements. My dear friends, before opening today's meeting, I must ask your forgiveness for yesterday's unpleasantness about access to the hall and having to wait outside. I do beg your forgiveness for this most annoying incident, which, however, was truly the consequence of a whole sequence of misunderstandings. From now on we shall make sure that our friends will find the doors open here half an hour before any meeting. I am also doing my best to have 2 more radiators put in tonight, so that it will no longer be quite so cold in the outer room. It is really difficult in this primitive accommodation to create conditions which are satisfactory for everybody. Please believe me when I say that the conditions are the least satisfactory of all for the Vorstand and myself. Let us hope that we can avoid too much trouble in the coming days. Now may I ask Herr Stutten to speak? He is going to give us the pleasure of a lecture about the element of music in spiritual life. Herr Stutten gives his lecture on music and the spiritual world. After a 15-minute break, the debate on the statutes continues. Dr. Steiner opens with the following words. My dear friends, today, once again, I shall speak the words which are to give us the foundation for our present work, as well as for our continued work outside. Soul of man, thou livest in the limbs which bear thee through the world of space, in the spirit's ocean being. Practice spirit recalling in depths of soul, where in the wielding will of world creating, thine own eye comes to being within God's eye. And thou wilt truly live for the world being of man. For the Father Spirit of the heights holds sway in depths of worlds, begetting being. Soul of man, thou livest in the beat of heart and lung, which leads thee through the rhythm of time into the realm of thine own soul's feeling. Practice spirit awareness in balance of the soul, where the surging deeds of the world's becoming thine own eye unite with the world eye. And thou wilt truly feel in the soul weaving of man. For the Christ will in the encircling round hold sway in the rhythms of the worlds, bestowing grace on the soul. Soul of man, thou livest in the resting head, which from the grounds of eternity opens to thee the world thoughts. Practice spirit beholding in stillness of thought, where the eternal aims of God's world being's light on thine own eye bestow for thy free willing. And thou wilt truly think in the spirit foundations of man. For the world thoughts of the spirit hold sway in the being of worlds, craving for light. Now, dear friends, let us once more inscribe the inner rhythm into our souls, the rhythm that can show us closely how these very words resound out of the rhythm of the universe. The first verse, Rudolf Steiner writes on the blackboard as he speaks, see facsimile 4, page XVI, top, writes, practice spirit recalling. This is the activity that can be accomplished within one's own soul. It corresponds to what out there in the great universe is expressed in the words, for the Father Spirit of the heights holds sway, in depths of worlds begetting being. The second is practice self-awareness. That is the process within, which is answered out there in the universe by, for the Christ will in the encircling round hold sway, in the rhythms of the worlds, bestowing grace on the soul. The third is practice spirit beholding. From out there comes the answer. For the world thoughts of the spirit hold sway in the being of worlds, craving for light. And as shown on the blackboard, there's a number 1 underneath it, practice spirit recalling. Below, for the Father Spirit of the heights holds sway in depths of worlds, begetting life. Then below that, 2, practice spirit awareness. For the Christ will in the encircling round hold sway in the rhythms of the worlds, bestowing grace on the soul. Below that, number 3, practice spirit beholding. For the world thoughts of the Spirit hold sway in the being of worlds, craving for light. Dr. Steiner. We shall now continue our meeting with a discussion of paragraph 4 of the Statutes. Would Dr. Wachsmuth please read paragraph 4? Paragraph 4 is read by Dr. Wachsmuth. Quote, 4. The Anthroposophical Society is in no sense a secret society, but is entirely public. Anyone can become a member, without regard to nationality, social standing, religion, scientific or artistic conviction, who considers as justified the existence of an institution such as the Goetheanum in Dornach in its capacity as a school of spiritual science. The Anthroposophical Society rejects any kind of sectarian activity. Party politics it considers not to be within its task. Close quote. Dr. Steiner. Mr. Cullison has applied to speak first. Mr. Cullison. Please pardon me, as a very old member, for saying a few words about the statutes. We have now come to point 4. I believe that it cannot be our intention to improve on these statutes. Dr. Steiner has put so much effort into them, and they are truly all-embracing. It seems to me that any debate on the various points should serve the purpose solely of asking any questions there might be about the meaning or the extent of any of them. Parenthesis, lengthy applause. Close parenthesis. Dr. Steiner. Who would like to speak about paragraph 4? The suggestion is made that the statutes should be adopted by acclamation. Dr. Steiner. Yes, but I still have to ask whether anybody would like to speak to paragraph 4. This paragraph is, in the main, concerned with the fact that quite soon we shall be presenting the Anthroposophical Society to the world as an entirely public society, and everything that can contain the esoteric element, despite this public character, will be ensured by paragraph 5 and subsequent paragraphs. May I ask once more who would like to speak to paragraph 4 of the Statutes? There seems to be nobody, so will those friends who are in favor of adopting paragraph 4 please raise their hands? They do. Who is in favor of rejecting paragraph 4? No hands are raised. Paragraph 4 is adopted at the second reading. Would Herr Wachsmuth please read paragraph 5 of the Statutes? Paragraph 5 is read out. Quote, number 5. The Anthroposophical Society sees the School of Spiritual Science in Dornach as a center for its activity. The school will be composed of 3 classes. Members of the Society will be admitted to the school on their own application after a period of membership to be determined by the leadership at the Goetheanum. They enter in this way the first class of the School of Spiritual Science. Admission to the second or third class takes place when the person requesting this is deemed eligible by the leadership at the Goetheanum. Close quote. Dr. Steiner. Now, my dear friends, the purpose of this paragraph is to enable the soul, which naturally belongs to the Anthroposophical Society, and which can be given to it in the Goetheanum at Dornach, to be given to it indeed in the near future. This paragraph of the Statutes is intended to make members, or those who still want to become members, conscious of the fact that in the Goetheanum we are given the soul of the Anthroposophical movement. This will make it possible for the esoteric impulses that ought to be given to the Anthroposophical Society to actually be given to it. We shall make progress if you endeavor to penetrate to the spirit of this 5th paragraph. I would only like to say a few things about how I see the constitution of the School of Spiritual Science in Dornach at the Goetheanum in the future. Those who have sojourned and worked within the Anthroposophical Society for some time have had the opportunity of realizing quite well that in the matter of advancing in the schooling by stages, it will, more and more, be a question not merely of intellectual capacities, least of all the type of intellectual and empirical schooling customary in the outside world, except where absolutely necessary in respect of specialist knowledge. An important role will have to be played by the capacities that lie in the feelings, and in those of direct perception of the esoteric and the occult, and by moral qualities, and so on. The fundamental feature of what will be at work with regard to the 3 classes, which are built on the foundation of the Anthroposophical Society, which, in its turn, is entirely public, this fundamental feature in the working of the 3 classes will be, of course, the spiritual scientific content. But for this very reason it will be necessary for us to present the working of the School of Spiritual Science before the world in a way that shows how it can inspire the various realms of civilization, of knowledge, of art, and so on. Here, too, from the start, we must not allow ourselves to think along any given lines. What is meant by thinking along a given line? To think along a given line would be to say, the School of Spiritual Science must be divided up in accordance with a concept or an idea, such as a logical division into the first section, the second section, the third, the fourth, the fifth section, and so on. This can be nicely thought out, and there's a sort of a drawing. What is usually the consequence of such a way of thinking? It is a structure that lies in the realm of cloud cuckoo land, and on top of that, this structure has to be administered. So when you start hunting for suitable people, you look around all over the place for people who have to fit into the first, the second, the third section, and finally they are somehow juggled in by means of some sort of election or something. Usually what then becomes apparent is that they settle as though into a chrysalis in their particular department in the scheme. They creep into this chrysalis, but no butterfly emerges. So let us not proceed in an abstract way. Let us start by taking the activities that are already going on and put together the sections out of the existing facts. Let us take what is already there. You see, dear friends, the management of what has to be administered, including what has to be administered in the highest spiritual sense in the different realms, cannot be carried out by just anybody who might be called, and who might not even live here permanently. Is it not so that if more is to be done than merely talking about work, if the work itself is actually to be done with full responsibility, then, firstly, each one doing the work must be constantly available for all the others, and secondly, the leadership as a whole must be accessible at any time to those who are responsible. That is why, simply out of spiritual empiricism, I thought that the School of Spiritual Science at the Goetheanum in Dornach should be led by me with regard to all esoteric matters, and that I should be supported in this leadership by those people who have shared spiritually in the work of bringing about the building of the Anthroposophical movement. What I am now going to say, therefore, arises naturally out of the situation in Dornach at the moment. First of all, it will fall to me to maintain an overall view and to administer the school as a whole, while also taking on the leadership of the general anthroposophical and pedagogical aspects. I would carry out the leadership of the other aspects by placing at the head of the different sections those persons who are in a position, from what has gone before, to run a particular branch of the work of the anthroposophical movement. Out of this there would arise, firstly, I have mentioned it already, what in France is called belles lettres. I don't know whether the expression is still used. No? What a pity. In German they spoke of, quote, schöne Wissenschaften, close quote, up to the 19th century, and then the term lapsed. The, quote, beautiful sciences, close quote, sciences which brought beauty into human knowledge, aesthetics, art. How typical that even in France the expression belles lettres is no longer used. Someone calls out, Académie des Lettres. Yes, but the bells has been left out. And it is just this aspect with which I am concerned. We have plenty of sciences, but where are the beautiful sciences? I don't know what those of you gathered here, especially the younger members, intent on science, think about the matter. But here in Dornach we link up not only with more recent times, but also with most ancient past times. Therefore we may, and indeed must, create a section for the field that in France used to be called belles lettres, and in Germany is called schöne Wissenschaften. Perhaps we shall have to give it a less unaccustomed name for the world at large, but so far I haven't found one. And once again I have to say that it is perfectly obvious that there is a person here who could not be more suitable as the leader of this section, and that is our dear friend Albert Steffen, who will most certainly do nothing in this realm which is not most eminently suited to the spiritual scientific movement as it is intended to take its start here from Dornach. And there's lively applause. Then there is the realm of the spoken arts, together with music and Eurythmy. Once again there is a person on whom the choice falls quite naturally, so there is no need for me to say a great deal. My leadership of this realm will be through Frau Dr. Steiner as the section leader. Lively applause. Another department to be created here is a section for the natural sciences themselves. You know that our attitude to the natural sciences is such that we seek in them something extremely profound, and that it is most urgent for us to metamorphose the way they are treated nowadays into something quite different. You will see from a work of literature which is almost ready at the printer that our dear friend Dr. Günther Wachsmuth has devoted himself enthusiastically to this metamorphosis of natural science. Therefore we shall most fruitfully be able to entrust the department for the natural sciences to Dr. Günther Wachsmuth. Applause. In connection with this will be a department which must be cultivated especially carefully, because always in times when true spiritual knowledge has been striven for, its field has been not so much a chapter of spiritual science, as rather something quite organically linked with spiritual science. It is impossible to imagine that in olden times the spiritual vision, the spiritual knowledge given to mankind could have been separated in any way from the medical element. It will be seen in the work which Frau Dr. Wegmann has been doing with me here, which is soon to be made public, how not only a synthesis but an organic development can arise for a new anthroposophical view of the world. Once more, therefore, it is as a matter of course that the administration of the medical department, the medical section, should be conducted through me with the help of the section leader, Frau Dr. Wegmann. Applause. Now, my dear friends, if you call to mind the old Goetheanum, and if you call to mind the beautiful words spoken about it today by our friend Herr Stutten in his excellent lecture, then you will see that the sculptural or plastic arts, too, have played a great role here. They will have to go on playing this role in future, so we shall certainly need a section for the sculptural arts. You know that for years Miss Marion has been at my side in carrying out the sculptural arts for the Goetheanum. Most unfortunately, she is unable to take part in this gathering as she is suffering from a long illness, which has prevented her even from stepping over here to take part. But I hope that after a while, when she is well again, she will be able to devote herself to the work of which I am now speaking. I shall carry out all that needs to be done here by way of sculpture and in the realm of the sculptural arts through the leader of this section, Miss Marion. Applause. And there is another person who has marked out her territory in the world so clearly that whenever advice or help is needed in the realm of mathematics and astronomy, it comes from her. You, and especially those resident in Dornach, can see from the content of my most recent lectures, especially those given here before the last cycle, how necessary it is, especially in the field of astronomy, to go back to the more ancient conceptions. If you consider a small note in my memoirs, which are now appearing in titled Das Goetheanum, just at the beginning of the article coming out this evening, you will see how very profound are the reasons for the motto over Plato's Academy, quote, God geometrizes, close quote. And indeed, it is only possible to penetrate Platonic instruction. I am speaking of Platonic instruction and not spiritual scientific instruction by means of mathematics. Everything which needs to be put straight in this field must be put straight. And I believe that you will be as enthusiastic as you were in the other cases when I tell you that in the future I shall let this area be tended through Fräulein Dr. Freda as the section leader. Applause. My dear friends, if I had divided up these sections according to ideas, no doubt there would have been others too, but the people would have been lacking here in Dornach who could have seen to what was necessary in accordance with all the fundamental conditions. You may believe me that whereas the statutes are the fruit of 4 weeks' consideration, the announcements I have just made are based on the experience of years. So this is how things will have to stand. Later on, when we come to include the Vorstand in the statutes, I shall speak on this final point of the statutes and tell you how I see the relationship between the Collegium of section leaders who administer the school and the Vorstand, which bears the initiative for the leadership of the Anthroposophical Society. Now, would anyone wishing to speak to paragraph 5 of the statutes please do so? Nobody does. Mr. Collison's words appear to be having a remarkably muting effect. Herr Ingerow, respected friends, just a brief question. In paragraph 5, does the statement, quote, a period of membership determined by the leadership at the Goetheanum, close quote, refer to an individual period, or will it be general? Dr. Steiner, it will be entirely individual. You must consider how it will arise. Of your own free will you become a member of the Anthroposophical Society, or you are one already and have been for some time. For most of you sitting here, the conditions are already fulfilled. But it also says here, quote, on their own application, close quote. This means that you express your will to become a member of the school, and then the leadership of the Goetheanum decides whether this is possible at the present moment or not until some future moment. This is how this matter will be dealt with in practice. Would anyone else like to speak to paragraph 5? If not, will those who wish to adopt paragraph 5 please raise their hands? They do. Will those who do not wish to accept it please raise their hands? Nobody does. Paragraph 5 is herewith adopted at the second reading. Please, would you now read paragraph 6? Dr. Wachsmuth reads paragraph 6 of the Statutes. Quote number 6. Every member of the Anthroposophical Society has the right to attend all lectures, performances, and meetings arranged by the Society, under conditions to be announced by the Vorstand. Close quote. Dr. Steiner, my dear friends, you may perhaps be brought up short by the clause, quote, under conditions to be announced by the Vorstand, close quote. I considered it for a long time. I said to myself that the most natural formulation for this sentence would be, quote, every member of the Anthroposophical Society has the right to attend all lectures, performances, and meetings arranged by the Society, close quote. It could indeed have been left like this. But then, in principle, we should have been unable to do what unfortunately we do have to do. We would not, for example, have been able to fix the price of tickets for the different events. This is the kind of conditions meant. In fact, the thought uppermost in my mind was the price of tickets. It is dreadful, is it not, to have this thought uppermost in one's mind? But it cannot be avoided. For just as human beings cannot live on air alone, so is it also not possible to exist with the Anthroposophical movement if our idealism does not occasionally reach for our wallet. Other similar conditions might also arise. But I cannot help finding it necessary to lay down in this paragraph this matter of conditions of entry which refer to the public aspect of the Society. Does anyone wish to speak to paragraph 6? Nobody does. Mr. Collison really is a magician. Does anyone want to speak to paragraph 6? If not, will those dear friends who are in favor of adopting paragraph 6 at the second reading please raise their hands? They do. Will those friends who do not wish to do so raise their hands? Nobody does. Paragraph 6 is adopted at the second reading. Applause. Will Dr. Wachsmuth now please read paragraph 7? Paragraph 7 is read. Quote 7. The organizing of the School of Spiritual Science is, to begin with, the responsibility of Rudolf Steiner, who will appoint his collaborators and his possible successor. Close quote. Dr. Steiner, I have just been telling you how I see the leadership of the school, and I have nothing more in particular to say to this paragraph. Will those respected friends who wish to speak to this paragraph please do so? Does anyone want to speak to paragraph 7? It seems not. So will those friends who wish to adopt paragraph 7 at the second reading please raise their hands? They do. Will those who do not wish to adopt it please raise their hands? Nobody does. Paragraph 7 is adopted at the second reading. Now will Dr. Wachsmuth please read paragraph 8. Paragraph 8 is read. Quote 8. All publications of the Society shall be public, in the same sense as are those of other public societies. The publications of the School of Spiritual Science will form no exception as regards this public character. However, the leadership of the school reserves the right to deny in advance the validity of any judgment on these publications, which is not based on the same training from which they have been derived. Consequently, they will regard as justified no judgment which is not based on an appropriate preliminary training, as is also the common practice in the recognized scientific world. Thus, the publications of the School of Spiritual Science will bear the following note, quote, printed as a manuscript for members of the School of Spiritual Science, Goetheanum, blank blank class. No one is considered competent to judge the content who has not acquired, through the school itself, or in a manner recognized by the school as equivalent, the requisite preliminary knowledge. Other opinions will be disregarded, to the extent that the authors of such works will not enter into a discussion about them. Close subquote, close quote. Dr. Steiner. My dear friends, with this I have attempted to put into practice something about which I have been thinking, if you would like to know a definite point in time, since the year 1913, before the laying of the foundation stone of the Goetheanum. We must be clear about the fact that it is quite likely that a movement such as the Anthroposophical movement will create a society to be its bearer which in some form smacks of sectarianism. You cannot really blame such people who take part in a society of that kind, for you know how great a tendency toward sectarianism coming from ancient atavistic impulses people still carry within them. Often they do not realize it, but people do bear sectarian impulses within themselves. Thus it has come about that amid what I might call the somewhat tumultuous arrangements for the printing of the cycles, something has entered the society with regard to the way these matters are dealt with, which does not make a sectarian impression. For it is incomprehensible to people in their modern consciousness that it is possible to print a number of copies of something, a number exceeding 100, and then to want to hide it within some sort of community. You just can't do this. In some fields it would indeed be fruitful to hide certain things, but it is not carried out. In the year 1888 I once spoke with the well-known philosopher Edward von Hartmann, whose field concerned the unconscious, about how few people there are who read books about the theory of knowledge, even though 500 and even sometimes 1,000 copies are printed. Edward von Hartmann said that one ought to disseminate not more than 70 to 80 copies, for there were only 70 to 80 people who could really understand the theory of knowledge. I am referring to the theory of knowledge which Edward von Hartmann was just preparing. I believe, though, that in my own little book on the theory of knowledge, titled The Theory of Knowledge Implicit in Goethe's World Conception, it has just appeared in a new edition, that I have contributed something in this field which everybody can read. However, I do believe that it is not possible to carry out the principle of keeping something secret once it has been put into print. In practice, it has proved impossible. After all, we now have a situation in which our enemies are far more quick to speak in public about a new publication than are the anthroposophists themselves. Facts such as these have to be taken into account. We can only make progress with our great aims if, on the other hand, we take into account this spirit of the age. This spirit of the age cannot tolerate external secrets, but it can quite well tolerate internal secrets, for the really esoteric anthroposophical writings will still remain a very, very great secret for people for a long time to come. And externally, we do not need to keep things physically secret if we can keep them private morally by working toward a recognition on the part of the world at large that, as with any other field of knowledge, there are boundaries between experts and non-experts. In dealing with the non-experts, it must always be possible for us to point out that their judgment is comparable to the judgment of a peasant on differential calculus. If we work on this basis, we shall, after a while, not straight away, succeed in solving the matter of the cycles in appropriate fashion. As I said, I have been thinking about this question for 10 years, and now a solution had to be found. This moral solution is the only one I can think of. After, quote, all publications of the society shall be public, in the same sense as are those of other public societies, close quote, I want to add, quote, the conditions under which one acquires a spiritual training have also been made public, and they shall continue to be presented publicly, close quote. This is to be added in the form of a note, in order to avoid the misunderstanding that was pointed out yesterday. I must, of course, reserve the possibility of perhaps improving the style of the imprint that is to go in the publications. Perhaps after, quote, printed as manuscript for members of the School of Spiritual Science, Goetheanum, close quote, should be added, quote, but fully available to everyone, close quote, or something like that. We shall see. It will have to be finalized very soon, because the stamp to be used on the cycles that have already been printed or are about to be printed will have to be made up so that we can put the whole thing into practice as soon as possible, once we have brought the Anthroposophical Society into being through our conference here. Now may I ask who would like to speak to paragraph 8? Dr. Buchenbacher, instead of, quote, erkannt, close quote, in the penultimate sentence, should it not say, quote, anerkannt, close quote? Dr. Steiner, yes, of course, it's a printer's error. Footnote, the difference has no bearing on the translation of this sentence into English. End of footnote. Dr. Buchenbacher, may I ask whether the cycles, which have already been in the possession of members for years, are to be treated as publications of the School of Spiritual Science? Dr. Steiner, all the cycles, in confronting the consciousness of our time, we can do no other than make these measures applicable to all the cycles. This matter will mean that there will have to be a certain amount of piety among members too. It is not a suggestion that they should sell off the cycles in their possession as quickly as possible to a second-hand bookseller. Fräulein Simon, does this also apply to all the publications similar to the cycles? Will they also have this note imprinted or stamped in them? Dr. Steiner, on the whole, it will apply only to the cycles and those publications which are equal to the cycles. Herr Verbeck, what about the national economy course given here? Does that count as a cycle? Dr. Steiner, the matter is somewhat different regarding the few works which have not actually been published by me or by the Anthroposophical Publishing Company, but which a particular circle has been given permission to print. In one way, I am quite grateful to you for giving me the opportunity to speak about this rather vexed question. In the case of these papers, it should be a matter of course that they are only to be used by those who have been permitted to do so. This national economy course is one, and the medical course is another, and so on. If they were to be published more widely, the author's rights would have to be returned to me. If we were planning to transform these papers into the form given to the cycles bearing this note, they would have to be returned to me, and they could only be brought out by the Philosophisch-Anthroposophische Verlag as cycles published bearing this note. The customary author's rights would have to be considered in such a case. Does anyone else wish to speak to this paragraph? Dr. Kalisko, regarding what Dr. Steiner has just said, I should like to say the following. I would be very happy to give the specialist courses, the 3 scientific courses which Dr. Steiner gave in Stuttgart, and also the medical course, back in the Philosophisch-Anthroposophische Verlag, because I am convinced that it would be better if all these publications were to be brought out by the School of Spiritual Science, if Dr. Steiner has this in mind. This is what I wanted to say about this vexed question. Dr. Steiner, does anyone else wish to speak to paragraph 8? Herr Leinhaus, it says here, quote, the authors of such works will not enter into a discussion about them, close quote. Does this mean that the intention is that members of the school belonging to a particular class shall not enter into a discussion with others? Dr. Steiner, yes, of course. Herr Goyert, I want to ask whether it is intended that the note to be put in the cycles is also to be put in the copies that are already in the possession of members. Dr. Steiner, in the supplement to Das Goetheanum, we shall appeal to members who possess such copies to write this note in their copies themselves, and as regards the copies still in stock, they will all have the note stamped in them. Every cycle, regardless of whether it came into being in the past or is yet to come into being in the future, will bear this note. Dr. Pipers, would it not be desirable, in order to avoid misunderstandings, to state in a note that the specialist scientific courses are included among the publications? Dr. Steiner, what kind of misunderstanding is likely to arise? You cannot include something ephemeral in a statute. I mean, it is impossible to say in a statute, quote, to avoid a misunderstanding, close quote, about something that is obvious, and then expect it to refer, let us say, for example, to the medical course. It is obvious that the medical course was given subject to certain conditions. and if it was given subject to these conditions, then, should it be published, it will be returned to me. I find this a matter of course. We should have to include an awful lot in the statutes that does not belong there if we were to mention all kinds of things which are customary. I do not think this sort of thing belongs in the statutes. Mr. Kaufmann, in future, are we to advise new members to read the cycles, even though they do not yet belong to the corresponding class of the school? Dr. Steiner, this is an entirely individual and personal matter. It is, of course, not possible to issue directives about it. There will be new members to whom it will be quite suitable to recommend the reading of the cycles, since they will be publicly available, and there will be others for whom this advice will not be suitable. The latter will then either abide by the advice, or they will read them anyway. I think it is extremely difficult to give directives about this, and I have had some strange experiences in this connection. For instance, I made the acquaintance of a branch which even went to the extent of advising its members whether or not they should read this book or that book. Some people who were already members were not even allowed to read my book, Theosophy, because it was thought to be unsuitable for them. Well, it was up to these members themselves whether they found the leader of this group to be such an authority that they were prepared to stand to attention even in their souls, or else they did not. You cannot issue generalized directives. Mademoiselle Sauerwein, will the cycles be published in the accustomed form, or will they then be available from bookshops? Dr. Steiner, the cycles will be published by the Philosophisch-Anthroposophische Verlag, but the route by which they make their way to those who possess copies will of course depend on those people themselves. If they want to order them by some means through the book trade, we shall of course not offer terms for them, as the expression goes. If someone wants to order a cycle from a bookseller, we shall have no objection to fulfilling the order. That is quite customary. Frau Muntz, if outsiders ask us to give them a cycle, should we do so? Dr. Steiner, this has hitherto gone on to such an extent that I would not know how it could be prevented. Only by strictly emphasizing the public nature of everything can we get beyond what smacks of sectarianism. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to paragraph 8 of the statutes? If not, then I shall now put this paragraph to the vote. Will those friends who are in favor of adopting paragraph 8 at the second reading please raise their hands? They do. Now will those friends who are against it please raise their hands? Nobody does. Paragraph 8 has been adopted at the second reading. Would Dr. Wachsmuth now please read paragraph 9? Paragraph 9 is read out. Quote, 9. The purpose of the Anthroposophical Society will be the furtherance of spiritual research. That of the School of Spiritual Science will be this research itself. A dogmatic stand in any field whatsoever is to be excluded from the Anthroposophical Society. Close quote. Dr. Steiner, it seems to me that the content of this paragraph is easily understood. I would only like to point out that it is not a repetition of what has been said in earlier paragraphs, but that it is necessary because it states the purpose of the Anthroposophical Society, namely the furtherance of spiritual research. That is, insofar as it is cultivated at the School of Spiritual Science in Dornach. And it has to be stressed that anything dogmatic is excluded from the administration of the Anthroposophical Society. Does anyone wish to speak to this paragraph 9? If not, will those friends who wish to adopt paragraph 9 at the second reading please raise their hands? They do. Now will those friends who are against it raise their hands? Nobody does. Paragraph 9 is then adopted at the second reading. Now we come to paragraph 10. Will Dr. Wachsmuth please read out paragraph 10? Paragraph 10 is read out. Quote number 10. The Anthroposophical Society shall hold a regular general meeting at the beginning of the year at the Goetheanum, at which time the Vorstand shall present a full report with accounting. The agenda for this meeting shall be communicated by the Vorstand to all members, together with the invitation 3 weeks before the meeting. The Vorstand may call special meetings and fix the agenda for them. Invitations to such meetings shall be sent to members 3 weeks in advance. Motions proposed by individual members or groups of members shall be submitted 1 week before the general meeting. Close quote. Dr. Steiner. Does anyone wish to speak to this paragraph 10? My endeavor has been to say as much as is necessary in the statutes. Herr Hollenberg. I would like to ask whether this general meeting has to take place at the beginning of the year or whether another time can be chosen. Dr. Steiner. I am not capriciously attached to the beginning of the year if it is enough for you not to have the guarantee of being able to count on a particular time so that the meeting might sometimes be in January and sometimes in December. Would this suffice? We do not want to arrange any of these things in an abstract way, and we will try to put our feelers here and there. If you think it is enough, we can say, quote, the Anthroposophical Society shall hold a regular general meeting each year at the Goetheanum, close quote. I only included it because I thought that not stating the time of the meeting would meet with contradiction. Dr. Kalisko. I am in favor of leaving it in. Dr. Steiner. Why? Dr. Kalisko. Because after having had many conversations, I have come to realize that very many friends attach great value to the meeting taking place at Christmas time, when this Christmas conference itself is taking place. Dr. Steiner. Perhaps it would be better to state it as a general wish without including it in the statutes. Such things can be arranged in a different way. When we have finished the discussion on the statutes, I shall be announcing to you that the Vorstand, I hope it will still be possible during this conference, will be presenting you with bylaws as well. These will include a number of subsidiary points which do not belong in the statutes. The statutes should be composed in a way that makes it possible for anybody to read them in about a quarter of an hour, with 5 minutes to spare in which to think about them. So I am eager to make these statutes as brief as possible. They must be so short that there is no room in them for any special points. So I think it will be quite all right to leave this out. Does anyone else wish to speak? Herr Donner. In connection with this, it would be good to consider whether the national societies should hold their general meetings first, before the general meeting of the General Anthroposophical Society. Would it be practical for this to be done every time? Dr. Steiner. It would indeed be quite practical if it could become customary for the national societies to hold their meetings first, in which they would nominate their delegates for the meeting here, after which they would hold another meeting to report on what had gone on here. This would perhaps be the best custom, if it comes about. Mrs. Mary. I do not think 3 weeks are enough for the invitation. Dr. Steiner. Very well, let us say 6 weeks. I have already said in the Vorstand that it could be 6 weeks. There is also another sentence to be added. The sentence I want to add here is, quote, a certain number of members, to be determined from time to time in the bylaws, has the right to request a special general meeting at any time. Close quote. The possibility for this must also be left open. Herr Leinhaus. I only want to recommend that the time for calling a special meeting should remain at 3 weeks, for the general meeting itself 6 weeks, for the special meeting a shorter period. Dr. Steiner. Very well. 3 weeks can be made to suffice for the special meeting. Would anyone else like to speak to paragraph 10? It seems not. So may I ask those friends who are in favor of adopting paragraph 10 to raise their hands? They do. Please, will those who are against it raise their hands? Nobody does. Paragraph 10 is adopted. Will Dr. Wachsmuth please read paragraph 11? Paragraph 11 is read out. Quote 11. Members may join in smaller or larger groups on any basis of locality or subject. The headquarters of the Anthroposophical Society is at the Goetheanum. From there the Vorstand shall bring to the attention of the members or groups of members what it considers to be the task of the society. The Vorstand communicates with officials elected or appointed by the various groups. Admission of members will be the concern of the individual groups. The certificate of membership shall, however, be placed before the Vorstand in Dornach, and shall be signed by them out of their confidence in the officials of the groups. In general, every member should join a group. Only those for whom it is quite impossible to find entry to a group should apply directly to Dornach for membership. Close quote. Dr. Steiner. Does anyone wish to speak on this point? Naturally, this point, in particular, can be explained further in the bylaws. What is included here need not be said in general. This paragraph shows how admissions are to be handled, and everything else is a matter of general custom, which there is indeed no harm in changing from time to time. Does anyone wish to speak to paragraph 11? Seemingly not. So may I ask those friends who are in favor of adopting paragraph 11 to raise their hands? They do. Now will those friends who are in favor of rejecting paragraph 11 raise their hands? Nobody does. Paragraph 11 is thus adopted at the second reading. Would Dr. Wachsmuth now please read paragraph 12? Paragraph 12 is read out. Quote, 12. Membership dues shall be fixed by the individual groups. Each group shall, however, submit for each of its members to the central leadership of the society at the Goetheanum. Close quote. Dr. Steiner, I would now ask you for the moment not to discuss the amount to be inserted here. It will be considered to start with after the Vorstand has made suggestions at the meeting of the General Secretaries tomorrow morning at 8:30. What the General Secretaries consider to be possible and necessary can then be reported at the subsequent meeting of members. I would ask you to accept this paragraph in its overall sense. Does anyone wish to speak? If not, will those friends who accept paragraph 12 in this sense please raise their hands? They do. Will those friends who wish to reject paragraph 12 raise their hands? Nobody does. Paragraph 12 is adopted at the second reading. Would Dr. Wachsmuth now read paragraph 13? Paragraph 13 is read out. Quote, 13. Each working group formulates its own statutes, but these must not be incompatible with the statutes of the Anthroposophical Society. Close quote. Dr. Steiner. Does anyone wish to speak to paragraph 13? I think it is as obvious as anything could be. May I then ask those friends who adopt paragraph 13 to raise their hands? They do. Will those friends who wish to reject paragraph 13 raise their hands? Nobody does. Paragraph 13 is adopted at the second reading. Would Dr. Wachsmuth now read paragraph 14? Paragraph 14 is read out. Quote, 14. The organ of the society is Das Goetheanum, which for this purpose is provided with a supplement containing the official communications of the society. This enlarged edition of Das Goetheanum will be supplied to members of the Anthroposophical Society only. Close quote. Dr. Steiner. I have already spoken about this paragraph 14. I would now ask those friends who wish to speak to it to do so. Does anyone wish to speak to paragraph 14? Question. Will Das Goetheanum be available from Switzerland only? Dr. Steiner. We will adopt as a custom whatever will be most practical in the circumstances. An arrangement has already been made with the German section, in whose case it will be distributed from Stuttgart. Obviously, we shall do whatever is most practical in any given circumstances. A speaker. To make things quite clear, it ought to say, quote, the organ of the society is the weekly Das Goetheanum, close quote. Dr. Steiner. The weekly. Very well. Does anyone else wish to speak? Herr Goyert. If the weekly is changed into a different kind of journal, then this will no longer be correct. Dr. Steiner. Let us hope that this will not be the case. Perhaps it will be quite a good thing if we have a means of keeping the weekly journal as it is, and not changing it. Does anyone else wish to speak? If not, will those friends who are in favor of adopting paragraph 14 please raise their hands? They do. Please would those not in favor raise their hands. Nobody does. Paragraph 14 is adopted at the second reading. Now we have to add a 15th paragraph. Quote, "At the founding meeting, at Christmas 1923, the constitution of the founding Vorstand will be Rudolf Steiner as President, Albert Stephan as Vice President, Frau Dr. Wegmann as Recording Secretary, Dr. Günther Wachsmuth as Secretary and Treasurer, Frau Dr. Steiner as a member, Fräulein Dr. Frede as a member." Close quote. Now, I still want to mention that this is to be the Vorstand responsible for the society, but for all matters pertaining to the leadership of the soul of the Anthroposophical Society, namely the School of Spiritual Science at the Goetheanum, the relevant meetings and consultations shall also be attended by those section leaders who are not members of the Vorstand. At the moment, all the section leaders except one are also members of the Vorstand. Does anyone wish to speak to this point? It says, the total Vorstand is, quote, formed, close quote, which is an indication of the fact that it is neither elected nor nominated, but that it is a self-evident Vorstand, which is designated as a result of the reasons which have been given. It is a Vorstand designated by the facts themselves and receives the ground on which it stands at this foundation meeting. Question. Is it not possible for there to be an accumulation of offices? Dr. Steiner. I expressly said yesterday that it will be incompatible for members of the Vorstand to hold other offices in the Anthroposophical Society. For example, it is not desirable for one of the members of the Vorstand to be the General Secretary of some group, or, for instance, the leader of a branch, or something similar. Then he can devote himself exclusively to his task. But for the leadership of the school, it is naturally necessary to call those who are most suitable. And the leadership of the school is likely, for the most part, to consist of members of the Vorstand. Therefore, in this instance, there is an accumulation of offices whereby the section leaders will be advisory members of the Vorstand. Does anyone else wish to speak to paragraph 15? No? Then I would now ask you to give your consent, not by voting in the sense of the votes conducted for the other paragraphs, but with the feeling that you acknowledge the justification of this fundamental manner of leadership of a true Anthroposophical society. I would ask you to give your agreement that this Vorstand be constituted for the leadership of the Anthroposophical Society. Long applause. Dr. Steiner. My dear friends, I believe I speak also on behalf of those who stand here beside me, the members of the Vorstand, who are not unprepared, but more than enough prepared, when I express the most cordial gratitude for your consent, and when I give the promise that the leadership of the Anthroposophical Society will be conducted in the sense of its spiritual foundations and conditions. We are now coming to the end of our meeting. Having completed the second reading, we now come to the adoption of the statutes as a whole in the third reading. May I now ask, after the discussion of the individual paragraphs in the detailed debate, whether anybody would like to speak once more about the statutes as a whole? I only wish to say that I would like to add the following historical note, which was asked for yesterday after paragraph 2. Quote, the Anthroposophical Society is in continuity with the society founded in 1912. It would like, however, to create an independent point of departure, in keeping with the true spirit of the present time, for the objectives established at that time. Close quote. This is the note with which we can add what was said on this point yesterday. Now, would anyone still like to speak about the statutes as a whole? If this is not the case, may I ask those respected friends who are in favor of adopting the statutes at the third reading to raise their hands? They do. Will those who are not in favor please make this known by raising their hands? Nobody does. My respected friends, the statutes of the Anthroposophical Society are adopted herewith. We shall once again continue with this meeting of members tomorrow morning after Herr Verbeck's lecture. Would you please remain seated for a few more seconds, as I have some announcements to make. Firstly, the next gathering today will be for the Eurythmy performance at 4:30 this afternoon. The program will be entirely new. Secondly, the General Secretaries are requested to meet at 8:30 on Saturday morning, as they did last Tuesday at 2:30, down in the Glass House. I would also request the representatives of the various Swiss branches to be present, as the question already mentioned about the Swiss Anthroposophical Society will be discussed to start with in this smaller circle. Further, unfortunately, the meeting of members of the school associations for free education in Switzerland cannot take place here in the hall, because it is needed for Eurythmy rehearsals. There is, therefore, no room large enough for all the members to participate as listeners at this meeting. The meeting will take place this afternoon down in the Glass House, and in consequence I, unfortunately, have to ask for the attendance only of the members of the Swiss School Association itself, and of those friends from non-German speaking countries, that is America, England, France, Spain, Italy, Sweden, Norway, Holland, and so on. Alas, the baby has to be chopped in half somewhere, and so, to start with for today's meeting, I would ask those from countries with really weak currencies not to attend. That means all the German members, and also, if they cannot find any room, the members from Austria. Also, it has been drawn to my attention, we never seem to get away from these things, that people should be more careful about what they say on the street, in the tram, or wherever they are staying. It is quite a good thing not to irritate other people by saying all sorts of peculiar things. This is all I am able to say just now. Other things can be said when the Vorstand presents you with some bylaws. They can be said tomorrow in the members' meeting. At 4:30 this afternoon is the Eurythmy performance. This evening at 8:30 will be my lecture. It will be necessary to have the lecture at 8:30 every evening. And tomorrow morning at 8:30 is the meeting I have announced for the General Secretaries and the members of the Swiss Councils. Then at 10 o'clock Herr Verbeck's lecture on the opposition to anthroposophy, and after a short interval, the continuation of this meeting. The end of Part 9. This is a reading of the Christmas Conference for the Foundation of the General Anthroposophical Society, 1923 to 1924. Part 10 is entitled Rudolf Steiner's Contribution during the meeting of the Swiss School Association on 28th of December in the afternoon in the Glass House. Toward the end of the meeting, Dr. Steiner spoke the following words. In addition to what I took the liberty of saying at the close of the last course, which I was able to hold for the Swiss teachers, I have perhaps only a few more remarks to make in connection with the difficulties of the Swiss school movement. It seems to me that things do, in part, indeed, depend on how the educational movement connected with anthroposophy is run here in Switzerland. The Waldorf school in Germany has remained essentially in a position of isolation. Though there have been one or two further foundations in Hamburg, Köln, and so on, the Waldorf school in Germany, in other words, in a relatively extensive area, has remained a solitary example. It will remain to be seen, therefore, whether what is to be started in England as a kind of Waldorf school, and also the school with 3 classes that already exists in Holland, will also, to begin with, remain as solitary examples. Apart from everything else, it has to be said that the reason why these schools are still only isolated examples, and also why it can be expected that they will remain so for a long time, is simply that the present social circumstances really do make it impossible for an attitude to come about that could lead to the financing of a larger number of such schools. Experience over the years has shown this quite clearly, and this challenges us to think carefully about the whole direction we should take with our educational movement. This is especially necessary with regard to Switzerland, for Switzerland is pervaded by a very strong sense for everything represented by the state. And now that the Swiss School Association for Independent Education has been founded, I do believe that the chief difficulties will arise from this Swiss sense of statehood. Even less than anywhere else will it be possible here in Switzerland to find an opening for the belief that a truly independent school could be an example for a model method of education, or that schools such as this could be founded on a larger scale. We should not allow ourselves to be under any illusion in this respect. Aversion to a system of education that is independent of the state is very great here. Of course, what Herr Gnädiger has just said is right, namely that there will be interest in how things are done in a model school. Least of all here in Switzerland can you expect the president of the Schweizerische Schulverein, of whom you have spoken, to have any interest in the school, other than that pertaining to its status as a model. Perhaps his interest will turn out to be such that he would like to influence Swiss state schools to take up certain methodological aspects from this model school. But this seems to me to be the only aspect that can be counted on to attract interest here in Switzerland. That is why it seems to me to be important to take up these two things wherever educational associations of the kind you have mentioned are founded, and also that many such associations should be founded, more and more of them. Another aspect is that the crux of anthroposophical education is its method. The schools apply a certain method. It is not a question of any particular political direction, but purely and simply of method. It is also not a question of any particular religious creed, or of seeing anthroposophy somehow as a religious creed. It is simply a question of method. In the discussion that followed my lecture cycle, my answer to the questions on this was simply that the educational method represented here can be applied anywhere, wherever there is the goodwill to introduce it. If this is done on the one hand, and if on the other hand, in order to create an understanding in wider circles, it is clearly emphasized that this is the proper method, and that it is being applied in a school that can serve as a model, if these 2 points are given the main emphasis in the program, if it is stressed that every school could use these methods, and that a model school could demonstrate how fruitful they are, and if things are worked out neatly, then I believe that something could be achieved even in Switzerland. And then, on the basis of these 2 points, educational associations ought to be founded everywhere. But it would have to be made clear to everyone that the aim was not to found as many private schools as possible to compete with the state schools. In Switzerland, such a thing would be regarded as something very peculiar, and it would never be understood. But there would be an understanding for a model school, which could be a source of inspiration for a method of education. Progress cannot be made in any other way. It is important to present these things to people in principle again and again, and wherever the opportunity arises. I believe it would be a good thing if you could always give the greatest prominence to these 2 aspects. They are perfectly true, and much damage has been done to us by the constant repetition of the view that Waldorf education can only be carried out in schools apart from the mainstream, whereas I have constantly repeated that the methods can be applied in any school. This is what I wanted to say, for everything else is linked to this. I also believe that a financial basis will only be won when there can be an understanding of these things. There will be very little understanding in Switzerland for independent schools if they are not linked to what I have just been saying. But if this is done, I believe that our efforts could lead to a greater degree of success than has been the case hitherto. So far, the existing financial situation is not sufficient basis for the founding of a school in Basel. The end of Part 10. This is Part 11 of a reading of the Christmas Conference for the foundation of the General Anthroposophical Society 1923-1924. Part 11 is entitled Meeting of the Vorstand of the General Anthroposophical Society and of the General Secretaries of the National Societies, together with their secretaries and the Swiss branches. This occurred on the 29th of December at 8:30 in the morning in the Glass House. Dr. Steiner. My dear friends, I would now like to open the meeting of the General Secretaries and the representatives of the Swiss branches. The best thing to do will be to include in the agenda our discussion about rearranging the affairs of the Swiss Anthroposophical Society. Wishes concerning this were expressed during the last meeting of delegates, and in the course of our further discussions about the General Anthroposophical Society, it will be a good thing to take these various wishes into account, in the hope that a satisfactory arrangement can be found concerning the relationship of the branch at the Goetheanum, and indeed of the General Anthroposophical Society as a whole. Would you now please speak to this point on the agenda? Suggestions at the other meeting were voiced very energetically indeed. Dr. Hugentobler speaks on this point and asks questions. Dr. Steiner. With regard to these matters, we must take into account that basically they can all be traced back to a question of tact. It all started at a meeting of delegates of the Anthroposophical Society in Switzerland in the summer, as a footnote, when the Swiss members felt themselves to be drowned out by members who happened to be in Switzerland at the time. They felt they were being pushed aside. Everything they felt thus comes down to a question of tact. The Swiss members felt that the others talked much too much, that they themselves had not been able to get a word in, and that people from elsewhere had given them all kinds of advice which failed to take account of the situation in Switzerland. The whole matter obviously stems from that meeting. At the last meeting of delegates, the matter was cogently discussed, but on the other hand a great deal was brought forward which people found impossible to understand. As I was in the chair at that meeting of delegates, I know how certain things said met with absolutely no understanding. So it would be a good thing if the wishes expressed then could be brought forward again in a comprehensible form. This is what I hope from today's meeting. Who would like to speak? Herr Gering-Christ explains his point of view. Dr. Steiner. That is quite right. The matter is not at all complicated if you look at the facts, and Herr Gering has put it very clearly. If the matter is properly faced, it will find a perfectly simple solution. I should also like to add that the whole matter has been put on a new footing by the foundation of the General Anthroposophical Society, of which Herr Steffen, being the one who will represent the Swiss element within the General Anthroposophical Society, is the vice president. The whole matter has been placed on a new footing as a result of the institution of this Vorstand. Looking at the structure as a whole, it becomes obvious that part of the trouble at the meeting of delegates in the summer, which made for such bad feeling, as a footnote, stemmed from the fact that at that time the German Council saw itself as the, quote, Vorstand, close quote, for the worldwide society and behaved accordingly. This was what hurt the feelings of the Swiss delegates, was it not? So there are several contributory factors which Herr Gering suggested in one way or another at the end of his speech. There is an administrative matter for the Swiss Anthroposophical Society, which will naturally be settled at a meeting of Swiss members. So on the one hand, there are the affairs of the Swiss society, and on the other there is a question of tact. I do hope that these matters of tact will be settled in the near future. The General Anthroposophical Society, within whose framework our present discussions lie, can of course only discuss the arrangement of the relationship between the branch at the Goetheanum and the Swiss Anthroposophical Society. This is what we ought to be discussing today. Everything else should be left to a meeting which the Anthroposophical Society in Switzerland will hold. This question of bringing order into the relationship between the branch at the Goetheanum and the Anthroposophical Society in Switzerland is something that can concern us very much. At the last meeting of delegates on 8 December 1923, when the wishes on this matter were expressed, I believed that a solution could be found. You will agree that for external and internal reasons, the branch at the Goetheanum cannot be seen by the outside world as something separate from the Swiss society. But I thought that the solution could lie in arranging matters internally in such a way that the branch would have neither a seat nor a vote, or at least not a vote, at meetings of delegates of the Anthroposophical Society in Switzerland. Today, however, I believe that the view expressed by Herr Gering is very much justified, namely that a change in this direction is not necessary. The moment our Swiss friends can come to a general conviction that they could get on perfectly well with the branch at the Goetheanum, when other things are not allowed to interfere, at the moment when our Swiss friends can come to that conviction, there will, I believe, be no need to change anything. I would like you to have a specific discussion on whether there are any wishes that lie in this direction. Once this question has been fully discussed, it will then be a matter for the Anthroposophical Society in Switzerland, who will elect their General Secretary, or whatever kind of officer they may want to have. Once this has been discussed, we shall actually have completed our consideration of the Swiss affair. I think the difficulty is partly due to the Swiss Council having not been particularly strongly consolidated so far. The chairmen of the various branches had simply been nominated as the council. Obviously, a council like this is a rather elastic entity, and nobody really knows what it is, since the council does not function properly. If a properly functioning council can come into being in the Swiss society, the whole matter will sort itself out. I do not believe that it will be possible for those not living in Dornach to form a majority in Dornach. So I would ask you to seize on a formulation which will bring about a change in the relationship of the branch at the Goetheanum with the Anthroposophical Society in Switzerland. Herr Schweigler has something to say. Dr. Steiner. Does anyone else wish to speak to this point? Herr Gering-Christ. Could we now proceed to a vote among the Swiss delegates? Dr. Steiner. I was just about to ask the Swiss friends whether they agree with the aims set out by Dr. Hugentobler, Herr Gering, and Herr Schweigler. Would those Swiss friends who do please raise their hands? They do. This is a clear expression of the wish of our Swiss friends to keep the branch at the Goetheanum within the bosom of the Swiss Anthroposophical Society. All the other questions are matters for the Swiss Anthroposophical Society, and do not belong in this meeting. So we have dealt with the matter that needed attention within the framework of the General Anthroposophical Society. Does anyone else wish to speak about these questions while they can be discussed at this smaller meeting? Fräulein Dr. Frede, as the Secretary of the branch at the Goetheanum, states that of the 150 members of the branch, 70 are in fact Swiss members. Dr. Grossheinz wishes to speak. Dr. Steiner. That is quite correct. In a society such as ours, it will never be possible to avoid the appearance of questions in every field which have to be settled by tact alone. You will remember that in the philosophy of freedom, tact plays a special part among the moral principles. However much may be regulated by means of statutes, I am actually convinced that pedantic statutes can be the source of much that has to be settled by tact. So I do agree that if things are carried out in the manner suggested by Dr. Grossheinz just now, we shall manage things all right by means of tact. Much will depend on this. Frau Weiss asks a question. Dr. Steiner: I do not think that Dr. Grossheinz meant this in a statutory way. He was speaking of something that has to be applied in each case as it arises, if it is felt to be necessary. And this is exactly what I mean by a question of tact. You have to have at your fingertips a sense for what might be necessary. I am altogether of the opinion that in the management of a society not much can be achieved by a pedantic head. It may have its place elsewhere, certainly, but in the management of a society such as the one to be founded here, a pedantic head is quite harmful. What we need are sensitive fingertips. The more we can manage the society through our sensitive fingertips, the better will things be. Mr. Munges asks whether the relationship of Honolulu to the General Anthroposophical Society is to be similar to that of the branch at the Kirtianum. Dr. Steiner: Honolulu belongs to the General Anthroposophical Society. It has nothing to do with all these questions. Everything we have been discussing up to now has concerned the relationship between the branch at the Kirtianum and the Anthroposophical Society in Switzerland. The branch in Honolulu has nothing to do with the branch at the Kirtianum, nor with the Anthroposophical Society in Switzerland. Does anyone else wish to speak about anything? For instance, matters which could do with a preliminary airing prior to the general discussion with all the members. Somebody might wish to bring up a point for preliminary discussion in this smaller circle. Herr Leinhaus: there was the matter of the contribution to be paid to the General Anthroposophical Society. Dr. Steiner: perhaps I could ask Dr. Günther Wachsmuth to report on this. Dr. Wachsmuth reports. Dr. Steiner: it will not help us much, my dear friends, if we discuss whether every country should participate in paying membership contributions. It will only help us if they do all pay. There is very little point in knowing now whether they will pay or not. The only fruitful thing to do is to take the general picture as the basis and to endeavor from this general picture to state a figure which promises to be sufficient for the General Anthroposophical Society to achieve what it has to achieve. I would therefore be in favor of stating a standard figure, and then leaving open, of course, what the groups, the national groups, can agree to in practice. Of course, the figure can be exceeded by an unlimited amount, approaching, though never achieving, the lavish scale on which Carnegie acted. And less can also be contributed, for instance, by the countries with very weak currencies, down to what in mathematics is termed the vanishing point. In practice we shall see what can be done. I do not know how closely it will be possible to approach the scale of Carnegie, but I am quite certain that the vanishing point, as they say in mathematics, will have a definite part to play. Therefore, having regard to all that we can know today, I do believe that a standard figure should be fixed, and that deviations from this can be arranged in individual discussions. So I think it would be right to lay down that each group should pay 12 shillings for each of its members, that is 1 shilling per month. I can assure you that even if this shilling is really contributed, we shall have the greatest difficulty in carrying out the things we intend to do here. This must not be allowed to weigh on people. For those who cannot pay, the amount will have to be reduced, and we shall have to reduce our plans accordingly. But I do believe that we could agree on a standard contribution from the groups of 12 shillings per member. Any other arrangement would lead to the Anthroposophical Society being able neither to live nor die, so that once again, for financial reasons, nothing worthwhile would be achieved. We shall be criticized, and people will not understand that we cannot achieve anything if our hands are tied. So this is not intended to be an absolute demand. It is a general standard. If it turns out to be impossible, it nevertheless expresses what we would need, and we shall then simply have to reduce it. This is perfectly possible. But I do think that it is necessary to make a statement of where one stands. Mr. Collison asks about a joining fee. Dr. Steiner: the joining fee would not be included in this. It is something that goes into the general fund. But the calculation can be made on the basis of the subsequent contributions. I am simply reckoning with a monthly amount for every member of 1 shilling, or annually 12 shillings. This is what I am reckoning with. Perhaps I may be allowed to disclose that the Vorstand did consider this, but only spoke in pictures regarding how these matters might be settled. My suggestion is what has come to me personally as a result of those pictures. Mademoiselle Sauerwein explains her point of view. Baroness de Renzies: that would amount to 50 lira. It would be utterly impossible for Italy. Mademoiselle Sauerwein replies. Dr. Steiner: of course this may be so. It would simply mean that the standard contribution for individual groups would have to be set at a sufficiently low level. But I do not see that this means we cannot set the standard at the level that seems to us necessary after making some very exact calculations. What will happen in reality? Try to imagine it. I can say that under the conditions pertaining at present, there will definitely be payments from not more than at most 3,000 to 4,000 members, or rather payments will not be made for more than 3,000 to 4,000 members. If you picture this to yourselves, you will also have a picture of the amount we shall have at our disposal here each year. So you see, the only sensible thing to do is to set the level of membership contributions like a budget. To set the level without regard to the future is pointless. If we want to make calculations, we have to make them with figures. We have to be able to count on a certain income. If this income fails to appear, we are then obliged to replace the shortfall from other sources in another way, perhaps from voluntary contributions and so on. Simply to fix an amount which bears no relationship to what we need here seems to me impossible. If we are to fix an amount, otherwise we might as well go straight to voluntary contributions, then it must be on the basis of what we need here. No other basis can be fruitful. Fräulein Schwarz asks some questions. Dr. Steiner: the Verein des Goetheanum can only receive contributions toward the rebuilding of the Goetheanum, and the rebuilding of the Goetheanum has nothing to do with the administration of the Anthroposophical Society. These are two quite separate things. I presume you are referring to the membership fee for the Verein des Goetheanum? The relationship of the Anthroposophical Society to the Verein des Goetheanum is something that can still be discussed during this conference. With regard to the membership of the Verein, I think some kind of method will have to be found if those gathered here in any way wish it. You have to consider that with regard to the rebuilding of the Goetheanum, the membership fees for the Verein are so minimal as to be almost negligible. The membership contributions are almost negligible, and in future they will be negligible. In the past they were at least used, for the most part, for the payment of interest on loans. But for the building of the Goetheanum in future, it will not be possible to get involved with loans. A sinking fund, a fonds perdu, will be the only option. So when the membership contributions to the Verein des Goetheanum will have to be put to a use other than that of paying interest. We shall be speaking about the building of the Goetheanum. In future, perhaps it will be possible to bring about an agreement with the General Anthroposophical Society. This is a question that would go too far for the moment, since we have not yet got beyond the matter of the membership contributions. Does anyone wish to speak to the question of the membership contribution? Mr. Kaufmann explains that a little while ago Dr. Wachsmuth had mentioned an amount of 7 shillings for the contribution, and that the English delegates had come with the mandate to agree to 7 shillings. Dr. Steiner: If the method I have suggested is chosen, then it will encompass every other method, but I merely maintain that it is impossible to mention a sum from the start in the knowledge that it will be no good for anything. Whether or not something is obligatory is not so much the point. The point is that the amount can be counted on under all circumstances. In the picture that has emerged, we have certainly counted, or I have certainly counted, on the countries with strong currencies, treating the amount more or less as though it were obligatory. To go below the nominated sum would require individual negotiations. But if we want to go below it now, it would have been better if we had started by negotiating the amount in the first place. We could have started the discussion by considering the amount. I know this would have gone against our moral sense, and once the discussion had revealed that the General Anthroposophical Society could not be maintained, we could have decided not to found it in the first place. There is no other way but to think realistically. We cannot found a society which is incapable of surviving. But now I have said that it will be possible to give less than the stated amount, and then the center here will have the task of raising the difference. This statement makes the payment of the membership contribution no hardship at all, for it is simply a statement of what is actually needed. I should be sorry if the matter of the membership contribution were to create a mood of dissatisfaction. But it is not necessary for this to happen, my dear friends. However, it is, on the other hand, necessary that the general enthusiasm for our cause, which rightly exists, and which has been expressed over the last few days, should not come to grief over the bagatelle of the membership contribution. That would be, quote, ironic, close quote. My dear friends, people are so quick to say this in other settings. Dr. Buchenbacher recounts that the Free Anthroposophical Society in Stuttgart made it possible for a colleague to exist by paying him 2, 5, or 10% of the weekly payments. He says that though conditions in Germany are very difficult, nevertheless, if everybody pulls his or her weight, things can be managed. Dr. Steiner: I should merely like to point out that discussion leading to such matters cannot really belong in our present agenda. I am convinced that if we were to listen to all the pros and cons of paying or not paying the contribution, we should of course hear as many justified reasons as there are people in this room, and later in the meeting with all the members that would mean 800 justified reasons. Surely we cannot make this the content of our discussion. If we are to continue, we must discuss how else we are to manage. We must discuss from the point of view of the General Anthroposophical Society how else we are to manage. I can see no possibility of managing in any other way. It seems likely that we shall not get what we need, but I see no way of managing with less. However, I do see a possibility that the special wishes might be taken into account. Assume that not a single group can pay the required amount. So instead of 36,000 shillings, we should receive 5,000 shillings. And then we shall have to see how to replace the 31,000 shillings with something else. Above all, it will be an uncomplicated and obvious situation. But it will be different from situations elsewhere. We cannot proceed by fixing budgets. Imagine a national budget being fixed if every citizen is allowed to pay whatever he likes. You cannot fix a national budget in this way. Or can you, Duke of Cesaro? Can you ask each citizen what he wants to pay per year, or do you have to fix a sum and tell him what he must pay? The Duke of Cesaro: you can, but you can't force him. Dr. Steiner: this is just it. We shall not be able to enforce anything. And this can be the very reason why it might be much more easy to agree than if it were a matter of being forced. We have taken into account the matter of not being forced. Mr. Collison asks whether this might not be a bit of an obstacle as regards acquiring new members. Dr. Steiner: suppose a group was in a position in which it could only expect a yearly sum of 4 shillings or 4 francs from each member. If this were the case, it would, of course, not be able to pay 12 shillings or 12 francs to us. Perhaps it could pay only 2 shillings, or even nothing. The question of how to deal with new members is a matter that is left entirely to the groups, who will then say to us, "We cannot pay more than so much for each member." Under these circumstances, it will always be possible to manage. Herr Ingerö declares on behalf of Norway that about 3,000 shillings per year could be paid. Dr. Zeilmans von Hemmekoven declares that taking Holland as a whole, the sum will be met. Dr. Steiner. This is how the matter was always handled during the time when we were still the German section of the Theosophical Society. Individual members were not forced to pay, but the groups were able to pay the full sum to the German section by making up any shortfall out of larger payments by some members. In those days, though, the contributions were far smaller. This is no longer possible today. I have often described to you the conditions under which it was possible to manage with the old modest contributions. I have described to you how titled Lucifer Gnosis was produced and sent out in the early days. These are conditions which cannot be brought back today. So all in all, so far as I can see, there can be no other picture than that of needing 12 shillings in the future for each member of the General Anthroposophical Society. Is there any member of the Vorstand who thinks differently? Frau Dr. Steiner. No, indeed. While I was closing down the publishing company and our flat in Berlin recently, I was so interested to find the endless envelopes again, all addressed by hand by Dr. Steiner, while each entry in the post book had been checked by me. We saw to every little detail ourselves, and then carried the whole mailing to the post office in a laundry basket. These memories came back to me in Berlin. Nobody likes doing things like this these days, but it was most interesting to look back and experience once again how every detail was attended to by Dr. Steiner and myself in those days. Dr. Steiner. These are things which simply come about, and there is no point in arguing about them. You didn't argue about them, you didn't even talk about them. These things are simply there, to be done out of the necessity of the moment. But once something comes under discussion, you simply have to state how much you need. It is only possible to discuss something if you have a proper basis. Does anyone else wish to speak about this? Frau Professor Bürgi. I wish to commit myself to paying the contribution on behalf of the Bern branch. Herr Hall. I wish to agree to what has been said. Dr. Steiner. My dear friends, we must adjourn the meeting now, so that we can go to the lecture. I shall announce when and where we shall continue. The end of Part 11. This is a reading of the Christmas Conference for the foundation of the General Anthroposophical Society 1923-1924. This is Part 12, the continuation of the foundation meeting on the 29th of December at 10 o'clock in the morning. Dr. Steiner. My dear friends, today our agenda begins by giving us the pleasure of the lecture by Herr Verbeck. Louis Verbeck gives his lecture titled The Opposition to Anthroposophy. Dr. Steiner. Dear friends, let us have a 15-minute break before continuing with yesterday's meeting of members. Dr. Steiner. My dear friends, let us hear again today the words which are to resound in our soul both here and later, when we depart and to carry out with us what is intended here. Soul of man, thou livest in the limbs which bear thee through the world of space, in the spirit's ocean being. Practice spirit recalling in depths of soul, where in the wielding will of world creating, thine own eye comes to being within God's eye, and thou wilt truly live in the world being of man. For the Father Spirit of the heights holds sway, in depths of worlds begetting being, seraphim, cherubim, thrones. Let there ring out from the heights what in the depths is echoed, speaking, ex Deo nascimur. Soul of man, thou livest in the beat of heart and lung, which leads thee through the rhythm of time into the realm of thine own soul's feeling. Practice spirit awareness in balance of the soul, where the surging deeds of the world's becoming thine own I unite with the world I, and thou wilt truly feel in the soul weaving of man. For the Christ will in the encircling round hold sway, in the rhythms of the worlds, bestowing grace on the soul. Kuriotetes, dynamis, exousiae, let there be fired from the east what through the west is formed, speaking, in Christo morimur. Soul of man, thou livest in the resting head, which from the grounds of eternity opens to thee the world thoughts. Practice spirit beholding in stillness of thought, where the eternal aims of God's world being's light on thine own eye bestow for thy free willing, and thou wilt truly think in the spirit foundations of man. For the world thoughts of the spirit hold sway, in the being of worlds craving for light. Archai, archangeloi, angeloi, let there be prayed from the depths what in the heights will be granted, speaking, per spiritum sanctum revivissimus. Let us once again take hold of these words in meaningful sections. Here we have, and now Rudolf Steiner writes on the blackboard as he speaks, and there's a facsimile 4, page XVI at the bottom. He writes, practice spirit recalling. What takes place in the soul of man is thus related to all being in the cosmos of spirit, soul, and body. Thus this, quote, practice spirit recalling, close quote, especially points to what is heard in the call to the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones, when the manner in which they work in the universe is characterized. Seraphim, cherubim, thrones, let there ring out from the heights what in the depths is echoed. We have the right cosmic concept when we picture in our soul how the voices of seraphim, cherubim, and thrones resound in the universal word, and are heard because they find an echo in the depths of the grounds of world existence, and how what is inspired from above and what resounds from below, the universal word, emanates from seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. In the second verse we have, practice spirit awareness. This is related to the second hierarchy, kuriotetes, dynamis, exousiae. To characterize them, we imagine their voices in the universal word, working as expressed in the words, kuriotetes, dynamis, exousiae, let there be fired from the east what through the west is formed. The third member of man's existence is practice spirit beholding. To this we add the indication of how the third hierarchy enters with its work into the universal word. Archai, archangeloi, angeloi, let there be prayed from the depths what in the heights will be granted. Then, as shown on the blackboard, reading down, practice spirit recalling, and then S-C-H-T. Let there ring out from the heights what in the depths is echoed. Practice spirit awareness, K-D-E-X. Let there be fired from the east what through the west is formed. Practice spirit beholding, A-A-A, and A-N-G. Let there be prayed from the depths what in the heights will be granted. Here we have the opposite of the first hierarchy, in whose case the voices resound downward, while their echo comes up from below. And we have here the voices heard coming from beings who pray for something from below, and whose prayer is answered from the heights downward into the depths. From above downwards, from the heights toward the depths, from the encircling round, east and west, from below upwards, from the depths into the heights. My dear friends, something left over from earlier is a letter to the Vorstand of the Anthroposophical Society in Dornach from the Polish Anthroposophical Society, which has not been represented here. Quote, "The working groups in Poland, Krakow, Lemberg, Warsaw, have resolved to found the Polish Anthroposophical Society. The society shall serve the ideas of anthroposophy by revealing the treasures of its spiritual teachings to the widest circles, and by working among the Polish people in a time of destiny, helping them to recognize their mission. For the celebration of the laying of the foundation stone, the newly founded Anthroposophical Society in Poland sends to the leader and founder of the international anthroposophical movement, Dr. Steiner, this expression of their highest respect. The Polish Anthroposophical Society urgently requests that he may concern himself with it and not deny it his protection and guidance. For its part, it commits itself," and the final words were obscured by noise, "for the Warsaw Circle, for the Lemberg Circle, for the remaining circles, Luna Drexler as their representative." Furthermore, from Köln on the Rhine, quote, "For the celebration of the laying of the foundation stone in 1923, I wish you and," it's unclear, "that the significance of this laying of the foundation stone may be revealed to all the world. With cordial greetings, Gottfried Husmann." Close quote. My dear friends, I now consider that for the moment the Vorstand has put before you the main concerns that had to be brought to you. In the next few days, there will still be the matter of a draft of some bylaws or rules of practice to be attached to the statutes. But now our main concern, before any other discussions, is that our dear friends should have a chance to express what they wanted to say. Here is a list of those who wish to speak or report, and I think it would be best, in order to save time, not to proceed along given lines. For if you do this, you waste time, but to bring to completion what our respected dear friends have to say. So I would like to ask whether you agree that those friends who have already asked to speak should now have their say. They are Herr Leinhaus, Dr. Kalisko, Dr. Stein, Dr. Palmer, Herr Verbeck, Dr. Lehrs, Miss Cross, Mademoiselle Rehuet, Mr. Collison, Frau Hart-Nibrig, Herr De Haan, Herr Stibbe, Herr Zeigswin, Frau Lundqvist. Dr. Wachsmuth points out that these requests to speak were made at the beginning and referred to general matters, not specific themes. Dr. Steiner. Then let me ask for the names of those friends who now wish to say something. It is naturally necessary, for the further progress of the meeting, that those friends or delegates who are concerned about something should express this. So, now in a comprehensive, general discussion, let me ask all those who wish to do so to speak about what concerns them with regard to the Anthroposophical Society which has been founded here. Mr. Collison. Later on, could we please speak about education? Dr. Steiner. Would anyone like to speak about something entirely general? If this is not the case, dear friends, then let us proceed to the discussion of more specific aspects. According to the program, we have a discussion on the affairs of the society and on educational questions. Perhaps someone first has something to say with reference to Herr Verbeck's lecture, and so on. Herr Hollenberg wishes to speak. Dr. Steiner. Herr Hollenberg will speak on the subject of the antagonism we face. Herr Hollenberg does this. Dr. Steiner. The best thing will be if I leave what I have to say on this subject till the conclusion of the discussion. A good deal will still be brought forward over the next few days. The next person who wishes to speak about the affairs of the Society and also the youth movement is Dr. Lairs. May I invite Dr. Lairs to speak? Dr. Lairs speaks about the Free Anthroposophical Society. Dr. Steiner. My dear friends, I do not want a misunderstanding to arise in respect of what I said here a few days ago. Dr. Lairs has understood me entirely correctly, and any other interpretation would not be correct. I did not mean that what was suggested then no longer applies today. I said that I had naturally felt it to be tragic, that I had to make the suggestion of creating a division between the Anthroposophical Society in Germany and the Free Anthroposophical Society. But this suggestion was necessary. It was the consequence of the situation as it was then. And now it is equally necessary that this Free Anthroposophical Society should continue to exist and work in the manner described by our young friend from various angles. So please consider Dr. Lairs's interpretation of what I said a few days ago to be entirely correct. I assume that Herr Hans Ludwig Pusch wishes to speak to what Dr. Lairs has said, so may I ask Herr Hans Ludwig Pusch to speak now. Herr Hans Ludwig Pusch speaks about the aims and endeavors of German young people in Hamburg. Dr. Steiner. Could I ask you to continue with your report at this point tomorrow? We have to keep to the times on the program. We shall continue this meeting tomorrow after Dr. Schubert's lecture on titled Anthroposophy, A Leader Towards Christ. Close quote. May I now ask those friends who wish to speak, or who feel they must speak for definite reasons, to let me know this evening after the lecture, so that I can gain an impression of the number of speakers and make room in the agenda. Please bear in mind that we must make the most fruitful use of the days at our disposal. Apart from what has already been announced in connection with my 3 last lectures, it will also be necessary to have some smaller specialist meetings with the doctors present here. Other smaller meetings will also have to be planned. Now let me announce the next part of the agenda. This afternoon at 4:30, the Nativity play. In the evening at 8:30, my lecture. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, the lecture by Dr. Schubert on Anthroposophy, A Leader to Christ. This will be followed by the continuation of today's meeting, which we have had to interrupt in the middle of a speech. Unfortunately, we shall probably have to do this again to enable us to carry out the proceedings in a rational manner. The meeting is now adjourned till tomorrow. I still have a few announcements to make and would ask you to remain in your seats. First of all, please do all you can to avoid crowding at the entrance. I have been told that older people who are more frail than the young have been put in danger, so please avoid this and give consideration to others. Secondly, Dr. Im Obersteg, Zentralbahn Platz 9, Basel, who has frequently arranged rail and sea travel for us, has offered to make the necessary arrangements for those who need them for their return journey. In our experience, Dr. Im Obersteg's service is exceptionally reliable. Chiefly it will be a matter of taking over ship and rail tickets for the Western countries, such as Norway, Sweden, England, Holland, France, Spain, Italy, and so on. You can either go direct or arrange it through us. Will those who have wishes in this respect please approach Dr. Wachsmuth? The end of Part 12. This is a reading of the Christmas Conference for the foundation of the General Anthroposophical Society, 1923 to 1924. This is Part 13, the continuation of the foundation meeting on the 30th of December at 10 o'clock in the morning. Dr. Steiner. My dear friends, the first point on the agenda today is the pleasure of a lecture by Dr. Schubert on Christ and the Spiritual World, entitled Anthroposophy, A Leader to Christ. Close quote. Dr. Schubert gives his lecture. After an interval of 15 minutes, Dr. Steiner speaks. My dear friends, let us begin again today with the words of the self-knowledge of man coming from the spirit of our time. Soul of man, thou livest in the limbs which bear thee through the world of space, in the spirit's ocean being. Practice spirit recalling in depths of soul, where in the wielding will of world creating, thine own eye comes to being within God's eye. And thou wilt truly live in the world being of man. Soul of man, thou livest in the beat of heart and lung, which leads thee through the rhythm of time into the realm of thine own soul's feeling. Practice spirit awareness in balance of the soul, where the surging deeds of the world's becoming, thine own eye unite with the world eye. And thou wilt truly feel in the soul weaving of man. Soul of man, thou livest in the resting head, which from the grounds of eternity opens to thee the world thoughts. Practice spirit beholding in stillness of thought, where the eternal aims of God's world being's light on thine own eye bestow for thy free willing, and thou wilt truly think in the spirit foundations of man. Today, my dear friends, let us bring together what can speak in man in three ways. And again, Rudolf Steiner writes on the blackboard as he speaks, facsimile 4, page XVII at the top. Left to right, there's practice, spirit recalling, practice, spirit awareness, practice, spirit beholding. This will properly be brought together in the heart of man only by that which actually made its appearance at the turning of the time, and in whose spirit we now work here and intend to work on in the future. At the turning of the time, the spirit light of the world entered the stream of earthly being. Darkness of night had held its sway. Day, radiant light, streamed into souls of men. Light that gives warmth to simple shepherds' hearts. Light that enlightens the wise heads of kings. Light divine, Christ Son, warm thou our hearts, enlighten thou our heads, that good may become what we from our hearts would found, what we from our heads would direct in conscious willing. Rudolf Steiner writes on the blackboard as he speaks, that good may become what we from our hearts would found, underline, what we from our heads would direct, underline, in conscious willing. And then as shown on the blackboard at the top, left to right, practice spirit recalling, practice spirit awareness, practice spirit beholding, centered underneath this, that good may become what we from our hearts would found, what we from our heads would direct in conscious willing. Dr. Steiner. My dear friends, yesterday's speaker, Herr Hans Ludwig Pusch, does not wish to continue. Instead, Dr. Lehrs will say a few words on the theme. Please, may I now ask him to speak? Dr. Lehrs completes what Herr Pusch had wanted to say the day before on the question of the youth movement. Dr. Steiner. May I now ask Mrs. Mary to speak? Mrs. Mary speaks about the work in England and brings the apologies of Mr. Dunlop, who has been unable to attend. Dr. Steiner. My dear friends, I have spoken often and in different places about the extraordinarily satisfactory summer school in Penmanmar. Perhaps I may be permitted to add to what I have said so often. I truly believe that an exceedingly significant step forward will have come about for the Anthroposophical movement if everything Mrs. Mary has just sketched can come into being over the next few years as fruits of the seeds of Penmanmar. We may believe that the very best forces are at work, promoting the endeavors of the Anthroposophical movement in this direction. For Mr. Dunlop took this summer school at Penmanmar in hand in an extremely active manner, an inward, sensitive, and indeed esoteric manner. In Penman-Mar, conditions were fulfilled from the start, which we have never found to be fulfilled anywhere else, conditions that were necessary for the success of Penman-Mar. You see, my dear friends, we expected Mr. Dunlop in Stratford, in Oxford, and even once in London, and now here in Dornach. So my picture of Mr. Dunlop is that of the man about whom it is always said that he is coming, and then he doesn't come. But he did come to Penman-Mar, and it went so exceptionally well, so well that I only wish he were here today, so that we might once more thank him most heartily. I really did believe that Mr. Dunlop would be here. In London he said to me that he would do it differently next time. He would not say he was coming, but instead he would simply come. So in London he did not say he was coming, and yet he still has not come. So after all, I shall have to ask Mrs. Mary most warmly to take our thanks back to him, the cordial thanks of this whole gathering, for that extremely significant inauguration of a movement within the Anthroposophical movement, which has such good prospects because of the summer school at Penman-Mar. Out of the spirit of the descriptions I have given of Penman-Mar, I am sure that you will agree to my asking Mrs. Mary in your name to take to Mr. Dunlop our hearty thanks for the inauguration of the summer school at Penman-Mar, and also to my requesting him to continue to take such work firmly in hand, for in his hands it will succeed well. May I now ask Herr van Bemmelen, the representative of the Dutch school, to speak? Herr van Bemmelen reports on the work of the school in The Hague. Dr. Steiner. Now may I ask Dr. Unger to speak? He wishes to refer to the problems of the society. Dr. Unger gives his lecture about the problems of the society and concludes with the following. Dear friends, the way in which responsibility devolves, for instance, on the individual societies and the larger groups, as a result of the new statutes, means that it will be necessary to pass this trust and this responsibility on further. Ways and means will have to come about, which must not be allowed to remain fixed in the old structure that has come to be adopted. Instead, situations must be livingly transformed so that people can be found who are capable, through their very nature, of carrying the central impulses further. Thus, a matter that appears to be merely organizational immediately leads to a further question. How shall we be able to bring this impulse into the public eye? Once again, we shall have to let experience play its part. The other day I ventured to make some suggestions about working in public. What Herr van Bemmelen has just said shows us that Holland is no exception to the way in which everywhere people are waiting to hear about anthroposophy in a suitable form and in the right way. People are asking about the soul of man and about cultivating the soul in its true nature. Beyond this, it will fall to us to find people among the general public who want to work further in this realm. Everywhere it must be made possible to open our doors and welcome people to the society. Necessary for this, above all, is an understanding of the human being, which can arise out of the warmth of love for our fellows, combined with serious work in the anthroposophical sense. So the question of the next generation coming to the society will be a far-reaching one. It has always been difficult to find people who want to continue with the work, because for this it is necessary to create a situation within the society, which enables younger people to make a connection in the first place. Today especially, if I may say so, in Germany, many of the supports and conditions of the past and of life, as it has been for so long, are in general breaking down. In this situation, younger people in particular, perhaps students who are finishing their university courses, or maybe people who would like to work out of the artistic impulses of anthroposophy, are forced instead to creep into some corner of ordinary economic life, collapsing, as it is, in order merely to make a living. It ought to be a task of the society, and especially the individual groups, to find ways of creating a foundation within anthroposophy on which young people can live out what they have learnt in their studies. And out of this arises the most important question of all. How can that which is coming toward us by way of young, striving, life-filled strength be taken up into the school of spiritual science? What form will make it possible, whether here in Dornach or elsewhere, to make studies possible that can lead to the future collaboration of these people? It is a problem which is already coming to the fore here and there, but especially in Germany, where there is a strong need for new colleagues, but where those who ought to be working in the society are often in such dire straits. We must find these people amongst the general public through our public work. So the establishment of the school on the generous scale described to us so far can give us the hope that we need so badly. In the school, as well as in the society, and in the groups, there is a platform for tackling the problems which are arising. The same applies to the scientific work in the institutions. Herr van Bemmelen has touched on the field of education, but similar questions could be asked with regard to scientific work. The influence of this conference will lead to a flaring up of the will to work and to find ways. Other friends are sure to have questions about this too. Let us hope, when we return home and are asked about everything, that out of the experience of these discussions we shall be capable of giving genuinely concrete answers, so that we can come to this: problems that have arisen really must be brought forward, just as I have presumed to suggest certain things now. If other friends from the various countries bring forward these problems from different angles, let us hope that the new impulse in the general society will be able to penetrate to every furthest corner, to all the groups, and to all the individuals who are and who want to be members of this society. Dr. Steiner. May I now ask Herr van Leer to speak? Herr van Leer speaks about the intention of sending in reports to Herr Steffen. He makes suggestions about how to divide up what is sent into different categories. Dr. Steiner. I rather think that the purpose of this correspondence will best be served by taking the following into account. Without having discussed this with Herr Steffen, I believe I can say more or less what he thinks, though perhaps he will have to correct me afterward. The best reports will be those that come out of the individuality of the different correspondents. I think that all those friends I mentioned the other day, and also a number of others, are interested in what I meant by the life of the society and cultural life in general. And I believe that most of these friends think about what comes to their attention with regard to either one or the other at least once a week, or even every day. Things go through one's mind, so one day they sit down and simply write down what has gone through their mind. As a result, 15 or perhaps 20 4-page letters will arrive here. It will be quite a task to read them all. Well, if 20 letters arrive, Herr Steffen will be kind enough to keep 10 of them and give me the other 10. We shall manage. But we shall manage best of all if you spare us any categories. We need to hear how each individual feels in his heart of hearts. For we want to deal with human beings and not with schedules. Let everything remain a motley mixture. This will bring us the individuality of the writer in question, and that is what interests us. We hope in this way to obtain the material we need, human material, with which to fill our supplements, so that they in turn give a human impression with their all-too-human weaknesses. Just write down on 4 pages, or sometimes even 8 pages, what is in your heart of hearts. For us here, the most interesting thing will always be the people themselves. We want to cultivate a human relationship with human beings, and out of these human relationships we want to create something that will shine out even after it has gone through the process of being dipped in dreadful printer's ink. This is what I am talking about. It will be best of all if everyone can present himself in a human way to other human beings. Now, Herr Steffen, please correct me. Herr Steffen. Certainly not. You have expressed exactly what is in my soul too. I only want to say that there is no question of this becoming too much work for me. It is part and parcel of my gifts as a writer that I enjoy reading reports of this kind. I always have to strive to see what is going on inside people's souls, so truly no letter can be too long. I don't believe it will be too much for me. I anyway enjoy reading several newspapers every day, but if interesting things come from our friends, then I greatly prefer to read them. As regards categories, an editor or a writer has only one, or rather two. The first is what he can use, and the second is what he cannot use. That is all I wanted to say. Dr. Steiner. Just imagine, after these discussions, what it would mean if these reports were to inspire Herr Stephan to write a novel, or even a play. That would be the most wonderful thing I could think of. Mr. Collison. I would like to know whether we might sometimes receive a reply. Dr. Steiner. I hope that the reply will be there every week in the supplement, but if a special reply were to be necessary, then I would hope that one would be sent. Now, may I ask Herr Stibbe to speak? Herr Stibbe reports on the opposition experienced in Holland, referring particularly to Professor de Jong. Dr. Steiner, referring to Herr Stibbe's report with regard to Professor de Jong. Yes, indeed, he has tried to form a methodical concept of mystery wisdom by bringing it down to all kinds of spiritualist phenomena, as he describes in his book. Now, dear friends, it will still be possible in the next day or two to speak further on the questions that have arisen out of this discussion. So far as I can see, the questions that have arisen are reporting and then the opposition. These are the tangible questions that have arisen so far. I cannot see any others taking shape yet. Tomorrow we shall start our meeting at 10 o'clock, and I shall begin by asking those friends to speak who have reports to give about the results of their research. Frau Dr. Kalisko and Dr. Meyer, Stuttgart. Now, may I ask Dr. Schwebsch to speak? When he has finished, I shall ask for a report on Eurythmy in America to be read out. Dr. Schwebsch expresses the gratitude of the Waldorf School for the manifold assistance it has received. Dr. Steiner. Following on from this, please allow me to touch on a few things. The first is that once the grave financial position of the Waldorf School had become known, interest in it was awakened really everywhere. We have seen, particularly in Switzerland, how the efforts of the members of the school associations led to the creation of numerous sponsorships. Mrs. Mackenzie has endeavored to form a committee in England to carry out collections in aid of the Waldorf School. The first donation has already been sent to me, and I shall ask the leaders of the Waldorf School to accept this small beginning. Now I have something else to say. So many things are owed to the world on behalf of the Waldorf School. Dr. Schwebsch has already mentioned a number of things, that it is impossible to encompass everything in a moment. We ought to make a long list of all those to whom we owe thanks in one way or another on behalf of the Waldorf School. The interest in it is indeed great. Yet we shall ever and again have to continue to ask for an even greater interest. The support given so far has in the main been for the school itself. Less thought has hitherto been given to the pupils, or those who might become pupils of the Waldorf School. There is one case, or rather two, which really touch us deeply. At a time when those living in Switzerland were in a position to purchase a great deal in Germany with very few Swiss francs, two workers here at the Goetheanum felt that they could put into practice a very praiseworthy idea, namely to send their sons to the Waldorf School. Considerable sacrifices were made by our friend Pastor Geyer when he undertook to care for these two schoolboys. We at the Goetheanum take the view that we should finance the actual school fees and whatever is needed for the school in the same way as other firms, such as Der Kommendetag and Waldorf Astoria, pay for the children of their workers. But now that life for the children has suddenly become so expensive in Germany, more expensive than it would be here in Switzerland, it is no longer possible for the families of the boys to pay for their keep. Now both families and boys are faced with the sad prospect of their being unable to return to the Waldorf School after the Christmas holidays. So I should like to ask whether it would be possible to make a collection here, in order at least for the near future, to pay for the keep of the two boys in Stuttgart, so that they can continue to go to the Waldorf school. What we need is 140 francs a month for both boys together. We shall try to set up a money box for this. Perhaps Mr. Pyle will be prepared to lend us one for donations specifically for this purpose. Maybe this is how we can do it. Now, would Dr. Wachsmuth please read the resume of the report on Eurythmy in America? Dr. Wachsmuth reads a report from Frau Neuscheller on the progress made by Eurythmy in North America. Dr. Steiner. Dear friends, first I would like to ask those from further afield who wish to attend tomorrow's performance of the Three Kings play to get their tickets today, so that what remains can be available for Dornach friends tomorrow. Secondly, would you please note that my 3 last evening lectures will lead in various ways to a discussion of medical matters for the general audience. Then after the lectures, there will be discussions about medical matters with the doctors who are here. Would, therefore, any practicing doctors please come to the Glass House tomorrow morning at 8:30 for an initial meeting. I am referring only to practicing doctors. After 1 January, there will be opportunity for others interested in medical questions to participate in other sessions. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, we shall start with the continuation of today's meeting. I would ask you to let us begin with the 2 reports already mentioned. Then, both tomorrow and the next day, I shall take the liberty of speaking briefly on the idea of the future building in Dornach, and I shall ask you to let me bring up for discussion some points on how this idea of the building in Dornach might be carried into reality. It would not be right to recommend that this meeting should be allowed to pass without any reference at all to the financial side of the idea of the building in Dornach. I shall leave it to you to say something after what I shall be obliged to bring forward very briefly tomorrow and the next day about the artistic aspect of the idea of the building in Dornach. Then I would ask for time to be set aside in the afternoon at 2:30 for a meeting of Swiss members or their delegates. Herr Eppli has asked for this meeting and has requested that I attend, or indeed take the chair. So I would ask the Swiss members to hold this meeting tomorrow afternoon at 2:30. This refers only to the Swiss members, since the matters to be discussed apply solely to the Swiss Anthroposophical Society. This afternoon at 4:30 we shall see a performance of Eurythmy, and my lecture will take place this evening at 8:30. Meeting of Practicing Doctors, 31 December 1923 at 8:30 in the morning in the Glass House. That's the end of Part 13. This is a reading of the 14th part of the Christmas Conference for the foundation of the General Anthroposophical Society, 1923 to 1924. In Part 14, I'm going to read the continuation of the foundation meeting, which I will begin with, which was on the 31st of December at 10 o'clock in the morning. And then I'm going to continue on this same section with then a lecture by Rudolf Steiner that was given on the 31st of December, same day, in the morning. So after a short interval, he gave it. And so that is called The Idea of the Future Building in Dornach. But to begin with, I will read the continuation of the foundation meeting. This is on the 31st of December, 1923, at 10 o'clock in the morning. Dr. Steiner. My dear friends, once again, as before, we begin with the verses we have taken into ourselves. Soul of man, thou livest in the limbs which bear thee through the world of space, in the spirit's ocean being. Practice spirit recalling in depths of soul, where in the wielding will of world creating, thine own eye comes to being within God's eye, and thou wilt truly live in the world being of man. Soul of man, thou livest in the beat of heart and lung, which leads thee through the rhythm of time, into the realm of thine own soul's feeling. Practice spirit awareness in balance of the soul, where the surging deeds of the world's becoming thine own eye unite with the world eye, and thou wilt truly feel in the soul weaving of man. Soul of man, thou livest in the resting head, which from the grounds of eternity opens to thee the world thoughts. Practice spirit beholding in stillness of thought, where the eternal aims of God's world being's light on thine own eye bestow for thy free willing. And thou wilt truly think in the spirit foundations of man. And drawing all this together in the remembrance of the event of Golgotha, which gives meaning to the whole of earthly evolution, at the turning of the time, the spirit light of the world entered the stream of earthly being. Darkness of night had held its sway. Day, radiant light, streamed into souls of men. Light that gives warmth to simple shepherds' hearts, light that enlightens the wise heads of kings. Light divine, Christ Son, warm thou our hearts, enlighten thou our heads, that good may become what we from our hearts would found, what we from our heads would direct in light-filled willing. And we imprint this into ourselves. Rudolf Steiner writes on the blackboard as he speaks, see facsimile 4, page XVII, the bottom. Light divine, Christ Son. We imprint it in such a way that we especially relate to it the closing words, which will be spoken in their threefoldness once more tomorrow. How this light divine, this Son of Christ, shine forth, so that like shining suns they can be heard from east, west, north, south. To this light divine and this Son of Christ we relate especially the closing words, which were spoken on the first day. The spirits of the elements hear it, from east, west, north, south. May human beings hear it. As shown on the blackboard, there is light divine, underneath it CHR dot, then dash Son, S-U-N. Below that, the spirits of the elements hear it. Below that, from. Below that, E, period, W, period, N, period, S, period. Below that, may human beings hear it. Dr. Steiner. We come now, my dear friends, to the reports announced yesterday. Would Herr Meyer please give his report first? Dr. Meyer, Stuttgart, speaks about, quote, the connection of magnetism with light, close quote. Dr. Steiner. It will be of the greatest importance that a truly anthroposophical method should be made customary in the different branches of scientific life by those individuals who are called to these branches within our anthroposophical circles. Indeed, seen from a certain point of view, this is of the utmost importance. If you seek the source of the great resistance of our time that has been appearing for decades against any kind of spiritual scientific view, you will find that this resistance comes from the different branches of natural science. These different branches of natural science have developed in isolation, without any view of the world in general. Round about the middle of the 19th century, a general despair began to gain ground in connection with an overall view of the world. People said, all earlier overall views of the world contradict one another, and none of them has led anywhere. Now it is time to develop the sciences purely on an exact foundation, without reference to any view of the world. Half a century or more has passed since then, and now any inclination to unite a view of the world with science has disappeared from human minds. Even when scientific research itself urges an attempt to be made, it turns out to be quite impossible, because there is insufficient depth in the spiritual scientific realm. If it should become possible for anthroposophy to give to the different branches of science impulses of method which lead to certain research results, then one of the main obstacles to spiritual research existing in the world will have been removed. That is why it is so important for work of the right kind to be undertaken in the proper anthroposophical sense. Today there is an abyss between art and science, but within science too there is an abyss between, for instance, physiology and physics. All these abysses will be bridged if scientific work is done in the right way, in our circles. Therefore, from a general anthroposophical point of view, we must interest ourselves in these different things as much as our knowledge and capacities will allow. A scientific impulse will have to emanate from the Anthroposophical Society. This must be made evident at the moment when we want to take the Anthroposophical Society into entirely new channels. Now, dear friends, since our stomach needs a very tiny interval between the courses of this feast of spirit and soul, we shall ask Frau Dr. Kalisko to give her report in 2 or 3 minutes' time. Dr. Steiner, may I now ask Frau Dr. Kalisko to give her report on her special field? Frau Dr. Kalisko speaks about the biological work of the Research Institute in Stuttgart, quote, the effects of microorganisms, close quote. Dr. Steiner, now, my dear friends, you have seen that quiet work is going on amongst us on scientific questions, and that it is indeed possible to provide, out of anthroposophy, a stimulus for science in a way that is truly needed today. But in the present situation of the anthroposophical movement, such things are really only possible because there are people like Frau Dr. Kalisko who take on the work in such a devoted and selfless way. If you think about it, you will come to realize what a tremendous amount of work is involved in ascertaining all these sequences of data, which can then be amalgamated to form the curve in the graph which is the needed result. These experiments are, from an anthroposophical point of view, details leading to a totality which is needed by science today more urgently than can be said. Yet if we continue to work as we have been doing at present in our research institute, then perhaps in 50 or maybe 75 years we shall come to the result that we need, which is that innumerable details go to make up a whole. This whole will, then, have a bearing not only on the life of knowledge, but also on the whole of practical life as well. People have no idea today how deeply all these things can affect practical daily life in such realms as the production of what human beings need in order to live, or the development of methods of healing, and so on. Now, you might say that the progress of mankind has always gone forward at a slow pace, and that there is not likely to be any difference in this field. However, with civilization in its present brittle and easily destructible state, it could very well happen that in 50 or 75 years' time, the chance will have been missed for achieving what so urgently needs to be achieved. In the face of the speed at which we are working and having to work, because we can only work if there are such devoted colleagues as Dr. Frau Kalisko, a speed which might lead to results in 50 or perhaps 75 years, in the face of this speed, let me therefore express not a wish, not even a possibility, but merely perhaps an illusion, which is that it would be possible to achieve the necessary results in 5 or 10 years. And I am convinced that if it were possible for us to create the necessary equipment and the necessary institutes, and to have the necessary colleagues, as many as possible to work out of this spirit, then we could succeed in achieving in 5 or 10 years what will now take us 50 or 75 years. The only thing we would need for this work would be 50 to 75 million francs. Then we would probably be able to do the work in 1/10 of the time. As I said, I am not expressing this as a wish, nor even as a possibility, but merely as an illusion, though a very realistic illusion. If we had 75 million francs, we could achieve what has to be achieved. This is something that we should at least think about. In a few minutes I shall continue by starting to give a few indications about the idea of the future building in Dornach, indications which I shall continue tomorrow. Parenthesis, a short interval follows before Dr. Steiner's lecture. And now, the lecture entitled The Idea of the Future Building in Dornach, given on the 31st of December in the morning. My dear friends, as you may imagine, I have recently given much thought to the idea of the building in Dornach, and the situation will most certainly necessitate the earliest possible execution of this idea of this building in Dornach. A great many of you were present in the summer when the financing of the future Goetheanum was discussed. Everything that came to light then, when our friends revealed their willingness to make infinite sacrifices, and all the observations of the situation I have made since then, force me to the opinion that there is no other way but to proceed as rapidly as possible to the construction of a Goetheanum here, even if externally this Goetheanum cannot present the image we would dearly have liked to promise ourselves. It seems to me that this Goetheanum must be erected in such a way as to make it usable as expediently as possible. But if the idea about the building expressed at the meeting in the summer were to be realized, it would definitely not be possible to use it in a suitable way once it was finished. For is it not so that in considering all the possibilities, we must look, might I say, through the walls, that is, through the walls of the wallets of our dear friends? I know very well that what I am about to put to you will be met, out of the utmost goodwill, by many objections, and yet I still believe that the situation will prove me right when I say that the best way to proceed will be to plan for a Goetheanum of which the actual building costs do not exceed 3 to 3.5 million francs. Only then, even with the utmost willingness for sacrifice, shall we be in a position truly, fruitfully, to serve the intentions inaugurated in our new statutes. It would not be at all sensible if, as the Anthroposophical Society, we were to spend every last penny simply on the building itself. This would not be a good thing to do. So, I do believe that the right idea would be to spend about 3 to 3.5 million on the building to start with. If it is to be built in accordance with the situation as it actually is, then it must be as resistant as possible to damage, such as that which unfortunately destroyed the old Goetheanum. And as I have already pointed out in my articles entitled Das Goetheanum, it must make available as much space as possible for anthroposophical activities. So we shall have to restrict ourselves somewhat. But I believe that just because of this, we can be all the more certain of achieving what was pointed out yesterday, especially on the part of the young people, that, above all, a spiritual Goetheanum must exist here as soon as is in any way possible. Today I want to start by explaining the ground plan of the Goetheanum to you, and then, tomorrow, I shall speak more about the elevation, the facade. I want to shape the ground plan and the whole distribution of the space to be taken up by the Goetheanum in the following way. The Goetheanum will not be as round a building as the old Goetheanum was. It is all very well to ask why I have not brought the model to show you, my dear friends, but you must not forget that this new Goetheanum is to be built in a relatively new material, concrete, and to give a concrete building a truly artistic character, in keeping with the material, is exceedingly difficult. The solution to this problem is very demanding. You know, Dr. Grossheinz has had a house built near here, which I have attempted to design in a style appropriate to concrete. But though I still believe that this style might be considered satisfactory for a dwelling to a certain degree, but only to a certain degree, it would nevertheless be impossible to build a second house to exactly the same plan. In any case, it certainly did not yield an architectural style for a Goetheanum built of concrete. For the new Goetheanum, it will be necessary to depart, essentially, from the idea of a circular building. We shall come back not to a circular building, but to one that is more rectangular, a building with angles. You can see the intention in the small building lower down the hill that was built to provide a hall for Eurythmy practice. It is built in a different material, but it shows that an angular building has considerable potential. Now, since there is the need to provide stages for Eurythmy and the mystery dramas, it will be necessary to combine an angular building with a circular one. In addition, the new Goetheanum will have to provide space for the various activities. We shall need studios and we shall need lecture rooms. The single small white hall in which the fire first broke out a year ago had turned out to be quite inadequate for our purposes. So the next Goetheanum would have to be built in such a way that it would have a lower level, a ground floor, and an upper level. The upper level would essentially be the large auditorium for lectures and for those who come to hear and see the performances of Eurythmy, the mystery dramas, and other things. And on the lower level, beneath this auditorium, would be smaller rooms, divided off by walls, which would provide space for artistic and scientific purposes. I also intend to create a space for the administration of the General Anthroposophical Society, so that this can be carried out direct from the Goetheanum. In the idea of this building, I also want to solve a certain problem in what seems to me a practical way. The plan will be such that there will be a stage at the rear with a rounded form. Parenthesis, please don't take any notice of the proportions in this drawing. Close parenthesis. The stage will essentially form a semicircle. It will be enclosed by storerooms, and then extending forward there will be at the upper level the auditorium, and at the lower level the various rooms, with a passageway in between, so that in future there will be more freedom of movement in this new Goetheanum than there was in the old. In the old Goetheanum you stepped straight inside from a vestibule at the entrance. Here, so that there can be freedom of movement, there will be a heated area in which it will be possible to meet and converse in all kinds of ways. And this passageway will give access to the various rooms on the lower level. There's a facsimile 5 on page XIX on the bottom. Then, going up a staircase, you will come to the large auditorium, from which you look on to the stage or the space where lectures and other things will take place. The practical problem I just mentioned is the following. In the old Goetheanum, great inconvenience was caused by the fact that Eurythmy rehearsals had to take place on the stage itself. When visitors came from elsewhere, and I hope they will continue to come in the future, they wanted to see everything, but the auditorium was needed for the work, so it was never possible to allocate time properly in a way that was needed for rehearsals and preparations for performances. I now want to solve this problem by having on the ground floor, that is the lower level, a stage of exactly the same size as that on the upper level. The one on the upper level will serve for the actual performances, while the one down below, having identical measurements, will be for rehearsals only. So there will be a room down below which can serve for all rehearsals up to the dress rehearsal, thus leaving the upper auditorium free at all times. The lower hall will have an anteroom just for those taking part in the rehearsals, where they may wait and sit down. On the upper level, the stage will give straight on to the auditorium. The auditorium will be the same size as the plan of the rectangular part of the building. In this way, it will be possible to work in a practical manner in all the available space. It will not be necessary to make the new Goetheanum very much taller than the old Goetheanum, since I am not considering a new cupola. I am endeavoring to create a design for the roof which will consist of a series of planes arranged in relation to one another in a way that will, I believe, be no less aesthetically attractive than a cupola. So we shall enter into the Goetheanum through a facade on the main front, which I shall describe tomorrow. There we shall find the staircase leading to the main upper space, and we shall have a passageway from which the different rooms are reached, and so on. There will also be entrances at the sides. By making the stage space smaller on plan than the store area, and by extending the walls forwards, we will gain space for the different rooms. At the top, it will be possible to light the whole space with daylight, so that we can alternate between daylight when it is there and artificial light when we need it. In this way, it will be possible to have a really practical building in which every cubic foot of space can be used to the full. A great deal will be able to go on in this building all at once, whereas in the old building only one thing at a time could take place. You must consider, my dear friends, that this is not simply intended to be an improvement, which perhaps some might consider a disimprovement, but it is designed to take account of all the developments that have come about. I have often stressed amongst ourselves that if you want to live in reality and not in ideas, then the realities of the time must be given particular recognition. The time in which one lives is a reality, but it is difficult to generate an understanding for this time as being something real. There are still people today who represent the threefolding of the social organism with the very sentences I used to use with regard to the conditions prevailing at the time in 1919. History is indeed advancing so rapidly just now that if someone describes things in the way they were described in 1919, this seems to be hundreds of years out of date. Thus, since things have after all been happening in the Anthroposophical movement, you cannot build in 1924 as you did in 1913 and 1914. In 1913 and 1914, the idea of the Goetheanum arose simply out of the realization that an artistic space would have to be created for the mystery dramas. At that time, we really only thought of the mystery dramas and the lectures. But much has happened since those days, and I only wish that even more had happened. But I hope that quite soon a good deal more will happen, even without the 75 million francs I spoke about earlier. This must certainly be taken into consideration. The thing that has happened since 1919 is that Eurythmy has been developed. In 1913 it did not yet exist. It has only developed since. Therefore it cannot be maintained that what was good enough then can be good enough now. Furthermore, although I was assured at the time that the building could be executed at a cost of much less than 1 million German Reichsmarks, nevertheless, as you know, the cost in the end was at least 7 or 8 times as much. So we do not want to do our sums in the abstract this time. We want to reckon with certain quite definite figures. The building must now be executed in such a way that we can start to carry out what is contained in our statutes as soon as possible. This can only happen if we erect it in the manner described. Even so, it will be possible to win from the intractable material of concrete forms that offer something new to the artistic eye. The old forms of the Goetheanum, I shall have more to say to you about these things this evening, will have to belong to history, which means your hearts, my dear friends. Forms molded in concrete will have to be something entirely different. Much will have to be done, on the one hand, to force the intractable material of concrete into forms which the eye of the human soul can follow artistically, and on the other hand, to mold seemingly decorative features, which are actually a consequence of the concrete itself, in an artistic and sculptural way, so that the material of concrete can for once be revealed in an artistic manner. I ask you now to regard this idea as the seed out of which the Goetheanum shall actually emerge. I have stated that I alone am allowed to work on the artistic creation of the Goetheanum, and it will not be possible to take on board, to any great extent, any of those offers or suggestions which have already been made, of course with the best intentions. There is no point in telling me of buildings in concrete that have been put up here or there, or of factories here or there that are working efficiently. If the Goetheanum building is to come about in concrete, it will have to emerge from an original idea, and nothing that has so far been achieved in concrete can serve as a basis for what is to come into being here. This, my dear friends, is what I wanted to say to you today. It was not in any way intended to put a stop to the collections already set in train by our dear friend Van Leer, or by others representing the different countries. The sum originally envisaged will still be needed if we are to carry out what must of necessity be carried out. Perhaps I can spur on your zeal in this direction even more by saying that we shall try to use the money you collect in the most economical way, by putting it toward anthroposophical work, in the sense that it will be used for running the Goetheanum, and that the Goetheanum will be built using the smallest amount possible. We shall endeavor here to bring a Goetheanum into being in the shortest possible time. Tomorrow I shall speak about the image the Goetheanum will present to the outside, namely its facade. I now want to return to something that is being brought to me from many sides, like a derivative of fear. On all sides, I am being asked how the three classes and the sections of the School of Spiritual Science at the Goetheanum are to be handled. My dear friends, in the first place, the sections are no one's concern. The sections are being set up for the work here. There is no need for us to discuss the sections. They will exist in accordance with whatever is achieved. So really, we can only speak about the General Anthroposophical Society as the foundation, and about the three classes. And I believe that everything relevant is stated with absolute clarity in our statutes. In paragraph 5 it says, quote, "Members of the society will be admitted to the school on their own application after a period of membership to be determined by the leadership at the Goetheanum. They enter in this way the first class of the School of Spiritual Science. Admission to the second or third classes takes place when the person requesting it is deemed eligible by the leadership at the Goetheanum." Close quote. Quote, paragraph 7. "The organizing of the School of Spiritual Science is, to begin with, the responsibility of Rudolf Steiner, who will appoint his collaborators and his possible successor." Close quote. These sentences express, I believe, with absolute clarity, that it is necessary to apply to me personally, either in writing or in person. It would be better to start by saying in writing, since there will be too many personal applications to be dealt with on the spot. The matter will be taken from there. That is what it says here. The storm of queries is perhaps not so much the result of unclarity as of the necessity, my dear friends, to become accustomed to clarity. Perhaps unclarity is what is wanted in some quarters. Pedantry must be excluded, and bureaucracy will be banished across the border. But in everything that emanates from here, at least this is what we intend, absolute clarity shall reign. From what is written here, it is clear that a little note is all that is needed. The little note should be addressed to me personally, and you will see how the answer will be given. You must have confidence. That is what I wanted to say. Herr Hall has asked to speak about the building of the Goetheanum. Please would you now speak? Herr Hall speaks on this subject. The end of part 14.